We are back, boys. We are back with Season 2 of Revenge of the Iron-Blooded Swordhound. We begin this season on the day when people flock to the City of Water, Venesior. It is the capital city of the great empire, Rock. The day of Colosseo Academy's entrance ceremony, the world's most prestigious university where our boy, Vikir, will be attending. As usual, the first day is buzzing with the Academy's club recruitments. Freshmen and seniors of the school are all mixed together. The seniors are seen talking to every freshman that walked by their club stall, trying their best to recruit them. Even asking for a moment to fill surveys, and revealing that all they needed was to stamp their fingerprint and register their seals to join their recruitment form. The seniors were already feeling the heat as the freshman recruitment was more competitive than last year. Another senior reveals that the reason behind that was because of this year's freshmen for both the Fire Corps and Ice Corps, which were no joke at all. In this prestigious school, there are two classes in the academy. The first one being the Ice Corps, who are the members that specialize in swords, bows, spears and more. Whereas, the Fire Corps were the members who specialize in magic. Comment below which side you would join if you were a part of the school. Me, personally, Ice Corps, because of our boy Vikir and the Fang techniques. Moving on, in their 4 years, besides specializing in those fields, the students also learn all sorts of general knowledge. The seniors had a list filled with the freshmen who were all gaining everyone's attention right now. The first target of the seniors was a blonde kid called Tudor, who comes from the Don Quixote family, who are famous for their spearmanship. The second target amongst the freshmen was a purple-haired girl called Bianca, who came from the Usher family, not our Usher who sang Somebody to Love with Justin Bieber, but from a family that is famous for their bowmanship. Tudor and Bianca were the freshmen who were tied in first place during the Ice Corps practical exam, and are the first on the most desired people list. After them are our favorite triplets, taking 3rd, 4th and 5th place, or the Baskerville triplets from the Ironblood swordsman family. Since they were a part of the Baskerville family, the seniors knew that no further explanation was needed in introducing them. And finally, introducing another new character to the series, we have one person who has been gaining all the attention in the Fire Corps. An extremely talented freshman, by the name of Sinclair, who has ash-gray hair. She was ranked first in the practical test and second in the theory test. Her outstanding grades were recorded. And lastly, the man we have been waiting for months, the person, whose name turns out to be the #1 student who came first in the theory exam. Vikir, who kind of looks like a nerd right now. We are now faced with a new look, Vikir with glasses. Comment below what you would rate his current look out of 10 right now. As our boy walked through the stalls of the school, he overhears the seniors talking about how there was no need to recruit the nerd that came in first during the theory exam, since they were confident that he would be the type of newbie that will ruin the club's atmosphere. Plus, there were also more than 10 other freshmen who had the same name as Vikir, which would make it troublesome for them to find him. After hearing the seniors speaking about him, Vikir had a nervous sweat drop dripping down the side of his face. In order not to draw attention in the academy, he had ditched the Baskerville surname and entered as a commoner, but he still didn't think it was possible that he would still draw so much attention. Vikir had heard that it's more difficult to enter the academy as a commoner, so it seems like doing well in the theory exam instead of the practical backfired on him. So now, he needed to do his best to avoid attention, in order to move around comfortably and to do the things he needed. But as he walked through the clubs, our boy was being closely followed by the triplet hounds, who were determined to protect their master. After walking for some time around the clubs, a loud commotion of students shouting for a senior to look at them catches his attention. A familiar blonde-hair student was being swarmed by everyone, shouting at her that they were huge fans, and some even claimed to have entered the school just to meet her. They couldn't believe the holiness that was coming out of her and that her beauty was something out of this world. It turns out to be Dolores Lune Quo Vadis, the priestess that Vikir had met during his Assassin's Creed days. She was nervous, being surrounded by a huge crowd of students, so she politely told them to calm down. It turns out that she was school president and vice president of the newspaper club. As she questions the crowd of students about whether they were interested in joining her newspaper club, one of them shouts with a reply that they were only interested in her. Vikir silently watches her from the back, slowly remembering that Dolores was the school president, and someone that he needed to avoid as much as possible. Even though he was hiding his presence, Dolores still somehow manages to sense our boy's aura, turning in the right direction, just in time to see him leaving the area silently. We now turn to see the academy's dorm rooms, where Vikir would be staying. He stands in front of a room's door, wondering if this was it. But as he thinks about it, another person approaches him, asking Vikir if the room he was standing outside of was his. The person was excited to finally meet his roommate, catching Vikir's attention. Vikir's roommate turns out to be a young-looking boy, with a bowl haircut, who introduces himself as PG. Vikir was stunned by the excitement coming out from PG, as our boy actually remembers him from his previous life. Before Vikir had regressed, PG was always a kind guy who helped him and gave him things, while he was here to support the triplets. But Vikir also remembered that PG was being bullied by his wicked roommate back then, which was the start of the numerous misfortunes that would eventually lead to his end. As they entered the room together, Vikir hoped silently, in his heart, that whatever happened back then, wouldn't come back to this lifetime. PG was excited, informing Vikir that he could choose any bunk bed that he wanted in the room. He even asks our boy if he was going to the freshman welcome party after dinner. Sensing that it was a stupid question, PG reveals that the party wasn't compulsory but all the freshmen would be going there, since if he couldn't get close with his peers or seniors, he expected that their 4 years in school would be difficult. But Vikir replies with a simple nope, I'm not going. Which leaves PG in a completely shocked state. He tries his best to change Vikir's mind about not going, warning him that if he doesn't, the seniors will single him out, and that will eventually lead him to become a loner amongst his peers. He doesn't stop there, he even tells Vikir that a lot of their distinguished seniors were going to come to this orientation. Even the Saintess Dolores was coming too. He also mentions their peers, Tudor, the eldest son of Don Quixote, and Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Usher family, which Vikir should have heard about. But that's not all, he even mentions that the Baskervilles triplets were coming, who were all talented. Along with, somebody called Sancho from the North Mercenary Guild, who rejected the top spot at Varangian to come to their school instead. He finally mentions Sinclair, the student who passed the exam with the highest score at the Magic Tower, and who also came in first for the Fire Corps. Vikir couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the sudden information bomb that came from PG. In his mind, he recalls that PG was also great at collecting and analyzing information in his previous life too. After bombarding Vikir with all the knowledge in his tiny head, PG hopes that it changes his decision about not going. But our boy was cold as ice, replying back with the same old answer, a simple nope. Bringing horror and shock to PG's face as he wonders why Vikir still wouldn't go, even after knowing about what would happen to him. But our boy doesn't care, turning around to leave and explaining that he just didn't want to go. He waves PG goodbye and tells him to have fun, leaving him stunned but impressed, as PG vowed to be as cool as Vikir one day. Deep within the night as the moon shines brightly, a familiar figure stood high above on the roof of a building, basking in the moonlight. Down below where he stood, a small hint of light could be seen in the alleyways between the buildings. A group of thugs were gathered around a barrel used for fire. The one sitting on the bench was arguing to his two companions, saying that he was relieved that he didn't have to hear those children whining anymore. He continues to complain to them, revealing that all their storerooms had been filled with children recently, making the other two wonder why all the children were coming to them and that a carriage had arrived at dawn and taken all of them. One of them heard that the children they had taken were all headed to an orphanage in Quo Vadis, but the thug sitting on the bench warns him to not say anything more, since curiosity kills the cat. As they were talking, another person approached them, with blades on his back. He orders them to stop chit-chatting amongst themselves and to stand guard properly, if they want to get properly paid for their useless existence. Ouch, talk about a mean boss. This man with slashes down his eyes and his tongue sticking out is called Ron Batison, nicknamed the Flesh Grinder. The thugs were obviously afraid of him as he walked past them. He continued to trash talk them, literally calling them pieces of trash and telling them that they don't possess any fighting spirit. He knew that as a graduator, these pieces of trash, who were low-ranked mercenaries, without an ounce of mana in their bodies, could never do anything against him. Ron continues to wonder to himself if there was anyone strong that he could slice up, but as he was talking to himself, a familiar voice asks him if his name was Ron Batison. Thinking that it was one of the low-ranked mercenaries who dares to speak his name with their weak lips, he immediately grabs onto his sword to give him a spanking. But upon turning around, he finds all three of them completely knocked out around the barrel of fire. The man started to feel afraid, as he didn't even hear a single sound from when they were knocked out. The voice continues to speak to him, revealing his full name to be Ron Humbert Batison. Recounting that 4 years ago, he had killed his neighboring family and used them as sacrifices, while contracting with a known demon. The voice continues to recall Ron's history. After sacrificing the family, he had joined the Northern Guild Association, and had gathered information to give to the demon he contracted with. As the final nail to the coffin, the voice reveals that Ron had extracted information from the Mankind Allied Forces. While he was on guard duty, he used a hand mirror and revealed the location of the platoon's camp. Even after hearing all the things he had done, Ron tells the voice to stop saying useless things and to show himself instead. Agreeing with his request, our boy finally makes his appearance in his Assassin's Creed outfit, right behind Ron. Revealing that because of Ron, the alley platoon was slaughtered. Finally sensing that someone was behind him, Ron didn't reply back, but simply swung his twin swords as hard as he could at where Vikir was standing. He thought he had felt the sensation of cutting something, which made him confused as it was too easy. It turns out to be true, because in the next moment, both of Ron's arms were sliced away from his shoulder in a second, before he could even respond to the attack. Vikir is already done with him as he returns Beelzebub back into his hand, after appearing behind Ron once again and slicing both of his arms instantly, leaving Ron on the ground, crying and screaming in pain over the loss of his arms. He starts to beg for mercy, telling Vikir that he didn't know about the Mankind Allied forces, which made him wonder why he was doing this to him. Our boy simply replies that Ron didn't know about it, because it hadn't happened yet. He holds Ron by his hair, and stares right into his soul, revealing that he knows that he had contracted with a demon, and wants the information on the contracted demon. But as soon as Ron starts to speak, telling Vikir about how he didn't know, the shape of his face starts to twist and bend, in an ugly way. The next thing Vikir knew, Ron's face had become all swollen and exploded into a bloody mess. Looking at the current state of Ron, Vikir noted that another one had died with their head exploding. He then takes out a notebook, with words written on the pages, some were covered in a black stroke line. With a bloody finger, Vikir crosses out another name with the blood, noting that Ron makes the third in the row. It turns out that the book our boy is holding is called The Blacklist. This was something that was created with the memories of his past life and with the help of Cindy's investigation. The Blacklist contains information about the demon worshippers who sided with the demons and betrayed mankind. Before the time of the fall, Vikir needed to kill them all. He recalled that the 3 demon worshippers he encountered so far had all died with their heads exploding before he could kill them. Thinking about it deeply, Vikir concluded that this was the demon's skill. Which means that the demon they contracted with was hiding within the capital. And that it was one of the 10 elite corpses who had done the contracting with the humans. As we continued into the night, the bell of a church started to ring. With each chime, the sounds of slashing were hidden. We turned to a random building in the town, where Vikir stood near the balcony. Behind him were endless amounts of bodies, each having a part of their body sliced off, their blood splattered everywhere, from the floors to the walls and to the ceilings. Absorbing Beelzebub back into his hand, Vikir wonders if the amount of demon worshippers he had slain so far had reached number 29. Based on everything so far, he concluded that they were either dead, or if they mentioned the demon they had a contract with, their heads would explode. Which makes it look like a condition of the demon contract. Crossing out the names in his blacklist with a pen this time, Vikir noted that he wasn't able to get any information about the elite corpse's location, which means that this was going to be a long and excruciating fight for him. In the end, he didn't expect to get anything on his first day. As the night continues, Vikir wonders if he should return to the academy right now. And so our boy leaps across the roofs of the town's buildings, eventually crossing over the walls of the academy. As he lands on the branch of a tree, he gazes into a well-lit room. Staring deep within, Vikir could see that the freshman welcome party was still ongoing. As he leaps down from the tree, and dusts the dirt off his pants, our boy wears his nerd disguise once again. Thinking that he should stop by at the party just in case. Inside the freshman welcome party, the students were happily talking to one another and eating the food from the buffet table. Even the triplets were enjoying themselves, chugging down huge cups of beer all at once, leaving everyone around them impressed. Dolores was once again surrounded by her fans, who screamed at her, proclaiming their love for her. Tudor was surrounded by the ladies while Bianca was pouring glasses of wine for her seniors as a sign of respect. Vikir stood alone in the back, analyzing the situation. He notices Tudor and Bianca in the party. He didn't know that they were in the same year as him. In his previous life, the great heroes who led mankind to victory with Karmas morgue during the time of the fall. One of them was the person who stood at the front line of the battlefield and took charge, from one of the 7 greatest families, the Azure Spearman family, Don Quixote's genius. Tudor La Mancha Don Quixote, the blonde playboy right now, and the archer who defeated countless demons, from one of the 7 greatest families, the mystical Archer family, Usher's genius, not Justin Bieber, but Bianca Faux Usher. Besides those two, Vikir was able to recognize a lot of faces he saw on the battlefield. He smiles to himself over this sight, as he didn't expect that he would see them like this. But as he looks around the party again, he wonders if Karmas Morg had entered the academy too. But as he did, PG was shaking as someone asked if they should get some music going. It turns out that PG was being bullied by a senior who was forcing him to sing right now. Vikier could spot our little boy surrounded by a whole group of seniors that were bigger than him. As he refused to sing, a female senior approaches him this time, bringing along a massive jug of alcohol and telling PG that if he doesn't want to sing, then he has to drink this entire cup in one go. Tears started to form around his eyes as PG questioned the senior about how he was going to drink all of it. But the seniors didn't care about what he was feeling, repeating to PG that he should just drink. Sensing that he couldn't back away from their request, after all, they were his seniors, our little man decided to do as they wanted. And begins to chug down the massive jug of alcohol they had brought for him in one go. As he continued to try his best to drink most of it, the seniors were laughing at him, and mocking PG by telling him that he was doing a good job. But before he could finish all of it, he threw up on the floor. Instead of helping him, the seniors continued to make fun of PG, calling him a crazy bastard for vomiting, which they found disgusting. As he tries his best to catch his breath, PG could hear the seniors making up a new nickname for him. They decided to call him the Vomit Pig. In his time of need, a hero appears. Our boy, Vikier, uses his own cape to cover the vomit that was on the floor, surprising the seniors. As they wondered who this nerdy boy was in front of them, Vikier looks over to PG, deep in thought. Thinking about him in his previous life, Vikier knew that PG had dropped out of school because he couldn't endure the bullying. Instead of graduating, he had become a low-ranked government official and lived a tough life while looking after his parents. The next time Vikier had met PG was when they were at the front line of the war, after the time of the fall had started. PG was one of the few people who had the balls to volunteer to go to the front lines. With his amazing strategy and information analysis, he had saved multiple lives. One of those lives was our boy, Vikier. It turns out that this little man was one of the few people that Vikier had respected as a friend. Still stunned upon seeing Vikier, our boy tells him to return to the dorm room first, as he was going to take care of things here. Vikier couldn't just stand idly by while his friend gets humiliated. A senior places his hand onto Vikier's shoulder, asking him about what he was doing and if he was crazy for interrupting a senior when they were talking. The senior takes it a step further, slapping Vikier's face repeatedly till it turns red, asking our boy if he was PG's classmate from Ice Corps Class B, after seeing our boy arrogantly step in like he was confident. But this senior made a huge mistake, as the triplets of the Baskerville clan finally made their appearance once again. All three of them had their eyes lit up with bloodhound aura, fueled by anger, as they witnessed the senior slapping their master. Vikier was still calm and collected. As he pushed his glasses up, his own pair of bloodhound eyes started to light up as he stared at them. The triplets immediately calmed down after recalling the warning they had received from Vikier. He told them before that he was going as a commoner at the academy, and that he would kill them the moment they reveal his identity. A female senior joins in, telling her friend that they shouldn't be rough on the freshmen and instead, they should treat them nicely as their seniors. She then comes up with a nice idea, saying that it would do the trick for them. She offers Vikier a chance. The seniors were willing to let both of them go, if he could drink all of the alcohol that was in the jug in front of them. Not wanting to pull our boy into his problems, PG tells Vikier that he was actually fine, but he ignores his words, and without hesitating, grabs onto the jug of alcohol. And started to pour it down his throat, surprising everyone around him. The female senior was giggling to herself, knowing that the jug was a mixed drink with high alcohol content, containing vodka and rum. So she was confident that there was no way a human could drink more than 1 liter of it at once. But she underestimates our boy, as he continues to chug down the drink without stopping, leaving the seniors all stunned and shocked. After some time, he slams the empty jug onto a nearby table, wiping off the remains on his mouth. Without wasting any more time, Vikier grabs onto PG and leaves with him, simply telling the seniors that were stunned by what they just saw, a single word, bye. But before they could leave peacefully, the same senior that was slapping Vikier's face grabs onto his shoulder, telling him to wait. The moment he does, Tudor and Bianca were the first to experience a horrifying and powerful feeling crushing them. The aura that our boy had been hiding up to now. With an ice-cold stare, and his eyes lit up, Vikier looks at the senior, asking him if he wanted anything else. But the senior was too stunned to speak, shaking from head to toe as his mouth was left wide open. That's when Dolores makes her appearance, asking everyone present about why it was so chaotic over here. The seniors were quick to cover their tracks, telling her that a freshman had vomited and that they were going to take care of it. Dolores senses something was wrong, and warns them that they couldn't treat the freshmen cruelly as they needed to uphold the image of the academy. Seeing that she was taking care of things from here on, Vikier hurries away with PG in his arms. The triplets on the other hand were impressed by their master. After witnessing the things he had done, giving him 3 thumbs up and calling him cool. Tudor and Bianca were both staring in the same direction, and thinking that they were mistaken about what they felt earlier on. But another student with white hair stood between them, smiling to herself over and was impressed by something. Her eyes were sparkling as her face was filled with blush. It turns out to be Sinclair, the freshman who ranked first in the Ice Core practical exam and ranked second in the theory exam. She watches closely as Vikier leaves the party with PG, thinking to herself that she had found someone nice. After the incident at the freshman welcome party, we come to the next day, where at the academy, the Ice and Fire Corps attend classes together. Through this method, a competitive structure is created for the confident elites. This increases focus among students and it is the academy's policy. The man who looks like Professor Snape from Harry Potter closes the book in his hand, which marks the end of his lecture on the culture of the barbarian tribe. This Snape wannabe is the combat theory professor known as Vinci Morgue, from the Morgue family. As he continues to talk to the students, he asks them a question, which causes most of them to avoid eye contact with him in order not to catch his attention. The professor states that with the basis of the discovered locations of the barbarian tribe, he wanted to ask if there was anyone in the classroom who would like to tell him about the barbarians' hypothesized location of their stronghold. Even Tudor, who belonged to the Ice Corps and was ranked first in the practical exam, had some trouble with the professor's question. He looks through his notes, thinking about the location of the clash between the barbarians and the Empire, which was at the South Region's front in Highland 1, 8 and 75. But there were more places that he struggles to remember. Bianca, who is also a part of the Ice Corps and tied with Tudor in placing first in the practical exam, struggles with the question. Thinking about it deeply, she knew that the areas where the Empire and the Balik tribe clashed were all in low-altitude locations, and considering that it was a trough, she concluded that the barbarians' tribe's stronghold would be in a region with low altitude as well. But as the two people who ranked first in the practical exam struggle to come up with an answer, Sinclair bursts in, raising her hand high in the air while radiating a bright aura all around her, catching everyone's attention as she screams at the top of her lungs that she was going to answer. Sinclair belongs to the Fire Corps, is currently ranked first in their practical exam, and ranked second in the theory exam. Looking at the student who happily raised her hand to answer, Professor Vinci concluded that she was Sinclair, ranked first of the Fire Corps, and told her to go ahead and reveal her answer to everyone in class. Sinclair spoke about how in the military, according to the published academia, the location of the close fight between the barbarian tribe and the Empire were in Highlands 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 30, 75, and 207. She also spoke about how excluding the 8th Highland, which is on a high mountain peak, all of the areas were in troughs. With all that information, as she continued on with her answer, Vikier was spotted, sitting one row behind her. But his eyes were closed as PG stared at him. Instead of sleeping, Vikier was deep in thought. Going through his mind were the events of last night. Yesterday marked the 29 times he had slain demon worshippers in the city. Something they had in common was that they all possessed a severe stench of demons, and before they died, their so-called faces exploded into a bloody mess each time. Face and explode. With these two facts, Vikier thought that if that was the skill of the elite corpse that was hiding in this capital city, then there was only place he could think of that it would be hiding itself in. He concluded that he needed to ask Cindy for her help in investigating the area around the place he had in mind, but as he was thinking, PG immediately calls out to Vikier, tapping onto his shoulder in order to grab his attention. Upon opening his eyes, our boy could see that everyone in the class had their eyes focused on him. Professor Snape was furious, stating that the Ice Corps weren't as good as the Fire Corps, as he couldn't believe that there was a student who would dare sleep in the first class of the semester. Flexing his glasses, Vikier responds back to the professor, telling him that he wasn't sleeping. His reply shocked PG. Upset over our boy's arrogant reply, the professor grew even more furious, asking Vikier to reveal his name to him. After knowing his name, the professor stated that everyone in the class saw that his eyes were closed. But our boy was quick with his reply, telling the professor that his eyes were closed, but it didn't mean that he was sleeping. Hearing that kind of reply, the professor eats a humble pie and tells Vikier that he was mistaken. Our boy said it was understandable, making the professor even more furious as he wondered what kind of psycho had entered the academy this time. Failing to break Vikier over his responses, the professor decides to move on. He tells the class that because of the answer that Fire Corps Rank 1, Sinclair gave, the Fire Corps have gained 1 point out of 10 for behavior points. The professor then suggested something to Vikier, telling him that if he could answer his question, he was going to give him and the Ice Corps the points. However, the professor warns Vikier that if he answers the question wrongly, he was going to give the entire Ice Corps students negative points instead. Our boy simply shouted back that his suggestion was unfair, but the professor didn't care anymore and presented the question. He wanted to know the location of the Empire's military and where the Balak fought. With that location, he wanted Vikier to tell him where the Balak tribe's stronghold is. Sinclair was stunned by the professor's sudden question. She knew that compared to other tribes, information on the Balaks was hard to come by, making the question extremely difficult. Bianca, on the other hand, was pissed off at Vikir's arrogant attitude towards the professor, calling him an idiot in his mind, as she believes that everyone in the Ice Corps was going to be at a loss because he couldn't answer the question. Taking the question in mind, Vikir thought about for a while, a memory of the Balak tribe, dancing around a campfire while smiling and having meat in their hands came into his mind. He remembers his barbarian family along with the precious memories he had made with them. Just the thought of them makes our boy smile. And so, he calmly answers back to the professor, revealing the location of the fight between the Balaks and the Empire. He spams everyone with accurate information and a strong possible location of the Balak's stronghold. His answer was enough to stun everyone who heard it in the classroom. After ending his answer, Vikir knew that after the Alman incident, the Balaks had actually shifted their stronghold, so telling the class about their old place was no big deal. But his answer was still considered incredible, as PG was left stunned with his mouth wide open upon hearing it. Even Professor Snape was impressed by Vikir's answer as it was exactly spot on. He wonders how it was possible for our boy to know about the thesis that hasn't been verified by the academic world. But as he continues to think about Vikir's answer, the professor soon recalls that a student with the same name had recently placed first in the theory exam. And so, the professor decides to give Vikir 10 points for his answer, while giving the rest of the Ice Corps 1 point each. But after finding out that Vikir had placed first in the theory exam, he decides to humble him by not overlooking the fact that he had closed his eyes during his lesson. So the professor decides to minus 10 points from Vikir. Sinclair was looking at our boy. In her mind, she didn't even notice him because of how common the name Vikir was. Even in his nerd disguise, our boy couldn't hide his aura as she continued to gaze at him, while he stood tall, basking in the rays of the sun. Even Tudor was drawn to Vikir as he continues to stare at him from across the classroom. The other students were talking amongst themselves, realizing that Vikir was the one who placed first in the theory exam, but some didn't care, as all of them almost had a negative score in points. They seemed to believe that Vikir was only a nerd, which makes them want to go and punch him in the face. Looking at our boy, Tudor couldn't help but smirk, after finding the smartest person when it comes to theory. But he wonders how useful that would be during the practical lessons. We now change scenes to a large football-like field, where the students were playing a game called Run Flat, which uses a special type of ball and gloves. It's a sport with 20 people on each team. Points are acquired when the ball is in the other team's goal area. It's against the rules to use mana and weapons. Besides that, it is a game where any method can be used to score goals. The match starts off with a player stomping the ground hard. It turns out to be Tudor, who smashes through the defense line of the opposite team with ease. As he carries the ball to score, he declares to everyone that he was the best when it comes to run flat, and that this was his time to shine. The girls in the stand cheered him on, commenting about how hot he was, while Bianca was annoyed, calling the sport barbaric. As Tudor reaches closer to the goal of the enemy team, a familiar three-headed group appears to block his way. It turns out to be the triplets from the Baskerville family. They stand against Tudor together, calling him an arrogant bastard and daring him to try and break through them. Instead of being afraid of the rumored Ironblood swordsman family's troublemaker triplets, Tudor was excited. Much to the triplets' surprise, he didn't face them head-on. Instead, he weaved past two of them easily, leaving them shocked. But before reaching the end, the last triplet makes his appearance, telling Tudor to hand over the ball. Instead of answering back, Tudor simply prepares his left hand, and within a second, a bright blue light appears from it. Wasting no time at all, he slams his fist into the triplet's body, causing what looks like a Rasengan attack to appear on his stomach, knocking him out of his way completely. He tells the triplets that if he had decided to face them head-on, then he was going to lose it all. With only one person alive on the enemy team, Tudor makes a mad dash to the goalpost. After witnessing the powerful move he did, the other students were amazed by him as they could see how strong he was even without any mana or weapons. They had also heard rumors that he was Don Quixote's run-flat prodigy, which was expected of the Ice Corps ace. Running to the goal, Tudor was thinking to himself that there was no point in memorizing theories. As a true fighter, all he needed was the strength to win. But as he continues to run, he notices something in front of him. It turns out to be our boy Vikir, who was the only member on his team left standing in the way of Tudor. Tudor recognizes Vikir as the student who responded back to Professor Snape in this morning's lecture. Our boy was actually annoyed by what was happening right now. He had told the triplets not to send Tutor on his way, and decided to step aside to let him score. But there's a twist. Instead of aiming for the goalpost, Tutor actually decides to mess with Vikir. Thinking that with this body slam, he was going to help Vikir focus more on training his body than studying. Unfazed by what was happening, Vikir showed no reaction at all to Tutor's sudden attack. Instead, he simply stood still, resulting in Tutor falling through the air after he crashed into Vikir. Like a car hitting a wall, it turns out that the impact from crashing into Vikir was enough to knock him out. His face was completely blurred, showing no signs of life. Even Bianca and Sinclair couldn't believe what was going on as they witnessed this sight from the stands. Vikir turns his head to look behind, only to see Tutor finally landing onto the ground with a heavy slam. Thinking about what had just happened, Vikir initially planned on dodging Tutor, but instead, he questions why this blonde kid would just run into him first. Before he could make sense of things, our boy simply fell to the ground as well, moaning loudly in pain because in his mind, he was going to pretend to be injured. The sleeping blonde prince laid on the field completely flat on his back after the incident with Vikir, his face covered in sweat. Moments later, his eyes suddenly opened wide. Tutor was surrounded by his fellow students, as he continued to lay on the ground, confused by what had happened to him. The voices of his classmates asking him if he was okay didn't even register with him, as he wondered what he was doing right now, whether he had fainted or actually fallen asleep during the match. He started to remember what he was doing before seeing the scene in front of him. Tutor had decided during the match to mess with Vikir, who ranked first in theory, for a bit. He was going to tease him by barging into his shoulder a little, but the moment they made contact, everything went black for him, so he couldn't remember exactly what happened. As he sat up, Tutor looked at Vikir, who was dusting off his body. He couldn't believe that a nerd like him could actually knock out the great Tutor Don Quixote. Seeing that there wasn't even a single scratch on our boy, Tutor was determined to test out what happened just now again. Once more, the game was about to begin with everyone getting into their positions at the start of the match. The ball was once again passed over to Tutor, who was thinking that something was wrong with the incident against Vikir, and so, he wanted to do it again to test his own theory. This time, the triplets of the Baskerville family immediately stood on guard against Tutor, while also acting like a shield for Vikir, who simply stood at the back of the field. But as soon as the match started, Bianca and Sinclair, who were watching from the stands, were confused by what was going on. Instead of going for the goal post, Tutor was aiming right for the triplets and Vikir, ignoring the words from his teammates as he charged towards them instead. Tutor confidently challenges the triplets and Vikir once more, which the triplets happily accept, replying to Tutor that he wasn't going to get past them this time round. Once again, the triplets failed at blocking and intercepting Tutor, who held the ball and got past them easily a second time. His eyes were completely focused on Vikir this round, charging towards our boy at full speed. Vikir watches closely as the blonde kid continues to run in his direction. He thinks about how he had ordered the triplets to keep Tutor away from him, but at the same time, he wonders why Tutor was so serious about coming towards him now. The genius spearman was revved up, his eyes were locked onto our boy, no longer seeing him as human but a target now. Tutor was serious. He knew that what happened to him was no mere coincidence. So he decides to use the Azure Spearman family's run-flat secret technique, Saint Spear Tackle. Yes, this powerful family actually created a killer move for a ballgame. An avatar of a knight with a powerful lance was summoned behind Tutor as his eyes turned completely blue, determined to smash into Vikir and send him flying in the air this time. Even though such a powerful force was coming straight to his face, Vikir was actually pretty calm, pretty demure. His glasses were showing no signs of fear at all. Soon enough, we cut to black once again. In the next moment, the same gray-hair-scarred face student appears above Tutor, asking him if he was awake again. The blonde prince once again wakes up in his usual T-pose, completely wasted on the ground again. He immediately sat upright, questioning how it was possible for him to faint once more, but as he struggles to understand what was happening, the muscular guy beside him tells him to calm down. He reveals to Tutor that after he used his family's technique, which was hitting Vikir with a high-speed tackle, it simply resulted in him being bounced off our boy at that same high speed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next challenger as the student who woke up. Tutor tightens the headband on his head. He tells Tutor that he understands why he was so focused on Vikir, as our boy was clearly hiding something from them. This time, Sancho, the muscular student, was going to go against our boy. With the sun shining brightly on him, he heads over to the match. Telling Tutor that as a man and a friend, he couldn't just watch and do nothing after seeing him get beaten twice by Vikir. This is the transfer student who came from the Mercenary Guild Association in the north, Sancho Barataria. Due to his overwhelming physique, he is not considered eligible for his age group in his league, so he decided not to play run flat. Basically, this guy was too overpowered to play a ball game. But because of Vikir, he changes his mind. As he held onto the ball, Sancho talked about how in the frozen land of the north, newborns of the elderly who are on the verge of death fight desperately. It means they're all warriors. It's round 3 for the triplets this time as they faced off against the giant. Determined and hyper-focused, the triplets weren't letting anyone pass them this round. Third time's the charm, right? Well, not in this world, because in the next second, instead of dodging and weaving past the triplets like Tudor did twice, Sancho just decides to do the wrestling move and clothesline all 3 of the hounds together. Sancho easily slams and flings the triplets into the air, pushing and making them fly away from Vikir, who simply stood his ground. As they flew past their master, our boy was pissed off this time. His eyes were glowing red behind his glasses, whispering to the triplets if they wanted to die. The triplets could only cry as they flew past their master once again, apologizing for their 3rd failure in a row while in the air. Even after sending 3 people in the air, Sancho wasn't stopping his attack. He charges straight at Vikir like a bull. His face was filled with determination, just like how Tudor was from before, in order to reveal what Vikir was hiding from them. Our boy, on the other hand, was still emotionless even before a giant that was rampaging towards him. Just inches away from him this time, Sancho readies himself, telling Vikir that he was going to see if he could endure his full power this time. With his hand raised up high in the air, Sancho lands a full blow onto Vikir's stomach with all his might, causing a loud bang. But the moment he got into contact with our boy, all he could feel and sense was that he was hitting a huge mountain of stone. The feeling in his arm was shocking to Sancho, who was known for his powerful strength. His hand was shaking as he tried to move Vikir by a little bit. Even after being hit by Sancho's full strength, Vikir didn't feel anything at all. Instead, he was thinking that he should play along with what Sancho wanted. So he purposely jumped backwards with a bit of strength, pretending that Sancho's attack had actually done something to him. In order to make sure it was right, Vikir created skid marks on the field with his body, even crashing into the ground like the triplets did. The other students who were watching were amazed by what they witnessed. They couldn't believe that Sancho had broken through the enemy team's defense. But some of them wondered if the guy he pushed was still alive. Unknown to the other students, Sancho, completely aware of what was really going on, couldn't help but stare at his shaking hand, wondering what that feeling was he just experienced and if Vikir was actually human. Distracted by the weird sensation that Vikir gave off, Sancho was unaware that one of the triplets had recovered from his attack and sneaked up to him. Within seconds, the triplet had stolen the ball from him and made a mad dash towards the goal. Before long, the referee blows the whistle, announcing the end of the game. It turns out that thanks to the triplets, Vikir's team had won the match. As the team continued to congratulate the triplets on their sneaky win tactic, Vikir finally got off the ground and started to dust himself off. But then someone pours a bottle of water onto his head. It turns out to be Sancho, who praises Vikir as he knew that he was the secret contributor to Class B's victory. Even Tudor was impressed by our boy, who retired because of their win. He reveals that he had initially planned on teaching Vikir a lesson during the practical lessons because he was jealous, but then came to a realization of how shameful that was, and apologies to our boy for his rude actions from before. Sancho was even more interested in Vikir, asking him about what exercises he did in order to have such a solid build. He even thought that Vikir had used mana during the match. Taking off his headgear, Vikir reveals that he was just a commoner, and didn't have an ounce of mana to use. Tudor was sad to hear that, calling it a shame. If he had received proper training, combined with his current blessed body, then he was sure that Vikir would have been an expert like him. As the 3 of them chat, Tudor's cheerleading squad arrives, calling out to them to use the towel they brought to wipe their sweat. Once again, the ladies' man was doing his business while Sancho hands Vikir a towel to use. The Azure Spearman family's hero, Tudor, and the mercenary guild's ace, Sancho. One day, they will become heroes who will save mankind by hunting an endless number of demons during the time of the fall. As he took off his glasses, Vikir couldn't help but smile to himself. After all, he found it strange to see that these 2 gentlemen had a past like this. The moment he reveals his face, everyone around, from guys to girls, were all stunned by what they were looking at. Even Bianca and Sinclair were blushing hard, while watching from the stands. As our boy wipes the water from his head, basking in the rays of the sun. His toned body etched into his stretch, revealing the fine lines and curves. Everyone couldn't believe how handsome the nerd they knew was underneath the glasses he wore. Unknown to Vikir, he didn't know that from this point onwards, his days at the academy were going to become more troublesome. The scene changes to nighttime, where we chance upon a mansion. A man with a purple goatee was horrified by something, as Vikir's voice could be heard, revealing that this man is Lloyd Dokeseller, 52 years old. Wearing his Assassin's Creed uniform, you guys know that it means it was demon hunting time. Multiple dead bodies surrounded the two of them, with the floor covered in blood as pieces of meat were flung everywhere. Vikir cornered the man to a statue, revealed as the leader of the information house and the headmaster of the orphanage. Vikir knew that Lloyd had conspired with the demon he was hunting, and sold children from high-ranked families. "Did you think you would go unnoticed?" questioned Vikir as he threatens him with Beelzebub. Lloyd was horrified to see the kind of aura that Vikir was showing off. Due to its solid nature, Lloyd thought that Vikir was a swordmaster. Hearing that, the man was almost right. Vikir's aura was pretty much in a solid state, but is still closer to liquid. To be specific, he was currently at the highest level for a graduator. Instead of slicing him into bits, Vikir offers the man a chance at redemption, telling him to work with him in order to catch the demon, and if he does, Vikir was willing to compensate him accordingly. Even at death's door, Lloyd hesitates to help. As Vikir waited for a reply from the man, something happened. A huge piece of a building was flung in the air right above them. It soon crashes and destroys the very place they were at. Vikir was quick to dodge the impact of the building, and immediately looked up to see a shadowy figure, lighted by the moonlight, standing on the remains of the building that was thrown at them. A nasty green aura started to float around our boy. It turns out that this was the overwhelming energy that he had sensed from afar. Looking at the strange figure who wore a mask, while wielding a hammer made out of human faces, Vikir questions him, "Are you the elite corpse?" Even after being asked a question, the mysterious figure didn't say a single word to Vikir. Instead, he simply leapt off the rickety and broken building where he stood. Soaring across the sky, the figure raised his massive hammer, forged out of human face skin. He swiftly swung it down hard towards Vikir, who easily dodged it by moving to the side, but not before the forceful impact of the hammer obliterated the place he was at before. The figure, seeing that its first attack failed to kill our boy, quickly switched his stance on the way he handled his hammer. He grabbed it nearer to the head this time and went into a ferocious close swing at Vikir, who once again dodged by bending it backwards like Beckham. Now face to face with the disgusting hammer by a few inches, Vikir noticed that the figure was adopting a strange battle stance. With a twist at the handle of the hammer, the figure lunged it straight towards Vikir's head, almost decapitating him completely. But all the attacks couldn't land on our boy, as he simply bounced effortlessly away from him this time. Standing on guard, Vikir was able to quickly analyze the unique characteristics of the opponent he was fighting right now. He could sense the aura of a high-ranked graduator emanating from it and noticed that the figure uses the religiously holy Quo Vadis bludgeoning technique that was seen just moments ago. Combining all these facts together, Vikir realized that the mysterious figure in front of him was not the elite corpse he had been hunting for these past few days. This made him wonder, did a demon infiltrate the religiously holy nation? But knowing them, he knew about how they had their own corrupt sectors too. This made him think that the guy in front of him right now was simply a servant who works under the 10 elite corpses. Unsummoning Beelzebub back into his hand, Vikir tells the figure that if he kills him, then he might be able to meet the 10 elite corpses. Him coming here was perfect for our boy, since he was getting annoyed from having to constantly get rid of trash like before. But this time was different, he could actually let loose for a while. After saying that, the man with the hammer leapt gracefully into the air again, hoping to land a blow onto our boy. This time, there was an impact. The sound was loud enough to send shockwaves through the air. It turns out that instead of using his blade, Vikir was going in for close combat. He blocked the massive hammer strike by just using one of his legs, doing a horizontal leg split, Jean-Claude Van Damme style. Instead of your typical shouting of the word, "What?" the masked figure simply lets out a grunt noise, surprised that its attack was stopped by a single leg. But wait, there's more. Vikir was on the attack this time. He charged his arm with the blood-red aura of the Baskerville power. In just 1 second, he managed to land 5 Rasengan-like injuries onto the masked figure's body, before ending the attack with a powerful right hook to the side of its ribs, sending it flying into the nearby abandoned building. As it enters the building, the masked figure seems to be able to withstand Vikir's powerful blows. Wasting no time at all, our boy also leaps into the building, following closely behind. As the masked figure tried to prepare another attack with a swing of his hammer, our boy was way faster. In an instant, he snapped the arm of the masked figure so fast that it couldn't even react to the attack. With only its right arm on the hammer, Vikir teleported behind it in an instant, with swift and deadly precision. He elbows and knees the masked figure's only remaining working arm, breaking it completely like its other arm. Even after breaking both of them, Vikir isn't done. He flips over, grabs its shirt, and flings it to the other side of the room. It turns out that his final throw had meaning behind it, as the masked figure was impaled by a sharp iron pipe that was hidden in the building's walls. The only sound it could make was some grunting noises as Vikir slowly walked over to its side. Looking closer at its exposed chest, he could see huge scar marks all over and the word, Afibo, imprinted on its skin, which makes him think that that was its name. Seeing that Afibo could no longer escape, Vikir starts to question him, asking him about his master and the person responsible for making him this way. But no human words came out from his mouth, only the sounds of groaning. Hearing him struggle to answer, Vikir could sense that the person who made him this way might have been controlling what he could say. Reaching out to the steel rod that impaled Afibo, Vikir lets him know that interrogation can also come in other forms, besides words. Twisting the steel rod, Vikir tells Afibo while causing him even more pain that he was going to slice his body into smaller pieces, along with his intestines, bone structures, and injuries. All the information he needed was in the freshness of the blood in his veins and the concentration of his mana. Those things would tell Vikir a lot of things. And so, as the night goes on, in this beautiful moonlight, Vikir tells Afibo that the interrogation of his life was about to begin. After the interrogation went on for quite some time, Vikir could hear the sounds of someone calling for help coming from the rubble in the middle of the square from before. So he went to check out what it was. Upon lifting up the rocks, he saw that Lyad had actually somehow survived the attack from Afibo, where he threw the building at them from the start. Knowing that he was actually a poison seller, Vikir reminds the frightened man that if he wanted to live, then he should know what he has to do, which was to tell our boy everything he needed to know. Unlike before, Lloyd was actually considering helping Vikir, asking him if in exchange he would spare his life, but Vikir warns him that it would depend on the type of information he provides. As the two of them were busy negotiating, another mysterious figure appeared, standing high above on a building nearby and watching the two of them closely. It turns out to be a human wearing a familiar uniform. Lyad finally breaks and shouts to Vikir that he was going to tell him everything, revealing that in the headmaster's room, there was his safe. But the moment he does, the Sharingan appears. Just kidding. This ain't Naruto, or is it? An eye appears with a unique green symbol on it, causing blood stains to appear around the eye as well. The moment the eye appeared, Vikir could sense which direction it came from and turned to see what it was, but it was too late. The mysterious third party had already disappeared from the building's rooftop. After sensing that strange feeling, it somehow feels familiar to our boy. But because his attention was drawn somewhere else, he doesn't notice the fact that Lloyd was busy puking out 3 other heads from his mouth. Ew, ew, ew. As soon as he turns to see Lloyd, a bright green light appears. Soon enough, a huge green explosion occurs, destroying everything in its path. The bells of a nearby church began to ring as the explosion was heard by everyone in the city. The people were coming out of their homes, shouting that there had been an explosion as a battalion of soldiers made their appearance. They headed towards the scene of the explosion and could see a huge smoke cloud in the distance. As the soldiers were watching the smoke, Dolores made her appearance, questioning them on what was going on and whether there were any casualties. One of the soldiers reports to her that they were still investigating the remnants of the explosion, but the issue is that there was almost no evidence due to the explosion from earlier on. In the aftermath of the explosion, the place where Vikir was is now covered by multiple people along with a huge crater in the middle of it. Dolores was meticulously exploring the area as well, seeing the explosion which can be seen as normal, the traces of the fight which were imparted on the orphanage building. As she looked around, she could only wonder what kind of evil was fought in this very place. As she continues to look around for clues, she notices something on the floor. It was a piece of our boy's mask. Part of it had been broken off. Upon seeing it, Dolores quickly kneels down to cover it with her skirt, hiding it from the nearby soldiers. One of them notices her strange actions and asks if she was feeling all right. Dolores, in her kneeling position, simply replies that she was feeling a bit sick. Continuing to cover Vikir's mask as the soldier reveals that there were no casualties and that she shouldn't push herself, Dolores was in a panic mode. After all, she was flustered and hid part of the mask because she knew that it belonged to the Night Bloodhound. We start off this part back with Professor Snape, who appears with an annoyed look on his face as usual. It turns out that we're back in the classroom, where a giant scorpion-like creature, the size of your mama, oh snap, lies on the table beside him. It turns out that the professor was finding out which student was responsible for writing a specific report that he was sent, and discovers it to be his least favorite student, our boy, Vikir. The report was apparently about the scorpion-like creature that lay dead on the table in the classroom. In the report, it was written that Vikir had written about how Venepians, the name of the creature, has an undiscovered second venomous fangs. This kind of information seemed like a false report to the professor, who regarded it as a joke with fake information, so he was going to deduct 10 points from everyone in the Ice Corps. As part of a punishment to the one who held the theory rank 1, Vikir. Hearing about this, our boy couldn't help but panicked a bit as he realized that he actually made a mistake. It turns out that the information he had written in the report hasn't been discovered in the period he was in right now. Anyways, the professor was quick. He grabs onto a scalpel and proceeds over to the Venopion, eager to cut it open to confirm if there really was a second venomous fang hidden in its abdominal exoskeleton, as written by Vikir in his report. If nothing came out of it, the entire Ice Corps was going to have their points deducted and Vikir would end up humiliated. Taking the sharp scalpel that glimmers in the light, the professor points it exactly in the center of the Venopion body. With just the tip, he makes a small incision, causing blood to flow out of it. The moment the scalpel made the cut, something quick and sharp shot out of the Venopion's body, right towards the professor's head, giving him a headshot. All the students in the classroom were shocked by what happened in that brief moment. None of them could have predicted this happening. For some reason, the sharp needle, covered in a purple-like poison liquid, stopped just barely inches away from the professor's face, who was feeling terrified. He loses his dignity as he falls to the ground, screaming like a little girl over the fact that he almost died. It turns out that Vikir had saved his life by using his book as a shield, blocking the second poisonous fang that he had written about in his report from reaching the professor's face. With a calm look on his face, Vikir questions the professor if he had enough proof right now to validate his report. The professor was busy processing all the information in his head. He couldn't believe that there really was a second venomous fang. He also couldn't believe that a student saw a Venopion and made a big discovery that could solve the cases of the mysterious deaths that had been happening for some time now. In order to regain his dignity, the professor decides to give all the members of the Ice Corps one additional point. He even tells Vikri to come visit him in his research lab after class, in order to provide a more detailed explanation about his report. Hearing that there was no punishment, Vikir agrees to the professor's request. As he headed back to his seat at the back of the classroom, the students around him started to talk about Vikir, calling him amazing for knowing about the second venomous fang. His actions today started to change their minds about how they used to think that sports was the only cool thing in school, but now, thanks to Vikir, being smart was slowly becoming cool. But other students chime in during the discussion, recalling that Vikir was also good at sports. After all, he went against Tudor and Sancho during the match from the other time. Finally reaching his seat, PG tells him that he had done a good job, while the students realized the most important thing about our boy. Which is the fact that behind the nerdy glasses, he was actually hiding his amazing-looking face and glowing hair. Ignoring the noise from his classmates, Vikir began to close his eyes once again, recalling the massive explosion from yesterday night, when he was out hunting the demons at the orphanage. He actually did take on massive damage. The explosion was strong enough to burn off his skin on his body, arms and face, revealing his raw muscles underneath. He even had his hand completely blown off. But luckily, thanks to his skills, he was able to recover from the damages almost instantly. But it still hurts like a ton. Right after the explosion, a Phoebo had hidden his tracks. The only thing Vikir had gotten out of that interaction was the ledger in the headmaster's safe. The ledge had the location of the children who were used as food for the demons. Vikir could see that as the locations had no connections, he can't completely negate the possibility of more than one elite corpse in the capital. But more importantly was the mysterious shadowy figure he saw in passing yesterday, the one acting cool by standing alone on top of a nearby building from where he was. Vikir had seen him smiling from ear to ear, even wearing the same school uniform as he did. Which made our boy realize a very crucial clue, that amongst his fellow classmates in this room, there might be one of the 10 elites in the academy. Comment below if you think that one of the 10 elites is one of the new characters that have been introduced to us in this new season. Moving on from the demons, in the academy, there is a famous newspaper that exists within the capital. This newspaper's influence is immense, and every day the newspaper is released, it sells out rapidly. This is all thanks to the academy's newspaper club called Lucian, and the glorious president in charge of this excellent club is someone we are all familiar with. Hint: she has blonde hair and a wing-like head accessory. Yes, it turns out to be third-year Academy student president of Lucian, Dolores Lune Quo Vadis, who is excitedly welcoming the new members of her club. She knew that if they applied to Lucian, which is rumored to be difficult to enter, means that they were persistent to a certain level. So she excitedly orders for their introductions to begin. The first new member turns out to be first-year Academy student, Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, who tells everyone that he wishes to become an elite in both his class and in the club. The second new member turns out to be first-year academy student, Sancho Barataria, who tells everyone that he hates how people think he was just a big dumb brute, so he entered the club to become an intellectual. The third new member is first-year academy student, Sinclair, who tells everyone that money and information usually come hand in hand when it comes to power, but she ensures them that she entered the club because she thinks that information is more important. The fourth new member is first-year academy student, Bianca Faux Usher. Her introduction was simple, telling everyone that she simply chose the club with the clearest vision, and that she was going to do her best. The fifth member is our boy's boy, first-year academy student, PG, who stutters in his introduction, but nonetheless, he shouts out loud that he enjoys gathering and analyzing information, which made him think that the newspaper club was the best fit for him. The last member to join is our boy, first-year academy student, Vikier, who lacks excitement in his introduction, simply tells everyone that it was a school rule that everyone must join a club, so he simply followed PG. But in truth, he had a secret agenda. Lucian, the famous newspaper club of the academy, was a place where he could easily obtain information. But that there was a catch. The Saintess is here with him, making things slightly uncomfortable. After his introduction, Dolores singles him out of everyone, telling Vikier that he couldn't be a Lucian report with that half-assed attitude he showed, but as she scolds him, the member behind her notices something. She quickly brings out a newspaper article and shoves Dolores out of the way. In an excited tone, she questions Vikier if he was the one in the newspaper, as she actually found him familiar, and couldn't believe that such a famous student would join their club. It turns out that the club had written an article about our boy during the match. The title is, Exclusive. Who is the Ice Core freshman who appeared in the run-flat match? An unknown freshman who attended yesterday evening's physical education class. Looking at the article, Vikier remained silent while Tudor laughed out loud, pointing out that person captured in the photo was our boy. Even Dolores was clueless about when this report had been released. It turns out that the girl beside her was called Anna, a third-year academy student, and also the vice president of Lucian. She proudly tells Dolores that she had gotten information about a handsome freshman, so she finds that if she didn't release such information, then she couldn't call herself a reporter. After hearing that kind of answer, Dolores was defeated and took a step back. Anna took over the introduction, revealing to the first years that the second-year students had already gone out to collect news, so she decided to start their activity with everyone that was present here now. 2 articles were presented, with the day, month cancelled out. It was actually something that happened at the dawn of last night. A suspicious unidentified assailant appeared and burned down a certain orphanage in town, down to the ground. Everyone in the club was now sitting around a table, reading articles presented to them. PG was the first to know what it was, and questions if the article given to them was about yesterday's explosion in the capital. Anna reveals that it was true and that on the day of the incident, she had obtained news when he went outside the academy. She further tells PG that the club had hypothesized that the person behind this incident and that the one behind the recent murder in the capital were the same person. What's shocking about the incident at the orphanage was that the majority of the children's bodies at this organ gauge had been identified. After hearing about it from Anna, PG quickly whispers into Vikir's ear, asking him if he thinks that the mysterious person they were looking for was the one responsible. Our boy didn't reply back, but simply thought that the dead children's bodies were the doing of the demon that he was hunting. After revealing all the information about the incident, Anna decides that it was time for them to determine the headline of the article they'll be sending out. Everyone started to write down their ideas about what would be the best headlines, from the birth of a terrible villain greater than the appearance of a monster causing chaos outside the academy, what are the Imperial Guards doing, an unparalleled villain and a challenge to the Quo Vadis family, the children who died suspiciously. Who is the one behind this? After some time, Bianca was reading through what everyone wrote, and said that none of them were impactful enough. Tudor agrees with her words, wondering if it was because the villain's name was still unknown. Giving examples for cruel criminals who have nicknames like Jack the Ripper and Bluebeard were given to them. Anna calls out Tudor's idea for giving the villain a nickname good, which immediately made him give out his idea of a nickname, which was the Death Side Shadow Master. Which Anna immediately rejects, calling it a shit nickname and sending Tudor down into a sadness spiral. And so, the group started to come out with various nicknames, ranging from the Explosion Demon that brings misfortune, which was too long, so another suggestion was the Orphanage Killer, which sounded impactful, while another suggestion was Mr. Terrorist. As the group started to debate against one another over which nickname was best suited for the villain, Dolores was eerily silent, not speaking a single word during the entire discussion. The first words she spoke during this session were the words, "The Night Bloodhound." It turns out that after reading about the incident in the article, she recalled the mask that she had picked up at the scene, which definitely belongs to the Night Bloodhound, making her wonder why he was there at that time. After seeing him in person, she found him as a type of person that didn't want any type of rank or wealth. He even diligently treated the people of the slums who had the Red Death. She could see that his devotion and love towards the poor people were real. Because of those actions, Dolores had thought that Vikir had stolen the Saintess tear for a great cause, but his appearance at the scene of the incident made her question his true nature, making her believe that he might have really killed the headmaster and the children at the orphanage. But she believes that what she saw at the slums was accurate and that he wasn't evil. If the Night Bloodhound is a criminal, then she was sure that he would have his reasons. Distracted by her thoughts, Anna actually hears the name Dolores had spoken out by mistake, which catches her attention. Looking up to the table, she saw that everyone was staring at her. They all liked the nickname of the Night Bloodhound as it was a barbarian tribe's naming style, which sounded really violent. The rest of the group agrees with the nickname, finding it gloomy and negative, perfect for a criminal. Dolores immediately covers her mouth, embarrassed that she had mistakenly mumbled the Night Bloodhound's name out loud to everyone. Seeing that the nickname was settled, Anna suggested the title of the article to be "Who is the Night Bloodhound?" That's filling the capital with fear. But Dolores was quick to defend the Night Bloodhound, reminding Anna that the Lucian articles must only contain the truth, and that it hasn't been confirmed yet if that person is the criminal. As the president and vice president battled it out, Tudor turns to Vikir, asking about his opinion on something. Tudor wanted to know about Vikir's thoughts on whether the Night Bloodhound was evil or not. Our boy simply replied that he didn't care about that, but in his mind, he couldn't believe that he would hear the Saintess say the name of the Night Bloodhound out loud like that. Not accepting the answer that he didn't care, Tudor goes in for a hug, forcing Vikir to choose if he really had to. Seeing that Tudor wanted a real answer, Vikir thought about it seriously for a moment. So he changed his answer and spoke these words. "What I know for certain is that they're not virtuous, so they're evil." Just as Tudor was about to agree with Vikir's words, Dolores slams her hand heavily onto the table, catching their attention. She was standing upright, shocked by Vikir's words that the Night Bloodhound isn't virtuous. Her eyes were completely focused on our boy, asking him about how he was so sure about that. Seeing her reaction, Vikir was actually stunned and confused by what was going on. Even Tudor's hand was sweating heavily as he let go of Vikir's shoulder, sensing the danger that our boy might be in. We start this chapter once again with Dolores questioning Vikir on why he thinks that the Nightblood isn't a good guy. Her questioning was making everyone on Vikir's side nervous as they started to sweat over her words. Dolores's eyes were set on their target, showing us why it was drawn as a cross eye. She continues to question Vikir's on why he was so sure about his words. Knowing who he was, she continues to ask Vikir to answer her questions, but he remains silent, while Tudor starts to think that he had done something wrong. Seeing and hearing no attempts at a reply, Dolores addresses everyone in the club, claiming that they believed in something without any proof. She reminds them that as reporters, if they say things that aren't proven by facts, then they can destroy an innocent person's life. Tudor cuts in, informing her that the guards of the city had testified that the Night Hound had destroyed the buildings and killed the headmaster of the orphanage. But Dolores refutes their claim, telling Tudor that the Imperial Guard's interview responses are just testimony consisting of deductions and no solid evidence. She even reminds him that the question regarding the children's corpses that were found in the orphanage's basement has yet to be resolved, and that there were too many questionable variables to determine that the Night Hound killed those children. The girls on the other hand were stunned by how determined Dolores was in proving them wrong about the Night Hound, even worried about it. Seeing her so determined to prove the right facts, they couldn't believe that she was staying neutral even though this happened in an orphanage that's managed by her own family. Seeing that no one else was complaining, Dolores turns to Anna, reminding her to edit the article to ensure that it's objective and unbiased. Hearing that order, Anna complains that if they do that, they wouldn't be able to write anything. But Dolores insists on it, saying that it wasn't too late to release a critical report that it was the Night Hound after what they had found about the incident. Her eyes started to look sad as she thought about what if the Night Hound really was evil, and reminded the club that if that was true, then they can criticize him harshly. Hearing those words, Vikir couldn't help but take a peek at her through his thick nerd glasses. As the group starts to take in Dolores's words, another member of the club bursts into the room, shouting for the president's attention. The member reports to her that the club advisory was asking for her, stating that the reason was because he wanted her to re-edit the report and state that the Night Hound was a bad person. Hearing about the request, Dolores started to feel stressed, and replied back to the member that she was going to talk to the club advisor, since he likes making articles into headlines. After settling things in the room, Dolores left with the member to seek out the club advisor and his request. As she left, Tudor was impressed by their president, calling her a girl boss. Hearing that, Vikier couldn't help but reply that Dolores had been that way since a long time ago, which confuses Tudor. In Vikier's mind, Dolores looked the same as when she led the Holy Knights on the front lines of the battlefield during the fall before he had regressed. She wore mighty armor and her holiness radiated in a bright light all over. She could be seen on the battlefield, ushering new commands to the Holy Knights, ordering them to push forward as she blesses them with her holy light. She would often complain about the troops, a sign that people these days have weak faith. She even scolds them when she finds them messing around their breaks, telling them to save lives instead. She reminded them that back in her days, if a demon had appeared, then they would just jump in to help. Recalling his past memories of her, Vikier started to smile to himself. He had thought that she would deem his actions as wicked, but to him right now, it doesn't feel bad because someone's trying to tell the truth about him. In his heart, he quietly thanks the Saintess for her help, as she argues with the club advisor over his request, who turns out to be Professor Snape. Moving on, in the earlier mornings, a siren started to blare loudly. As it continues to ring, PG awakens from his beauty sleep in a groggy state. The moment he raises his body upright, Vikier greets him with a good morning. Vikier was already up and ready, dressed in his school's exercise clothes and stretching, while PG was still rubbing his eyes, greeting good morning back to our boy. In this academy, everyone has to wake up at 6 a.m. When the alarm sounds, the stupidest head to the training area in front of the dorms. The students then participate in the exercises, following the instructor who stands at the front to wake themselves up. They start off their day with a light jog. After their morning exercises, the students will go their separate ways. Some would catch up on their sleep, some would go and take a bath, and some head straight to the cafeteria. PG could start to feel the strain on his body after the morning exercises. He complains to Vikier that his brain would be more active if he had slept through the morning exercises, but our boy refutes that claim, reminding PG that moving his body helps to activate his brain. But that wasn't what PG wanted to hear. He didn't want to be proven incorrect. Tudor cuts into their conversation, telling Vikier that he wasn't going to be popular with the girls if he didn't act so empathetic, and suggests that he practices it by being empathetic to PG. But hearing that suggestion, PG humbly declines the idea. Tudor then comes up with a new suggestion, asking if everyone is free this weekend, as they should have fun by going into the city. PG likes the idea behind it as there was actually a book he needed to buy. Even Sancho chimed into the conversation, saying there was a restaurant that he wanted to try in the city too. Hearing that it was okay with the rest, Tudor turns to ask Vikier. Pausing for a moment, our boy declined the invitation, saying that he needed to volunteer on the weekends. The group was stunned to hear that Vikier needed to do volunteering. PG reveals that our boy had received too many deductions. Hearing about that, Tudor realized that it was probably from Professor Snape, who would pick on Vikier all the time, even if he didn't do anything wrong. Hearing them talk about him, Vikier couldn't help but remain silent. So he moves on from the group, telling them to go to the city without him this time. But the moment he left them, the group started to chase after our boy, changing their plans because all of a sudden, they found volunteering fun. PG calls out to Vikier, telling him that his friends, they couldn't let him do it all alone. Sancho even reminds them that the more, the merrier. But as they followed behind Vikier closely, Tudor started to realize something unusual, drawing Sancho's attention as well as asking what it was. Tudor tells him that when Vikier is around, he naturally gravitates towards him. It was as though Vikier had the aura of an older brother. Hearing that, Sancho adds in, saying that even though Vikier was a quiet boy, he has that Sigma Riz about him that simply exudes charisma. Back when he was a mercenary, Sancho felt that such people were natural leaders. Even PG understood what the boys were saying about our boy. He couldn't help but smile to himself. After all, he found Vikier amazing. Amazing people like Tudor, from the physically great Don Quixote family, and Sancho, the transfer student from the Northern Mercenary Guild, approached him first. Vikier was also kind. He had helped PG at the entrance party when he was having a difficult time, and he was perfect in his studies and training. PG felt that as long as he was with Vikier, then he had a feeling that everything he does in life would be possible. But as they walked along the corridors, Vikier's bloodhound bloodthirst leaked out. He looked to the side, eyes red and unleashing his murderous aura. Since he was standing right beside him, PG immediately started to feel afraid when he saw Vikier this way. Ignoring everyone else's presence, Vikier could sense the disgusting aura that the demons gave off, covering the entire walkway they were in. The stench of this horrible aura was coming from a group of a guy and two girls walking away from them. Vikir continues to monitor that group as they slowly walk away from him. Knowing that PG was basically a human dictionary, Vikir asks him if he knew about other students well, and if specially, he knew about the guy that walked past them just moments ago. Jolted by the sudden request, PG asks if Vikir was talking about the guy between the two female students a moment ago, as he knew that guy well. Apparently, he was the most handsome guy in this school, a sophomore called Bane Kodzak. Vikir started to grit his teeth hard. After all, he didn't think that they would be this active within society. A member of the 10 elite corpses was right in front of him. As the suspect started to move further away, Vikir started to think about his choices right now, whether he should start the fight, but thinking about it, he decided not to, as there would be a lot of casualties. Especially his group, where he couldn't allow the future heroes to get hurt. Sensing that something was off about our boy, the three guys were worried about him, asking Vikir about what was wrong. Our boy simply tells them that he wasn't feeling well, and that he was going to rest. Before engaging in a fight against one of the 10 elite corpses, Vikir decides to gather information first. He moves away from the group, using the skill in his second slot called Silent Heal Mushusu. Like Superman removing his glasses to change clothes, our boy did the same, while thinking that he should follow Bane closely behind. But because he was distracted by his thoughts, he doesn't see Dolores coming down the stairs beside him, resulting in a clash between the future titans. A loud scream from Dolores catches the attention of the boys as they gasp in shock over what happened. They could all see that Dolores had fallen to the ground, hurt by something, as she waves her hand in pain, while Vikir stood there, stunned by what had just happened. Tudor and the boys rushed over, asking Dolores if she was okay. Tudor immediately tells Vikir to apologize to the president, which he did immediately while bowing his head down to her. But Dolores was completely fine with it and didn't need an apology, as she also found herself being careless. As she was being helped by Sancho, she couldn't believe how muscular Vikir was. After bumping into him, it felt like she had hit a wall. Looking at our boy as he wears back his glasses, she notices that she couldn't sense his presence at all either, making her wonder who Vikir truly is. Seeing that there were too many people gathered here today, Vikir decides to postpone his plans of following and tailing Bane. Knowing that he was probably the one of the 10 elite corpses. Deep down the academy staircases, Bane could be seen leading the two girls into the darkness. Even the girls started to feel that something was off about this place, so they questioned him on why he had brought them to such a dark place. Instead of answering their worries, Bane simply tells them that he had some sad news, which captures their attention completely as they were worried about him. He starts to tell the girls a story about how recently, a certain guy had showed up in the school, and since then, he had been messing with him, and because of him, he hasn't been able to eat properly. The girl on his left was quick to defend Bane after hearing the story, telling him that if he was being bullied, then she wouldn't forgive the guy in his story. He continues on with his story. Knowing about that guy, Bane decided to go see who he was one day, but he was wearing his school uniform by mistake, so he ran away instead. So the guy might have seen that he was one of the academy students. The girl on his right side was even more determined, telling Bane that if the guy comes to the school, then they'll stop him, as the two girls were always on his side. Hearing about how good these girls were to him, Bane thanks them, telling the girls that their hearts were as beautiful as their faces, and that they would always be together. From now on, that is. The moment he said those words, Bane immediately grabbed onto the faces of the two girls with his bare hands at the same time. He started to recall the pandemic mask-wearing bastard. Bane knew that he had the skill of a high-ranked graduator, so he was sure that our boy didn't die from the explosion like that. He could also see the way Vikir was attacking the places that were connected to the location he had eaten people from before. Which made him realize that Vikir was a human that was able to sense the presence of a demon. As he said this, the two girls' faces started to morph and change all over. They started to beg Bane, but he ignored them completely. It turns out that Bane is really the demon that Vikir had been hunting for. His demonic side started to appear as he absorbed the girls' faces into his hands. Taking in all the facts, Bane realized that Vikir might be the one who has something to do with Andromalius's death. As he said this, the girl's eye and mouth appeared on the side of his face, begging for someone to save her. It is revealed that Bane's true name is Dantalion, the 9th corpse of the demon's 10 elite corpses. He returned to see Vikir staring at something deeply, his attention completely drawn to it as someone speaks in the background. It turns out that our boy was back in the newspaper club room. It turns out that Anna was speaking to the first years. She was complaining about the numerous incidents that kept happening in the town recently. She continues to speak to the first years, revealing to them that she and Dolores had summarized the cases that had happened within the academy itself. Since they didn't have a lot of members available right now in Lucian, They wanted the first years like them to step up and fulfill this role instead. As she said this, Bianca and Tudor were distracted by the numerous cases written on the pieces of paper on the table in front of them, their eyes drawn towards them with a worried expression on their faces. Even Dolores was slightly worried as she read the report in her hand. Anna continues to give out orders to the young bloods, telling them to choose a case from one of the papers on the table. Their goal this time was to collect information and to write an article. Once done, they were to bring it back to the club. As each member of the first years started to look through the papers regarding the incidents in the academy, PG was nervous, thinking that this was going to be his first article since entering Lucian, while Bianca, after reading quite a few of the cases, couldn't believe that there were this many, making her question what was going in the capital lately. One of the papers had the title, "The Terrorists' Forewarning." A terrorist had warned that they would poison the river of Venesior, the capital city of Rock. Another report was titled, "Missing Handsome Theater Actor." The theater actor called Mr. B disappeared on his way home after his play. It is highly likely that a stalker fan is behind this incident. Another report was titled, "A Mysterious Murder Case. The head of a family has disappeared." Another report was titled, "Murder Case. The Murder That Shall Not Be Named. A certain person will be executed after hurting multiple people in the streets. They have said they were not behind it and are still pleading that their face had changed." Finally, the last report was titled, "A Rapid Increase in Missing People. A Sudden Increase in Missing People in Venesior. No suspects have been found. Is the Night Bloodhound behind this?" After reading all the reports, Vikier went to select one for himself. The incident report he picked was a missing persons case inside the academy. According to the report, 3 academy students have gone missing. Those 3 have always been seen together, so there are a lot of witnesses. Did they run away because of love? After reading the report, Vikir's immense bloodhound aura started to rupture, his eyes glowed with hate. Looking at one of the missing students in the report, he recognizes him as the guy he was chasing after yesterday, one of the elite corps's potential suspects. We now change scenes to the middle of the night, in one of those random buildings. We see a husband and wife sleeping together in the same bed. But for some reason, the husband was wide awake at this late time. He slowly rose up from his bed, not disturbing his wife who was soundly asleep. He then sat in a chair beside a window. It's revealed that his eyes were not normal, it was green, like those of the elite 10 corpses. Looking across the room, he asked someone a question. It turns out that he wasn't alone in the room at all, he had 4 members in front of him. He questions the group on whether they had found out something about the pandemic mask wearer who's interfering with their plans so far. It turns out that one of the members was Ephibo, who Vikier had fought in the previous nights. He silently mutters his report back to the husband. The second subordinate of the 9th Corps was called Geronto, who has red hair. Another subordinate was called Heva, who silently muttered and gave his report, while holding a massive pair of scissor-like weapons. The last of the group was a subordinate called Fido, who remained silent. It turns out that the husband is actually the real 9th Corps of the demon's 10 elite corpses, called Dantalion. He takes notes of their reports, realizing that they hadn't seen the mask-wearing vigilante since that day either, which made it seem like he was being very careful now. Transforming his hand into pieces where eyes and noses could be seen, Dantalion tells his followers that it couldn't be helped and to widen the scope of work from now on. Within a mere second, something shoots out from his demonic hand, hitting all 4 of the subordinates' faces at the same time. It turns out that Dantalion was going to share his faces with them, causing their current faces to morph and change to what he wanted them to wear this time. As the 4 subordinates wore new faces, Dantalion issued a new order, telling them to go into the areas with more light and find the person who was wearing the pandemic mask. But as he gave the order, the door to the room slowly opened. In a twist of fate, his wife had actually woken up from her sleep, and found him in this room. She looked confused, questioning Dantalion on what he was doing so early in the morning, and wondered who the other 4 people were in this room. The demon simply looked at her, not uttering a single word at first. As he closed his eyes, he talked about how he wanted to admire her face being alive for a little while longer, but seeing her and finding this out, left him with no choice. He orders Fido, who appeared right behind the wife in an instant, with a blade across her neck, to make sure her face remains untouched. The clueless wife could do nothing against them as she felt the cold stainless steel blade against her neck. After a single moment, the sound of flesh being cut could be heard as blood covered the floor. As she laid on the floor, bleeding from her wound, the wife couldn't make a single sound and could only cry as tears fell from her face. Dantalion didn't feel anything about this and continued to talk to his team about how the plan to open the gate has gradually been delayed due to Andromalus's death and the person who was wearing the pandemic mask. As he sat in his chair, Dantalion started to morph and change his own face, calling their current situation annoying. After his face changed, he ordered Ephibo to follow him, as they needed to see someone special. His face is finally revealed, as he scratches his chin, thinking that he should go and relieve his pent-up stress. The scene changes once again, this time, to a place with a slight holy feeling to it. Dantalion appears once again, this time, with a smile on his demonic face while wearing a cross on his neck and a priest outfit. Someone stood in front of him, asking him about why he was smiling. Dantalion replies that he simply couldn't help himself. After all, he had the beautiful saintess standing in front of him. It turns out to be Dolores, who wasn't amused by his remarks, as she tells him that she didn't come to see him to joke around, calling him as Sir Quilty. Brushing her remarks aside, Dantalion tells her that he was worried because her visits have become scarce lately. Dolores tells him that recently, there have been a lot of murders and missing people, which was why she has been busy, since she was covering them. Hearing this, the holy man could see that her club activities have gotten busy, as the world was becoming a more and more brutal place to be in. As he smiles at her, Dantalion knew that the one responsible for all these horrible things was him. Looking at him, Dolores couldn't help but feel nervous about something. She knew the man before him as Quilty Lune Indulgentia, the head of the Indulgentia family, the collateral bloodline to the Quo Vadis family. They were currently volunteering in managing Quo Vadis's resources at the orphanage, monastery, and hospital, but they were also supporting the exemption system, that erases the wins of the sinful rich. So she knew that this two-faced person in front of her was definitely hiding something. As he leans closer to her face, Dantalion questions Dolores about why she needed to speak with him. She reveals to him that she came here to request for the exemption system to be abolished. She found it wrong to exempt a person from all their sins just because they were wealthy. He refutes her statement, saying that there was nothing wrong with the system as the exemption policy has been in the church up until now. He also found that donating a large sum of money was already a large form of punishment. But Dolores wasn't budging from her stance. She counters his argument by stating that sins are something you must expose yourself for in front of God, and forgiveness was only given once you have received the appropriate punishment. With the holy light radiating brightly behind her, she ends her argument, saying that the people affected by the exemption system cannot be saved. Her final words left Dantalion speechless as his mouth was left open. But he quickly closes it, turning away from Dolores, and reminding her that he was simply following the church's doctrine, and that her best course of action was to speak directly to her father, the leader and cardinal of the church. As he continues to face away from her, Dantalion tells her to return, since he heard that the academy students were coming here to volunteer today. So there was no need for them to have a fight within the Quo Vadis family in front of her juniors. Dolores accepts his proposal, but tells him that she would come back later so they could discuss this matter even more. As she left the church, Dantalion's transformation was leaking out. His face was riddled with multiple eyes as he looked back at her, grinning widely. His demonic side was going haywire as his thoughts were filled with how beautiful Dolores looked. He had almost given in to his impulses and collected her face, but he needed to hold himself back, clenching his teeth so hard that they bled. He saw Dolores, the saintess, as the finest product that he had discovered in this world. Dantalion wanted to collect her face when her face was in despair, after the chaos descended into this world. He continues to tremble with his impulses, holding himself back, as he wanted to open the gate as soon as possible. He begs his fellow brethren to hurry and descend the chaos into this world, so he can claim what he wants. The scheme changes to Vikir standing alone in front of a gate belonging to a huge building. He looks around wondering if this was it. Based on the report given to him by Cindy, this was the orphanage that she had found after analyzing Andromalus's ledgers. Which meant it was highly likely that this place was connected to the 10 elite corpses. Looking at the flag being raised, Vikir could see that this place was probably the property of the Quo Vadis family. If a demon is planted within the Iron Blood family, and the Holy Divine family, then it is also highly likely there were demons hiding amongst the other families. After the explosion, the Night Bloodhound had garnered attention, so Vikir wanted to use volunteering as an excuse to slowly investigate the students. Speaking of the students, some of those students appeared by his side. It turns out to be PG, Tudor and Sancho. Looking at the building in front of them, he wondered if this was the orphanage they were going to volunteer at. Tudor wraps his arm around Vikir, telling him how lucky he was to have friends that were willing to volunteer with him, but our boy didn't want this, telling them that he didn't ask for them to follow him. Letting out a deep sigh as a nervous sweat drop drips down his face. With the presence of these three dudes, our boy could feel that things were going to get annoying. We start off this chapter when the Academy's 10-day-long holiday has started. The Golden Holiday was created due to the school anniversary Easter of the Loon Church and the weekend. The students either visit the imperial capital together or visit their families and have a great time. However, not all students enjoy this holiday. We returned to the boys when they entered the place to volunteer at. Tudor's voice could be heard loudly as he told Vikier that he was lucky his friends came with him and refused to take a break like the other students. It turns out that the boys needed to fill up their volunteering hours too. Sancho thought that it wasn't a bad idea to get it over with right now, while PG honestly just likes to volunteer. But their involvement in volunteering this time with Vikier was a burden to him right now. Looking around the place, Tudor guesses that the place they were at was the Indulgentia orphanage. He was impressed by it, as it was on a different scale since it's the largest orphanage in the imperial capital. PG adds on, telling the group that the headmaster here is the founder of the foundation for the orphans and is also an external lecturer at the academy. Sancho was surprised to learn that and wondered who it was. PG then pointed to a painting nearby them. The headmaster was called Quilty Loon Indulgentia. PG continues to tell us more about him, that he was the head of the Indulgentia family, a family from the maternal side of the Quo Vadis family. He was a popular man, and it seems like he's quite influential within the Loon Church. Speaking about the Loon Church, it was also a well-known fact that there is conflict between him and the Saintess Dolores due to their differences in religious views. As they listened closely to the story, Tudor complained and was bothered by it. After all, he didn't want to get caught up in a fight between the families. Vikier was chilling at the back as usual, thinking about what PG said, and about the popular headmaster of the orphanage. He decided that he was going to find out what this man was like once he got to know him. After wandering around, the group found themselves with the church people. A nun stood in front of the student volunteers, as the orphanage children hid behind her. As she stood there, she told the students that she would like it if the volunteers could be teachers to the children for the next 10 days, the same duration as the Golden Holiday. With a bright smile on her face, she tells the students that if they looked after the children well, then they would never forget their kindness in this lifetime. But as she tells them to treat the children with the heart of a parent, the boys are distracted by something as they all nervously stare in the same direction. Tudor points out the issue, asking why Bianca and Sinclair were here with them as they appeared by their side. Bianca immediately took offense to Tudor's question, responding with a disgusted grunting noise. Bianca justifies their presence in the orphanage, telling Tudor that they were here to volunteer, and that she should be the one asking them what they were doing here. But our boy simply replies to her that a hero doesn't need a reason to do good deeds. His reply irks Bianca as she couldn't stand the hero thing, which was expected of a Don Quixote. While Tudor and Bianca were fighting with their words, another person was sure that their meeting here by coincidence must be fate. PG and Vikier stare at a familiar gray-haired girl in front of them. Sinclair appears, with a joyous smile on her face and a bright aura radiating from her body. She looks at Vikier, all happy to see him here. She nervously approaches him, offering her hand as a greeting. She stutters in her words, saying that it was a shame that they haven't been able to talk much but hope that they will get along in the next 10 days. Vikier hesitates at first, but shakes her hand, hoping for the same thing. The moment they held hands, Sinclair rejoiced, vowing never to wash her hand over again. As she basks in her new treasure, PG whispers to Vikier, telling him that he had a piece of information for him. He reveals that he had seen Sinclair seek out the person in charge of assigning volunteers and make a request. She even inquired where Vikier was going to volunteer and asked to be assigned in the same place as him. Which could only mean one thing. Vikier thought about what PG had told him, making him think that Sinclair had approached him under the pretense of it being a coincidence, so right now he needed to be wary of her. After dealing with Sinclair, Vikier turns his head to look around. His eyes were scanning the area, which made him notice that the headmaster of the orphanage wasn't here in attendance, which made it suspicious. But as he was wondering where the headmaster was, the nun announced that it was time for the children to choose their teacher. Upon hearing those words, the children became super active and rushed forward with great energy. Tudor immediately held 2 kids in his arms, overjoyed by how outgoing the kids were. Sancho was already giving some of the kids piggyback rides, while Bianca couldn't believe how cute the kids were. Even Sinclair was surrounded by children as she read them a funny story from a book. Our boy, Vikier, on the other hand, was giving off that Ohio skibbity riz, as he questioned 3 kids on what their names were. Hearing that from him and seeing him, the kids could only have tears in their eyes and fear in their throats. Soon enough, they immediately turn right and run towards PG instead. As he comforts the children, PG tells Vikier to smile a little as a piece of advice. Thinking about it, Vikier was stunned by his interaction with the kids. After all, He didn't know because Pomerian, our sweet little angel, listened to him pretty well, but now, talking to children was pretty difficult. But as he thought about how to interact with the kids, a little kid with blonde hair catches Vikir's attention as he spots her. But then he notices that she had actually run out of the venue. It turns out that the little kid was chilling by herself at a nearby pillar. She wore a sad and depressed expression on her face, as though she was bothered by something. Vikir suddenly appears by her side. His sudden appearance shocks the little girl. He tells her that he too gets stuffy after being in a place filled with lots of people. He continues to tell her that if he isn't careful, then people might think negatively of him, so he questions the little girl on why she left the place by herself. Instead of answering our boy, the little girl simply turns her head away, making Vikir realize that his plan on talking to her had failed. As he thought about it, he remembered Ayan, who told him that if he asks questions like he usually does, then the child won't reply, so instead, he should ask while smiling. Looking closely at her name tag this time, Vikir kneels down in front of the child, calling her by her name, and with a gentle smile on his face this time, he asks her if Peri is her name. Seeing this side of Vikir, the little girl's eyes opened wide as she blushed hard. But once again, instead of replying to him, she ran away from him this time. Seeing her reaction, Vikir could only wonder if he looked bad while smiling, but another person appears beside him, telling him that the little girl didn't run away because she hates him. It turns out to be the Saintess Dolores, who had seen everything. She tells Vikir that she didn't know that he had such a kind side to him, even though he was pretty gruff this entire time. Dolores reveals to him that Peri's heart had been hurt before, so she closed it this time. As a result, she had developed aphasia, a disorder that affects the way you speak, and hence, she lost her voice. Vikir could only ask what had happened to her, but Dolores didn't know the exact details. All she knew was that Peri was born in the orphanage, and in the past 13 years, she has met countless volunteers who have passed through the orphanage. At first, everyone approached Peri in a friendly manner, but after one day, they stopped coming due to their busy schedules. So Dolores figured that Peri had gotten tired from getting attached to someone in a short amount of time and then grieving their disappearance for a long period of time. But as he thought about Peri's story, the appearance of a third party coming out of the shadow made our boy panic for the first time, as he felt something shiver down his spine. Sweat started to drip down his face as he stared at what it was, while Dolores was going to ask Vikir to take care of Peri based on the way she reacted with him. But he instantly covers her mouth in a single move. The next thing we know, the two of them had disappeared from the hallway as two other men appeared. The guy in green was complaining to Quilty that it has been ages since they last saw each other. Quilty gives the excuse that there has been a sudden increase in people who have requested face-to-face talks with him, in order to confess their recent sins. The big bad boss had appeared, with a Fedo by his side. The man in green continued to talk, telling Quilty that he wanted to buy the exemption. Hearing that request, he replies back with, "How long do you need it for, brother?" The man replies that he wanted to buy 1 billion gold's worth, as he had resented killing a barbarian slave that he had bought not long ago, who ran away. After capturing the barbarian slave, he had accidentally killed it while disciplining it. Quilty was curious that a man like him was buying 1 billion gold's worth of exemption just for killing one slave. But the man further reveals that after killing the slave, on his way back to him, he had gotten so angry to the point that he had burned a whole village of slash and burn farmers. It turns out that Vikir and Dolores were hiding from them. As he covers her mouth, our boy gently tells her to be quiet while Dolores wonders why he was doing this all of a sudden. Activating his bloodhound sense, Vikir stares and could recognize the scent that he was smiling in the moment. Looking at Quilty and the man beside him, Vikir recognizes the smell as the same one he had smelt back at the academy. The two men remained unaware of Vikir's presence, talking about how 500 million was enough to justify his actions, while the man in the green assures Quilty that the other half was a top that he wanted to give to the god that was pardoning him for his sins. Looking closely at Quilty this time, Vikir could definitely smell and see the scent of an elite corpse coming from him. As Quilty tells the man that as long as he gives generous offerings, then God will forgive him for his wrongdoings, Dolores was feeling uncomfortable with Vikir's sudden action. As she struggles to free herself from Vikir's grip, he struggles to keep her quiet. In his mind, he begs her to stop moving because they were too close to them. But Dolores wasn't going to stand still. She started to shift her weight around, pushing away from Vikir and telling him to let go. As both of them struggled to go against one another, their little fight caught the attention of a Fedo, who appeared beside them with a serious look on his face. We begin this chapter at the moment when Vikir and Dolores had been caught red-handed by a Phoebo, who appears and spots them spying and listening onto Quilty. Seeing that they were caught, Vikir starts to think about how to get out of this situation, but then he notices something. Looking at the man staring at them with such a look on his face, the smell that was coming from him was something that our boy recognized instantly. The presence of Afibo with Vikir and Dolores made it aware to Quilty that they were hiding behind the pillar. So he happily went and greeted them with a smile on his face. Surprised to see the Saintess here, plus the fact that she might have a bad habit of hiding and eavesdropping. He even teases the Saintess, telling her if she wasn't hiding and spying on him, then she might be enjoying some alone time with her fellow peer, by having something like a love affair with him. But she was more shocked by the fact that she was caught by him. She knew that things were going bad since they were caught eavesdropping on him. But as she ponders the consequences of their actions, Quilty moves on to Vicky. Judging from his school uniform, he could see that our boy was one of the volunteers at their orphanage. His demonic green glow started to appear in his eyes as he looked closer at Vikir. At first, because of his glasses, Quilty couldn't see it because his glasses were covering it, but now that he looks at him even closer, he could see that Vikir has a really handsome face. In his mind, the elite demon wanted to capture Vikir's face in order to add it to his collection as part of his high-grade category. This is the face that he really wants. But as he thought about how badly he wanted Vikir's handsome face to be a part of his collection, Quilty was interrupted by his so-called brother, who was coughing repeatedly to catch his attention as he was waiting for too long. Seeing that he had something to handle first, Quilty leaves, bidding the Saintess and Vikir farewell as their group heads out. As they left, Vikir remained silent, but his eyes were focused on Afibo. While the Saintess was angry over her current situation, even though she had seen them buying exemptions so openly, she even had to listen to them insult the god she loves, while she could do nothing at all to stop them. In a mixture of her feelings, she immediately shouts at Vikir, questioning him on why he had forced them to hide behind the pillar, making it look like they were listening to Quilty and his brother. But as she looked at him to get an answer, the Saintess was alarmed to see Vikir in his current state. In a calm demeanor, Vikir simply apologizes to her for his sudden actions, which surprised her. He even assures the Saintess that he was going to be more careful from now on. He then turns to leave first, telling her that he had spent too much time here and needed to go back to volunteering. But to the Saintess, she was left stunned as she watched him leave, because for the first time, she had seen Vikir reveal his angry side to her. According to the research and spying that Vikir had done on Quilty Loon Indulgentia, he has confirmed that the man stays at the orphanage every day for 2 hours. His work usually consists of selling exemptions to nobles and merchants. Sometimes, he sends reports on investments and ledgers on sold exemptions to the Quo Vadis family by letter. After confirming the letters, it will be received by the head of the Quo Vadis family, Cardinal Humbert, whose full name is Humbert Loon Quo Vadis, Dolores the Saintess's father. In addition to that, Quilty is always with an escort guard during foreign affairs. Vikir had confirmed that the escort guards consist of 3 men and 1 woman who are constantly rotating themselves on duty. Seeing the 4 guards and after doing the research, Vikir was sure that one of the guards was the masked man he had met during the explosion at the orphanage. He has confirmed this theory that they were the same person as Afibo based on the smell that they were giving off. Based on all the facts so far, Vikir would assume that the other 3 guards were the same as Afibo and are at least as powerful as high-ranking graduators. This information was critical, as to Vikir right now, it was dangerous for him to go against an elite corps and 4 high-ranking graduators at the same time. As a result, in order to get rid of Quilty, Vikir needed to take care of the 4 guards before then. This marks the end of Vikir's investigation and future plans. We now turn back to our trio, who were confused by what they were seeing as they quietly whispered Vikir's name, in a concerned manner. They stood afar, watching our boy who was quietly cleaning a huge pile of laundry all by himself and by hand only. No washing machine here. They questioned him on whether he had been working too hard lately. Seeing how hard Vikir has been working all along, Sancho felt embarrassed of himself because he was going to take it easy and just use up his volunteering hours to get some points. Tudor, on the other hand, couldn't believe how hard Vikir was working for the children. Seeing him this way sparks a fire within the blonde-haired kid, as he vows to work even harder to become a true hero like Vikir. All 3 of the boys punched their fists high into the air, shouting out, "Everyone follow Vikir." In unison, looking at them, Vikir wipes the sweat dripping down his face, thinking to himself that he had been caught up by his own thoughts. Since it was difficult for him to move around during the day anyway, he needed to wait until it was night time to execute his plan. So since he had a lot of time to spare, he decided to give it his best during the day, doing all the tasks the orphanage needed to be done. Fast forward a few hours, the kids of the orphanage were now playing with the same ball that Vikir and the other students had played in class before, the game called Run Flat. While the other kids were excitedly playing in their teams, a single girl was sitting by herself, observing them from afar. It turns out to be Perry, who was alone right now while the kids were having fun. But then, her eyes started to shift to the side, looking at something as the sound of a ball hitting the ground was heard right beside her. There was another person sitting where she was. This time, a black ball was seen bouncing up and down repeatedly where the stranger sat. That stranger turns out to be Vikier, who was smiling to himself as he played with the black ball, catching Perry's complete attention. He knew that this trick would work. After all, even the Balak children liked playing with the ball in his hand. It turns out that the black ball was the madam's egg, which was showing no signs of hatching. Even the grip on it doesn't feel too bad. Vikier had kept it on himself just in case of certain situations but didn't expect to use it like this. He then continues on to bounce the madam's egg in front of Perry, who was completely entranced by it at this point. Soon enough, she found herself playing with the madam's egg. A bright smile was seen on her face as she did. She happily plays with the madam's egg while Vikier watches her closely. Happy over the fact that Perry had fallen for his trap. But as he watched Perry, Sinclair was watching him too from behind. She calls out to him, talking about how kind he was. Sinclair has made her appearance to him once again, mentioning to Vikier that at first, she saw him as a no-nonsense kind of guy. As she slowly approaches him, Vikier questions the lady on whether she needed something from him. She happily leans in closer to Vikier, telling him that she wanted to be closer with him, and although she was a year younger than him, she wanted to know if it's alright for her to speak to him more casually. Despite giving her the bombastic side eye, our boy eventually caves in to her request, telling her to do what she wanted, bringing a joyous smile across Sinclair's face as she got what she wanted from him. Seeing that being causal was now allowed, Sinclair prompts to call Vikier brother, but then he tells her that he finds it a bit uncomfortable to be called that. Instead of being sad over the rejection, Sinclair simply giggles, telling Vikier that she was going to think of another way to call him until the next time they meet. Which our boy simply agrees to. As the two students were busy talking to one another, Perry was still playing with the madam's egg, which moved by itself all of a sudden, causing Perry to lose control over it as it bounces away from her. In a turn of bad events, the madam's egg somehow manages to bounce its way to freedom, but escapes through a hole in the fence before bouncing into the dark and murky waters. Vikier and Sinclair were able to spot what had just happened. They made their way towards Perry, who could only stare at where the madam's egg had gone. Her mouth was left wide open over the shock of losing it. Sinclair looks at where the ball had fallen in, and tells Perry that they couldn't get it since it fell into the estuary. With tears in her eyes, she looks over to Vikier in a panic. Seeing her reaction, our boy assures her that it was fine and not to worry about the ball. But seeing the sad state that Perry was in left our boy conflicted, as the little girl tried her best to keep her tears in. Seeing what she was going through, Vikier started to unbuckle his uniform. After all, he has no choice now after seeing Perry that way. We now turn to Dolores, who was sighing deeply as she still felt bothered by what had happened before. In her mind, she was thinking about Vikier. At first, she didn't have a good first impression of him because he was judging the night bloodhound as someone with prejudice. Moreover, she knew how bad his behavior was because he had received enough minus points to the point where he needed to do volunteer work. But then meeting with others started to change her perspective of him. The first was Tudor, who happily tells her that since the kitchen needed more help, Vikier was the first one to volunteer to help. Sancho appears in a cook uniform, telling Dolores that until just now, Vikier had been distributing food. Since the hot water wasn't coming out, he also went out to check on the pipes. He even wasn't able to eat because he was giving out food. The next one was PG, who tells Dolores that he believes Vikier went on to help with the laundry, adding on, that not too long ago, Vikier was able to fix the pipes, so they were able to boil the laundry now. Even Bianca appears, telling Dolores that Vikier was with her, hanging clothes till now. But then the children asked him to play, so he went to prepare the gym for the kids. After meeting everyone, Dolores was confused since everyone thinks of Vikier as a good person. She had thought of her judgment of our boy as being inaccurate, but after hearing about him from everyone else, she realized that she was just flat out wrong about him. It turns out that she was the one that had her own prejudices about him. A lot of people were aware of the fact that Quilty and her were on bad terms. She starts to think that Vikier was just being considerate by hiding her with him because he noticed that Quilty was approaching them. So now, her goal was to look for Vikier and apologize to him over her misguided view of him. Soon enough, she spots him standing alongside Sinclair and Perry, as they look for the ball in the murky waters across the fence. But then something happens which leaves Dolores confused while leaving Sinclair with a heavily blushed face as she tries to cover her eyes. With his uniform and shoes neatly placed onto the ground beside one another, Vikir easily leaps over the fence in a single jump and lands deep into the murky black waters of the estuary, leaving all three ladies with a stunned look on their faces. Soon enough, the ball was in his hand. Vikir, covered in the dirty black water, had finally found the ball that tried to escape from Perry's hand. For some reason, the sun was shining perfectly in that moment, covering our boy in its holy light, activating that main character's aura and riz. He turns to the ladies, with the ball in hand, and tells Perry that now, she didn't need to feel sorry for losing the ball. His kind gesture of finding the ball back manages to capture the ladies' attention as they stare in disbelief, while blushing hard. But to the little angel known as Perry, she was captivated by Vikir's actions, her eyes totally focused on him as the sound of her heartbeat started to beat once more. Ending this chapter with a ba-dump. In this chapter with our boys playing with the kids in the open field, passing around a ball as though they were playing football. After spending so much time having fun with the kids, the boys were all sweaty and tired. Tudor wipes the sweat off his forehead, smiling as he couldn't believe that this was the last day of their volunteering. Sancho agrees, saying that time sure flies when you're having fun. Seeing that this was the last day they had with the kids, the three of them decided to go all out, meaning that they were going to play until they didn't have any energy left. As the three of them pumped themselves up, Vikir was seen sitting at the same tree, alongside Perry who was beside him. As she sat beside Vikir, her face was flushed. She even takes a peek at him, holding onto what looks like flowers in her hand. She continues to gaze at Vikir, who was mindlessly staring at nothing. Picking up the courage, she goes over to his side and lightly tosses a crown made up of flowers onto Vikir's head, which surprises him. He takes a peek at it, wondering if it was really a flower crown that she had given him, but Perry starts to shake her arms in the air the moment he says it. This time, she took one of his hands and pulled it closer to her. Instead of speaking, Perry started to write onto Vikir's hand, telling him that what she had given him was a sign of gratitude. She continues on, writing on his palm in order to speak to him. Perry thanks Vikir for always being with her during his time as a volunteer, and for finding the ball she had mistakenly dropped into the estuary from the time before. Feeling the message behind the words she wrote on his palm, Vikir tells her that his actions were nothing, and that he simply liked sitting here with her. Before she continued to write, Perry paused for a moment. Thinking about her next message, she continues to write, this time lightly. With a curious and shy look on her face this time, she looks up to Vikir, writing on his palm, the words, "Can we meet again?" Upon feeling the message on his palm, Vikir started to recall the memory with Dolores, who tells him about Perry's history, where everyone who had gotten close to her would one day stop visiting her due to their busy schedules. This resulted in Perry being tired from getting attached to people in such a short time, making her silent the way she was now. Looking at her, Vikir knew that while he was out hunting the demons, he would need to prepare himself for death all the time, so he couldn't promise her that he would come back, as death was always near him. But even though he knew that, seeing this precious child, our boy told her that they would meet again. Hearing those words, Perry's eyes started to light up with joy once again. Vikir, sincerely, promises her that he would come here if there's a tomorrow for him. Perry started to smile the widest she had ever done upon hearing those words from him. And so, she writes on his palm for the final time, that she would wait for her older brother. Feeling the message for the last time, Vikir corrects Perry, telling her to call him uncle instead of older brother. The scene then changes to the Indulgentia Orphanage Great Hall. Quilty was speaking to everyone, who turned out to be crying, telling them that the children who have been separated from their parents and are now living here, the time they had spent with them was nothing short of priceless. Through this experience, they were able to feel what it was like having a parent, and were able to fill the void in their hearts. He continues to give his speech, telling the volunteers that if the children grow up to be great people, then it would all be thanks to them. Ending off the speech, he tells them about the love that they were able to receive from the children these past 10 days, and hopes that they would share them with children. As he ended the speech, another member of the orphanage brought out a huge donation box on wheels. PG started to wail loudly as Vikir could see that Quilty had actually shown up on the last day of their volunteering. As he listened to his speech, our boy couldn't believe that he was talking about kindness with that demonic mouth of his. Quilty was skillfully triggering the feelings of respect and debt that they feel towards their parents, and asking for cash donations from these young volunteers. Vikir could also spot that he had brought all 4 of his bodyguards, which made ambushing him a bit of an annoying task. With his eyes glowing slightly red, even with the added difficulty of the bodyguards, Vikir couldn't let the demon do as he pleases anymore. After all preparations were done. As planned, he was going to hunt the elite corpse today. Soon enough, massive amounts of gold coins were given. The volunteers were queuing up behind one another, donating as much gold as they could. While they waited in line, Vikier stood out alone as Sinclair walked towards him. She questions our boy on why he wasn't donating, so he simply tells her that he didn't have any money. Sinclair was surprised to hear that an academy student didn't have money with him, but in truth, Vikier just didn't want to give money to a demon. But what piqued his interest was the fact that Sinclair had called him brother. She reminded him that she had come up with a way to address him, which Vikier seems fine with as he tells her to do whatever she wants. Moving on from that, Sinclair points out to him that he was being cold. Since they were wealthy, they should help the children. But Vikier replies back that parents are ultimately unnecessary. He continues to tell her that children may need help from their parents during their childhood, but it is up to one's personal strength in how they will tackle the world, leaving Sinclair speechless as she stares at him. In response to his depressing words, Sinclair holds onto his hand, telling him that his life must have been hard. So she offers Vikier a chance to come over to her house and play, and even eat with her family during the break or public holiday. After giving him those choices, Sinclair leaves our boy behind, telling him that she was going to the children and to free up some time once they were done volunteering. As soon as she left, Vikier looked at his hand, thinking about how strange she was as a person. According to his knowledge, Sinclair was the identity she submitted to the academy as a disguise. Before his regression, she was the most extraordinary out of the Ice Corps and always placed first in both theory and practicals for 4 years straight. But then, she disappeared after graduation and never showed herself again. And so, Quilty announces after the donation that now is the time for the children of the orphanage to give thanks to their parents for the past 10 days. Tudor cried as he hugged the kid he took care of, promising the little one that until he became a great hero, he was going to come here every week, even after he became a great hero. Sancho was on his knees, telling the kid that in the north, the children are considered most precious, as they are the future. Reminding the little boy that the empire's future was on his shoulders and that he should do well in life. PG started to wail once again, telling the children that had gathered around him that he was definitely coming back, and that he would also bring lots of yummy food for them. Even Bianca couldn't help but cry a bit as she held the little girl's head. She felt that these past 10 days were both long and short at the same time, and couldn't believe that she herself had gotten attached to the kids this much. As the volunteers started to be with their kids, Vikier stood alone at the back, silently watching everyone. He turns to his right to check and then his left. Even Dolores was there, comforting the children by rubbing their heads. Vikier sneaks up behind her and calls out her name, startling the Saintess. As she turns to look at him, her face becomes flushed with red. As she keeps seeing the memory of him being shirtless and covered in dirty water after rescuing the ball from the murky waters of the estuary from which it fell in, she wonders why she keeps thinking of that day as Vikier tells her that he had a question for her. It was about Perry. He wondered if she had seen her around lately. Thinking about it, Dolores looks around, realizing that she hasn't seen Perry here yet but was sure that the last time she saw her was this morning. Hearing that bit of information, a sudden feeling of dread overcame Vikier as he realized something. Wasting no time at all, he turns to leave as Dolores chases after him. Thinking about that sweet girl not being here, Vikier's bloodhound senses started to activate. He spots Quilty from afar, who wears a creepy and demonic smile on his face. Seeing that, fully unleashed the bloodhound within Vikier, as he stares back at the demon, with bloodlust in his eyes. Soon enough, night arrives in the city. As the boys were deep asleep, crying about their goodbyes to the kids. Vikier's bed was empty. We then turned to another building, part of the Indulgentia Orphanage Children's Dormitory, the 4th building. Inside it, the 4 bodyguards of Quilty were present, all wearing their weapons. Upon reaching a specific area, they started to part ways, each of them heading alone in their own paths. We now see Afeto all alone, as he continues his surveying of the area. Only darkness remains behind him. Out of the darkness, a bloodhound appears, its eyes still glowing bright red even though it was hidden underneath a mask. Afeto immediately turns around, sensing something but spots nothing at all. As he continues to stare at the empty hallway, a voice appears in front of him, telling him that he had a question. The bloodhound appears right in front of Afeto without him even realizing it. Vikier questions the demon on where the children who were locked up for the purpose of being the elite demon's food supply were kept hidden, but Afeto didn't even respond with words but took action instead. He immediately swung his massive mace weapon to our boy. But before the attack could land on him, Vikier manages to separate his head from his body within a split second. Holding onto Afeto's head, Vikier found it funny that he asked a question to someone who can't talk. Unleashing his own demonic sword, Beelzebub, Vikir reveals that this time, there was no time for him to play with these demons as it was hunting time for the Bloodhound. We begin this chapter off with Vikir holding onto Ephibo's head after teaching him a lesson in the previous episode. But as our boy held onto the undead's head, he started to notice something from it. Ephibo's head was starting to smoke. Without doing anything to it, smoke started to arise from mouth and ears or any kind of holes Ephibo's head has. Before long, the undead's head dropped onto the ground without warning. What was left in Vikir's head was the face mask that Ephibo had worn during the first night they had a fight together. Looking at it closely in his hand, Vikir wonders if the face mask he was holding onto was what allowed the undead to change his face into a fake. Once the smoke has cleared from the head, Vikir takes a look at it and recognizes who the face belongs to. It looked like it belonged to Peter, Dolores's Holy Knight bodyguard whom we met when Vikir went on to rescue the town from the Red Death. But upon closer inspection of the face, Vikir spots a mole near one of its eyes, and summarizes that this wasn't the Peter he knew. As Peter himself didn't have a mole, thinking about this unique feature, Vikir started to recall a memory he had before he regressed into this life. Sitting at a campfire with Peter, Vikir remembered how Peter would often talk about his missing younger brother, who went missing after going into isolation training. But seeing his younger brother lying dead on the ground after having his face stolen, Vikir pieced it together. Peter's younger brother didn't disappear because of the isolation training, he disappeared because a demon went after him and turned him into an undead. Knowing all of this now, our boy's eyes started to glow beneath his mask, as two more bodyguards started to approach him from the darkness. Seeing them here, Vikir figured that these guys would also be somebody he once knew. The two new victims turn out to be the long-hair blonde and the short-hair kid. Both wielding dual blades as their choice of weapon. Wasting no time at all, they entered a battle stance, ready to face off against Vikir. Hee, get it? Face off? Never mind. Moving on, Vikir lunges straight towards the undead bodyguards, his Beelzebub blade emitting a red aura. As he takes a swing at them, he unleashes a devastating blow filled with his Bloodhound aura, but the two undead manage to disappear instantly, dodging his attack and reappearing at his side, managing to cut Vikir by a bit as blood was spilled in the air. Vikir and the two bodyguards started their fight, causing an explosion to occur and dust clouds to fill the area, making it hard to see what was going on in their battle. In the meantime, our attention is shifted to a statue of a goddess. A familiar face and voice was heard and seen, as she held her hands in a prayer manner in front of the statue. Dolores started to chant the following words, Our Loon, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth, as it is in heaven, forgive us for our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us, let us not into temptation but deliver us from evil. Speaking of temptation, as she spoke out about her prayer, the innocent girl couldn't help but fill her mind with the images of a shirtless Vikir, covered in dirty water while basking in the glorious rays of the sun from the time he rescued the ball from the estuary for Perry. Dolores finally snaps out from her prayer, confused and embarrassed over why she kept thinking about our boy even in this moment. Seeing that she couldn't concentrate on her prayer, she decided to leave, reminding herself to keep calm and relax, lying to herself that Vikir was just a good junior. But the thought of him and the Night Bloodhound only kept her confused as she was unaware of her own feelings. Thinking deeply about it, she was soon attracted by some noise coming from a certain direction. Looking to spot what it was, she sees a figure emerging out from a dust cloud as an explosion was seen as well. Taking a closer look at the mysterious figure, she recognizes the pandemic mask he was wearing. It turns out to be the Night Bloodhound she was searching for. But seeing him here all of a sudden made it confusing for Dolores, as she wondered what the Night Bloodhound was doing in an orphanage. But more importantly, she wonders why he was busy fighting against Quilty's bodyguards, who were storming straight at him without any signs of stopping. In the midst of their fight, Dolores shouts at the words Night Bloodhound, catching Vikir's attention as he turns around to see that the Saintess was behind him. In that moment of distraction, the bodyguard manages to land a devastating blow to our boy, stabbing him in the stomach, through and through, sending him flying past the Saintess as she sees him on the ground, completely knocked out. Transforming into a human shield, Dolores stood in front of the bodyguards who were walking over to finish the job, her arms spread wide as she told them to stop. Even though she didn't know what was going on between them, she wanted to at least talk about it first. Dolores, who held the title of Saintess, was left stunned and confused as the bodyguards didn't even reply to her command but instead, prepared themselves to strike her down as well. Instead of running away, she chose to stand firm and confident in her choice of defending the Night Bloodhound, closing her eyes so she doesn't have to see what was coming at her. But as she did, Vikir's voice was heard once again, telling her to move aside. In a mere second, the Night Bloodhound had recovered his strength and healed from his wounds. He managed to block the strikes from the bodyguards, using Beelzebub to stop one attack while using his arm as a meat shield to stop the remaining other. After hearing his voice, Dolores opens one of her eyes to see that the Night Bloodhound had appeared in front of her, saving her life in the process as he handles the incoming attacks. But her face was soon filled with panic and concern after spotting a blade entering into one of the Night Bloodhound's arms. Underneath the pandemic mask, Vikir's eyes were glowing bright red, meaning he was in killer mode as he told the Saintess that everything was going to be alright. As revenge for dealing a painful blow to him, Vikir unleashes a mad flurry of strikes, destroying one of the bodyguard's swords into pieces right in front of its face. Before the long-haired one could respond, our boy managed to plunge Beelzebub deep into his throat, slicing and ripping it apart as an endless wave of blood poured out of it. Without any concern over his fellow brethren, the remaining bodyguard didn't waste any time and attempted to strike Vikir down, believing that his only weapon was now stuck inside his former dead companion. But that turns out to be fiction as Vikir charges Beelzebub with even more bloodhound aura, allowing him to slice through the neck of the bodyguard completely in one swing before turning his attention to the other one, slicing off his head as well in a single swing. Get wrecked, son. As the blood of the bodyguard splattered everywhere, Dolores was standing still, her body shivering over what she just witnessed, the artwork of the Night Bloodhound. After slaying both of them, Vikir was covered in their blood as he watched over the dead corpses laying at his feet. Dolores watches him closely before snapping back into reality. She shouts at him, wondering if he was really alright and that they needed to treat his arm. But our boy simply tells her not to worry about it. Underneath his mask, he takes a peek at her. Vikir couldn't believe that the Saintess was here so late at night. Seeing that the situation was pretty chill right now, she questions the Night Bloodhound about why the bodyguards attempted to attack her, as she was sure that they would know who she was. He responded by telling her to look at the thing he was pointing at. The bodyguard's head started to melt like a Phoebos with smoke coming out from every single hole in its head. The disgusting sight left Dolores to cover her mouth in order to not puke at this sight. While the Night Bloodhound explains and reveals to her that Quilty's bodyguards were undeads who were using the face of other people. Dolores was shocked to learn this fact, wondering why something like this is happening to the people who were affiliated to the Quo Vadis family. Hearing that, the Night Bloodhound tells Dolores that she should know the truth more than anyone else in the world. Those words triggered something in her as the Saintess realized what was going on with Quilty. As the fake faces start to disappear and turn into the face mask that Ephibo wore, Vikir takes a closer look at the faces they were using. He sees a familiar face, believing that this person was Staffordshire Baskerville, a member from the Pitbull Order and the one that followed Vikir when he went to visit the Morgue clan. Recalling the facts, Vikir knew that when he disappeared in the forest, Staffordshire was able to avoid expulsion because of Adolf Morg's defense, so he had voluntarily gone into isolation training instead. Vikir was pissed off, sensing a common pattern between the undead whose faces they had gotten. He then takes a look at the other bodyguard and spots a tattoo near its collarbone. Looking at the tattoo, he suspected that this bodyguard was originally from the Don Quixote family. He started to think about Set, who had also gone into the pretense of isolation training. People from prestigious families who cut contact with outsiders. That's when the pattern appeared. The key to this was isolation training. He then recalled the triplets from the Morgue clan who informed him that they were about to start their isolation training and that Camus, who was previously in isolation training, had left and entered the Hall of Darkness, devoting herself to magic research. Piecing all the clues and information he had, Vikir started to think about another worst-case possibility as someone appears with fire magic in a wrapped hand. Before he could react, a massive fire explosion was set ablaze right in front of Dolores and the Night Bloodhound. The explosion didn't seem to stop there as more explosions appeared, destroying everything and everyone in its path. It turns out that in the midst of the fires, Vikir manages to protect the Saintess from the blast by using his cape as a shield from the flames. But then, both of them were alarmed to see something. Someone else had appeared, walking slowly through the flames. A familiar red-haired lady, the last of the bodyguards, has finally made her appearance to Vikir. The moment he spots that familiar red hair, past memories of his time with Camus started to appear in his head. The lady, who wanted to be his wife, now stood in front of him, eyes focused and intending on killing him as she casted another fire spell in her hand. Is this our waifu, turned undead? Find out in the next chapter. This chapter begins in the aftermath of the previous fight, with flames surrounding everyone. The undead lady who looked like Camus started the fire with her magic, her hand pointed towards Vikir, who had managed to safely protect Dolores from the sudden bombardment of fire magic from before. Even with the intense heat coming from the fire magic all around them, it doesn't beat the heat coming from Dolores, who stares at Vikir, her face flushing bright red as she sees that the night bloodhound had protected her again. Snapping out of her delusional love, Dolores looks ahead, telling the night bloodhound that she could sense the attacks coming to them were filled with malicious intent. But she also noticed that the attacks weren't just targeting him, it seems to be aimed at her as well. Knowing that, she asks the night bloodhound if the lady in front of them was an undead too, like the other two bodyguards. Hoping that this wasn't true, Vikir simply replies to her question that there might be a chance the red-haired lady was an undead. Hoping to confirm the fact, Vikir asks her about when the Camus look-alike had joined Quilty. Dolores promptly replied that she had joined him quite recently. Taking the moment to absorb everything that was happening to them, Dolores, in her prayer stance, tells the night bloodhound that she too serves God. And if her opponent happens to be an undead, then she couldn't just stand there and do nothing. So she was willing to support Vikir in this fight against her. A holy support has been added to the party, but our boy, as an alpha wolf, turns down her idea, telling her to stand down as he moves towards the undead lady as he had something he needed to check. Hoping to help him with just a bit aid, Dolores offers to cast healing magic on Vikir, but he declines the offer. But before Dolores could fight back against his decision, the undead lady started to cast another set of fire magic as sparks appears in the palm of her hand. Soon enough, multiple lances appeared in the air before her, all aimed towards Vikir, who was walking straight at her without any sort of protection from Dolores. As the fire lances were launched at him like torpedoes, he easily cut all of them apart before they could do any sort of damage towards him. The pieces that were cut flew past him and ended up exploding in the air, but all of this didn't bother Vikir, as he was in deep thought. Even though there was a fire-casting maniac trying to kill him, all Vikir could see was a lady with long and straight red hair, casting magic that at least looks like 6th class level, who uses both steel and fire in her attacks. As he returns Beelzebub to his wrist, Vikir knew that the people who can control that level of magic at such a young age was rare in this continent, even in the Morg family, a prestigious magic family. Speaking of steel and fire, the undead lady summons even more of the steel lances from before, aiming and firing towards Vikir, who was now walking towards her without Beelzebub in his hand. This time, he didn't even cut down the steel lances and simply allowed them to hit him, covering Vikir in a large fiery explosion. Out of the flames came Vikir, completely unharmed by the attacks from her, even managing to catch one of the steel lances in his hands. He continues to make his way towards her slowly, not even bothering to dodge the steel lance attacks as some of them managed to cut his shoulders. One of the steel lances even manages to blow pieces away from his left side, but he still continues to move forward, unfazed by everything that was happening to him, unafraid of the steel and fire attacks. Even Dolores, who was watching from the back, noticed that the night bloodhound was purposely taking on the attacks from the undead, making her question why he was doing so. And if it was because he knew who the undead was. What was more important to her was what kind of relationship did the night bloodhound have with the undead they were facing. Even in the face of death, Vikir continued to walk towards her, not even defending himself anymore. The nearer he got to her, the more he started to think about the time before he regressed. A flashback starts in his head. Vikir knew about the good relationship Camus had with her uncle, Adolphe Morg, which meant that she wouldn't have left the registry and gone into isolation training in the Darkness Hall. But as he started to recall all the moments they had spent together in this life during their childhood, Vikir started to regret the fact that he had approached her in this life. Thinking back about their conversations, regretting the fact that he had started a relationship with her, and eventually even used her for his own plans. Camus Morg, her face suddenly cleared to him. As he stood in the flames that were trying to kill him, Vikir started to think about the decisions he had made after regressing, some of which may have caused the bright future of the hero known as Camus Morg to disappear. As he finally stood face to face with the Camus undead look-alike, Vikir wondered what the hell had he done to cause this situation. Sensing a chance to attack while Vikir appeared distracted, the undead started to cast another flame spell in her hand, but our boy managed to grab her wrist before she could go any further. As he pulls her arm down to prevent her attack from reaching him, Vikir immediately grabs onto her face with his other hand. In a swift motion, he removes the mask that all the undead were wearing in order to see her true face and to confirm what he was afraid of. Dolores, her mouth left open, was stunned to see what was going on as the mask was ripped from the undead's face. Even Vikir, underneath the pandemic mask, had a bizarre reaction to what he had seen. Unwillingly to stop even after having its mask removed, the undead started to cast the flame spell once again in her hand, aimed right towards Vikir, who was about to take it at point-blank range. Without hesitation this time, he pulls out Beelzebub and slices the head off its body, stopping the undead from unleashing its fire spells anymore. As the flames that were surrounding them died down, all that was heard in the area was the sound of the undead's head bouncing on the ground after Vikir had severed it from its body. The undead, now completely dead, laid on the ground, without any signs of life. Seeing that the job was done, Vikir finally kneels down in pain, slowly recovering from the attacks he had taken without defending himself. Dolores could see the horrible state he was in and rushed over to his side. With the amount of blood and wounds covering his body, she could obviously see how injured the Nightblood Hound was, and casted her holy healing magic on him immediately. As the two of them watched over the undead's body, Dolores took the chance to ask him if he knew who she was. Vikir, underneath the mask, took a moment, thinking about what he was going to say before revealing to Dolores that he didn't know who this undead was. Phew, thank the goddess. Sensing that most of his injuries were healed, Vikir slowly stood up, telling Dolores that she had done enough and that his current state was fine enough. But as he stood up, Dolores tried to argue back that he hasn't been healed fully. Feeling that she shouldn't push it, she questions the Nightblood Hound on the reason why he was fighting to the point he had become so injured, and whether he was willing to tell her the truth. Once again, Vikir paused for a moment, before telling Dolores that he was demon hunting, leaving her in a state of shock as he reveals to her that this was his personal vendetta. Moving on from that, he walks over and picks up the mask the undead was wearing. Looking at it closely in his hand, Vikir had wondered what was exuding so much strong demonic energy. It turns out it was the masks that the Quilty guards were wearing. Seeing that he had collected all four of them, Vikir was going to take care of them now. "Hey, give me the relic," said unknown voice, causing both Dolores and Vikir to immediately turn to see where it came from. A nasty-looking mouth had appeared in the stomach of the undead Vikir had just slain. The mouth talked about Ephibo, Hebe, Pedo and Geronto, the names of the four bodyguards, and how it had borrowed them from a certain woman, who was now going to be freaking mad about what had happened to them. Ignoring the words coming from out of it, Dolores was still in shock over how a huge ugly mouth had appeared on the undead's corpse. While she was still in shock, the mouth continued to speak, questioning Vikir about whether he was the guy who had been attacking the branches that were in his jurisdiction lately. Hearing the question, Vikir tells the elite corpse that he shouldn't be asking questions that he already knew the answers to. Taking it a step further, Vikir reveals to the elite corpse that he knew its true identity, which was Quilty. Hearing him say that, Dolores could finally make sense of who the voice belonged to and recognizes it as Quilty's. Seeing that he had finally been exposed, Quilty laughed over the fact that he had been caught by the Saintess. Instead of being afraid, Quilty smiles over this, saying that knowing about what he truly was is much better. For the great cause, he needed to give up on his identity as Quilty. However, the Saintess had now found out. Since it would make others wary of him, Quilty avoided laying his hands on her, the Saintess. But now, he has a reason to do so since they knew what he was. Dolores, after discovering that Quilty was a demon, started to tremble. Seeing her in that state, Quilty was amused, hoping that her expression was filled with despair and fear when he took her face next. But then, a yellow aura started to appear around the Saintess as she held her hands together for a prayer and started to chant. Her face, filled with hope and courage, illuminated the area with a bright yellow light as she chanted the words, "The light of my life, the fire of my existence, and my sin and my soul, I will make those who are wicked feel the weight of their karma twofold." Before shouting the words holy light as a massive pillar of bright light showered down upon Quilty, causing him to scream out in pain. He could feel the divine power coming from Dolores' prayer slowly burning him away as he continued to let out cries of pain and suffering. As the pillar of holy light disappeared, so did Quilty and the undead corpse he had taken control over. What remained was simply a pile of burnt and black ashes. "Reflect in the afterlife, you demon," shouted Dolores after finishing her prayer and holy magic attack on Quilty. But as she said those words, an image of someone licking his lips appeared. He couldn't believe that Dolores was saying those words with the kind of expression she had on her face, right before a powerful green attack punctured through Vikir like nothing, so fast that even our boy couldn't react and defend himself in time. The unknown figure starts to walk towards them as Dolores kneels down to help the Night Bloodhound from the surprise attack. The man who licked his lips turns out to be Quilty, who finally reveals himself to them. He appears in a mocking tone, telling the Saintess that she shouldn't have interrupted him with that prayer since it was bad manners. Using herself as a human shield, Dolores tries to block Quilty from reaching the Nightblood Hound who was in the midst of recovering from his surprise attack. She even takes the chance to scold Quilty for daring to wear the cloak of a saint while committing such wicked things. But he simply tells her that he did what any demon would do before questioning her on whether she wanted to fight him. Her voice trembles and stutters as she tells the demon that yes, I am going to fight you. But seeing the state they were in, Quilty mocks them, asking her if she thinks an inexperienced and immature saintess, along with a swordsman who was on the brink of death, would be able to go up against him. An elite corpse. As he touches her face, he could see that Dolores was forcing herself to act like she was strong. After all, he could see fear dripping out of her expression this round. With a sickening look on his face, Quilty screams at the saintess that she couldn't fool anyone with the face she had on right now, a face filled with fear and horror. Quilty's mouth started to drip with saliva, his eyes completely focused on the fact that he was about to have the face that he always wanted for so long. It was literally in his hands. But in the next moment, a familiar sight appeared, with Beelzebub entering his skull from the bottom of his chin, leaving him confused. Vikir's voice could be heard as Dolores turns to look at the night bloodhound. Vikir reveals to Quilty that he had been following his traces, which made him realize a few things about the demon. First was that he was a coward who would easily sacrifice his subordinates. Second, he was a coward that didn't fight for himself. Third, Vikir figured out that Quilty wouldn't reveal himself as long as he remained uninjured. So all this time, our boy had pretended to be hurt by the surprise attack, revealing to everyone that he had already healed from the attack a long time ago, and that healing an injury like that was nothing. This was all part of his act. Even with a blade through its thick skull and its eyes rolling backwards filled with blood, Vikir questions Quilty about how his acting was. In the next moment, Quilty's eyes changed back to its bright green demonic side, staring right at Vikir even with a blade in its head. Laughing over their situation, he tells Vikir to call him Dantalion instead, throwing away the name Quilty before calling Vikir a damned method-acting brat. Start off this chapter with Dolores looking all shocked and stunned by what just happened. A brief recap: even after piercing his head with Beelzebub, Dantalion was still able to talk. While Vikir was lifting him by the head, Dolores collapsed onto the ground, stunned at the fact that Dantalion was still capable of talking with a sword through its skull. Seeing how the demon was still alive, even Vikir was taken back by a bit, recognizing that the title Elite Corpse isn't just a title. Looking closer at our boy, Dantalion figured out that he was the one that killed Andromalius, the Elite Corpse that had infiltrated the Baskerville family. Seeing that the face of Quilty has been damaged, Dantalion reveals another face he was hiding in the back of the face he is wearing. He smiles even though he had lost the face of a clergyman. As he rips away from Quilty's body in a new female body, Dantalion reveals that he collects people's faces and in doing so, is able to absorb their memories and their life, allowing him to act all innocent. He continues to laugh at Vikir, telling him that the one he killed was none other than Quilty Loon Indulgentia. And it was just one of the many faces that he owns. Unless Vikir can kill all of the faces he has in his arsenal, then he will never be able to kill the Elite Corpse, Dantalion. Hearing that, Vikir immediately leaps towards the demon, telling him that he was going to do as he says. Vikir was going to kill every single one of the faces he has. And so, Vikir manages to stab the demon straight through the stomach this time. The moment his blade pierced the body, something weird was going on as Dolores watched the scene unfold before her eyes. The body that Dantalion had stolen, its owner had come back. With tears in her eyes, she begs Vikir to save her as she didn't want to die. Even as blood filled her eyes and dripped from her mouth, the young lady continued to beg Vikir to spare her from this pain. Before long, the possessed body collapsed onto the ground in front of them. As the dead body laid there, a sound of something ripping and morphing could be heard from its corpse. Not long after, another body appears, ripping itself free from the young lady. This time, the man looks around, all confused and wondering where he was. He started to recall the fact that the last thing he remembered was buying meat pies that his daughter likes on his way home. But before he could finish his sentence, Vikir, without an ounce of mercy, simply slices his head off from his body, telling Dantalion that he was being too arrogant. The next body that appeared started to cry as a reflection of a young boy could be seen in the lens of Vikir's pandemic mask. Dantalion had chosen a child this time, crying towards Vikir and telling him that he was being too mean. Rubbing his eyes as he walks closer to Vikir, the young boy complains to Vikir, telling him that he didn't do anything wrong and questions him on why he was bullying him. Even with all the crying, complaining and childish voices, Vikir wasn't bothered by it at all and told Dantalion to stop his act. Remembering the memory with Andromalius, who could also change his face and voice to the people he killed, Vikir had already gotten immune to such acts by the demons, and was no longer affected by them. After revealing that fact, Dantalion finally shows his true demonic side once again, smiling after knowing that Vikir was a stone-cold killer and that his changing of faces didn't affect him at all. But the demon has a hidden card up its sleeve, telling Vikir to check something out as his finger starts to morph into something sharp. Something shoots out of it, hitting Vikir's wrist even before he could react to it. By the time he looked at what it was, a piece of Dantalion had attached itself to our boy. Right before having his head sliced off, the young boy smiles, telling Vikir that what he had gotten was a present from the elite corpse. As soon as the body was pushed backwards by the blow from Vikir, Dantalion started to morph and change in the middle of the air, twisting and turning his current body before landing in a new one. As he looked over to Vikir, he couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that something was happening to him, everything around him started to blur, and the feeling of pain and nausea was taking over him. After just a few seconds, Vikir kneels onto the ground, in pain as Dolores watches over him with concern. Dantalion, with even more eyes and mouths on his face and hands, laughs at Vikir's current situation, revealing that he had planted a face onto Vikir's wrist just moments ago, and that right now, he was going to show him the face's memories and emotions. Dantalion continues to reveal to Dolores and Vikir that the face he had planted into him was someone who suffered from paranoia and schizophrenia, resulting in him killing his precious family. Which made him wonder what Vikir was feeling. After all, he was going to have the memories of two people clashing in one body. Dantalion was hoping that Vikir's memories and the face's trauma would mix, and that his consciousness would begin to perish as a result. But something unexpected catches the demon's attention as he stares in wonder. Dolores, covering her mouth in shock over what the bloodhound did. Vikir had actually sliced his own arm off before the face's trauma could mix into his mind. Dolores was concerned over his missing arm, but Vikir assured her that everything was fine as he started to recover. He shows off his freshly healed arm, telling Dantalion that even though he was hunting a demon, he was not your average human. Looking at what Vikir did, the demon started to understand why Andromalius had actually been defeated. Looking closely at the sword that Vikir was wielding against him, he could see that it was emitting demonic energy, which meant that it was Beelzebub. Adding on that Vikir had the aura of a graduator of the highest grade, Dantalion realizes that he was not going to be an easy opponent to fight head-on. So he smiles after thinking of another way to deal with Vikir and starts to morph his hand into something else once again. With his creepy hand, Dantalion starts to point it at the duo, but this time, instead of attacking Vikir like before, he aims his creepy finger at Dolores, shooting it at her at lightning speed. But something else was faster. Our boy. He steps in and manages to defend Dolores from the demon's surprised attack. But all of this was planned by him. He smiles, knowing that Night Hound would protect the Saintess, and realizes that he was fighting with a weakness right beside him. As Vikir continues to defend and block the incoming attacks all aimed at Dolores, she tells him to not worry about her and continue his fight against the demon, but our boy couldn't do that. As he didn't want to lose the hero's pillar. After all, Dolores played an important part in the fight against the demons in his previous and future life. She couldn't fight back against Vikir's words, and continued to watch a fight that was so cruel and scary to her. She could see that the Night Bloodhound was fighting alone right now, and wonders if he was going to continue to fight alone in the future as well. Gripping her hands tightly together, Dolores knew that she needed to solidify her resolve, but she was so scared right now to the point that she couldn't stop shaking. But even with all those negative emotions, the girl was ready to jump in the fight and help the Night Bloodhound. Finally, holy light started to be casted once more, but before she could continue, a piece of Dantalion was tossed right in front of her, breaking her concentration as she looked at it. The pile of meat, containing pieces of eyes and mouth, started to speak to her, calling Dolores sister. The image of Quilty's face started to appear in her head once again as fear and horror overtook the Saintess, breaking her courage that she took so long to gather before. Panic and fear was all she had right now, as she couldn't do anything anymore. Dantalion, on the other hand, was smiling in his fight against Vikir, calling it too easy as his arms changed into tentacles covered with ghostly faces. The demon knew that having one person transplanted into another body was already painful enough, but he couldn't help but wonder what would happen to a human when hundreds of humans are transplanted into one body. The tentacles filled with the souls and memories of the victims the demon had killed started to make their way towards Vikir, who braces himself for the upcoming carnage. Even in the face of millions of enemies, Vikir simply tells Dantalion that he was going to cut them all down. Just like he said, Vikir started to slice and dice the tentacles that were near him, cutting them down endlessly without even stopping to catch his breath. The demon was impressed by the feat that he was accomplishing, but mocks the Night Hound, wondering if he was going to cut thousands of faces up. Ignoring the demon's taunts, Vikir continued to do what he does best. Slicing and dicing the endless waves of faces that were coming to kill him. But as he cuts through the attacks, something catches his eyes in the midst of the battle. Amongst the faces that he had cut, one of them looked familiar to our boy. A face that we had recently been introduced to. Memories started to flash in Vikir's mind, recalling the time that he had spent with a precious young orphan during his volunteer days. Thinking of that face in his memories, it matches the face he had just slain. This was one of the rare moments where Vikir was fearful of something, as he slowly realizes that the face belonged to Perry. Because of that single moment of lapsed judgment, Vikir stopped attacking and was slowly consumed by the endless horde of faces. The light of the night bloodhound was soon covered by the deadly faces of Dantalion. We begin this chapter after Vikir had lost concentration in the battle. After seeing that Perry had been absorbed by the elite demon Dantalion, our boy ended up being absorbed too. We now see him alone, in a place different from where the battle took place. Even in the endless darkness and being alone, Vikir's face was not filled with despair or fear but a confident look to ensure that the demon will die by his hand. But looking in front of where he was, Vikir spots an endless amount of people, sitting on the ground in a neatly formed rows at a place that looks like a sewage area where water was flowing constantly past them, but they remained seated, not even raising their faces and being unbothered by the water. Looking closely at his current situation, Vikir recalled that he had been swallowed up by Dantalion's skill, making him believe that his current whereabouts was somewhere inside of the skill Dantalion had cast on him moments before. Seeing the endless rows of people sitting on the ground, Vikir grew nervous as a sweat drop appeared on the side of his face, thinking that these people were the ones that had been eaten up by Dantalion. As he continued to look at them, a sudden wave of pain started to surge in his body, forming veins that could be seen clearly on his face. The purple mist started from his legs as he remained submerged in the waters of the sewage. The mist was not stopping at all as it continued to spread around his body. The waters of the area started to flow even more fiercely, as Vikir recognized the feeling he was having. It was the same disgusting feeling that he had gotten when Dantalion's face was pieced together on his wrist like before. He knew exactly what the purple mist represented. It was the traumas of the people in front of him. All of their traumas were now flooding into his body. A young boy sat in the front of the rows, his face clearly missing as a small voice was heard, begging for something to stop as it was hurting him. Hearing those pleas, Vikir places his own hand on the young boy's head, as a way to comfort him, kneeling down even though their traumas were flowing into him endlessly. As he comforted the boy, Vikir couldn't help but recall seeing Perry's face amongst the faces he had cut from before. So if the people that Dantalion had eaten were all here, then amongst these endless rows of humans that were eaten, Perry's body should be here as well. The people sitting on the ground continued to voice out their pain, saying that they were scared and exhausted. Some wanted to die right away, others lost all hope to live anymore. All kinds of negative feelings were displayed by them, all in front of Dolores who stood before them. Seeing them and hearing what they were feeling, Dolores' knees became weak as she kneeled onto the ground, realizing that these were all the vindictive spirits who were eaten by the demon known as Dantalion. The moment she mentioned his name, the elite demon appeared right behind her, asking her how she thought about the situation before him and revealing that the people sitting in front of her were the collection of human souls that he had eaten so far. Dantalion finally appears in his true demonic form, a white form with green eyes with 4 tentacle-like ears appearing on the side of his face, with eyes and mouth split in half between them. He smiles widely and happily tells Dolores that he had been selective since he didn't want to eat ugly humans. Hearing the sounds of weeping and despair, the elite demon was instantly turned on, asking Dolores if their sounds were resonating in her heart as well. More information about the demon is revealed. Risk rating with S+, unknown size, site of discovery was the Gate of the Fall, deep underground and in the snake's lair. The 9th corpse, natural enemy of humans and, being invulnerable and immortal, one of the 10 disasters. Dolores finally spoke out against the demon, asking him how he could commit such sins, even with the children from the orphanage. But the demon didn't see anything wrong with his actions, saying that there was no need to justify their reason for eating food. And proudly declares that he has no sins while looking for something in his jacket. He takes out a glowing holy piece of paper, the paper that exempts one from sins. The demon laughs and smiles while showing it off to Dolores, telling her that he was exempted from any sins since he had this paper. He couldn't help but laugh at the fact that a human idea in which sins can be sold in exchange for money, was something that even demons couldn't dream of doing, giving Dantalion a sense of thrill. He continues to reveal that with the idea of using the orphanage as a supply and demand for his food, he simply raised the livestock and applied the supply and demand on the food. Proudly saying that if he had a sin, then it would be that he had learned a lot from the humans. The demon continues to mock Dolores, calling her a bad and wicked human as well. Whispering in her ear that she was just lucky to have been born with divinity, but the fact was, she was so weak on the inside, that she had become useless and a burden to those around her. Dantalion continues to taunt the Saintess, mocking her that if it wasn't for her, then it would have been impossible to trap the Night Bloodhound in his underworld. It was all thanks to her, for being his Achilles heel. Seeing her current state, Dantalion was extremely pleased with himself, as it was always so thrilling for him to see the Satyans speechless. His underground engulfs the negativity of the dead. So right now, he was extremely excited to see the negativity tainted all over the Saintess's face. Dolores started to turn her head, telling the demon that he was right, and that everything he said so far was true. From the exemption that humans gave for sins to be exchanged for money, for being allowed to harm others for their own convenience, even her own shortcomings, along with all the weaknesses that humans possess. She admits that all those things will combine, and in the end, create an environment of despair. Dantalion was reaching peak climax as the Saintess seemed to finally agree with his own words. His spiked mouth opened widely as saliva spilled everywhere. But wait, there's more. It turns out that the Saintess was not in despair, as a bright golden light envelopes her body. With tears dripping down her face, she tells the demon that humans also possess the strength to believe that they can move towards a good path, even when in despair. Dantalion immediately took a step back from her, covering his body with his hands as he was shocked to see the divine power coming from the Saintess. It turns out that she was being infected with negativity like he had hoped for. Thanks to the demon, Dolores finally understands just how indecisive she had been up to this point. She couldn't enforce abolishing the exemption because she had been scared of her father, and that she couldn't help the Night Bloodhound because she was terrified of Dantalion. Dolores knew very well how useless she had been this entire time. But then, a certain person once told her something. A flashback is seen where Dolores and Vikir were sitting on a wooden fence together. She asks him a question, about why did God choose a weak person like her to be the Saintess. She knew that there were not many other people with strong faith, even if they weren't born with divine power, making her question God, why she was bestowed upon a title of Saintess, a title that she felt she didn't deserve at all. God chose you because you're troubled and sorrowful, said Vicky in response to her problems. He continues to tell her that because the person this world needs only shines through when they reach the lowest and fiercest places. To everyone watching this video, never give up. The flashback ends, returning us back to the present where Dolores held her hands together in a prayer form. She couldn't let the Night Bloodhound, who fought fiercely against Dantalion alone, fight by himself anymore. So right now, at this very moment, Dolores needed to do what she could for him. Seeing the powerful divine power radiating from her, Dantalion started to panic over how the divine power would react to his own abilities. So he decides to fool her, telling the Saintess the humans he had eaten so far can still live, but souls refined by divine power cannot. Even after hearing those words, Dolores closes her eyes and focuses on her power, no longer being swayed by the words of a demon. In the midst of her prayer, a small hand reaches out to her, holding her hands. Dolores opens her eyes and sees a young boy standing in front of him. Soon after, more little kids from the orphanage appeared behind the young boy. All of them were smiling and waving happily towards the Saintess as they were covered in her divine power. Recognizing who these kids were, an endless wave of tears started to pour down from the Saintess's eyes as she looked at them, apologizing to the children of the orphanage for not being able to save them. Seeing the children gave her the final push she needed as she let out a powerful ring of divine light all around her, bringing light into this dark and horrible place. In another place, a familiar person was spotted sitting alongside the victims of Dantalion. It really turns out to be Perry. She sat on the ground, her face completely void of any feelings as her eyes showed no signs of life in them. Vikir quietly sat behind the young girl, telling her that he had finally found her once again. As he sat there with her, Vikir started to talk to Perry, telling her about how he was wondering why he had wanted to see her again. It turns out that he had something he wanted to tell her something. As he said this, Vikir's body was slowly crumbling away due to the amount of traumas he was taking in, but still, he continues to talk to Perry. He reveals to her that from now on, he was going to spend his remaining years taking revenge on demons, and that the reason why he had visited the orphanage was in order to hunt down Dantalion. He didn't think about what he would do beyond that. And yet, during the time he had spent in the orphanage, from the moment he had met Perry, Vikir realized something after seeing her angelic smile. If there was one thing that would make this revenge of his meaningful, then it was that Vikir wanted to create a world where he can laugh in the future with children like her. As Dolores's powerful divine power started to reach the place where Vikir was, he gave a final thanks to Perry for creating meaning in his plan. And told her that he was sorry for not being able to protect her. Even though Vikir was slowly losing his life, Perry's voice reached out to him, telling our boy that she was glad that he had come and saw her once again, bringing life back into Vikir's eyes as he heard those words. Turning around, Vikier could see the endless rows of people, their faces filled with life once again, especially Perry, who continued to smile at him. But she couldn't help it as tears started to flow down her face once again as she told Vikier about how scared she had been. The divine power of Dolores was healing and casting away any signs of demonic power within Vikier whilst giving life to those that had been the victims of Dantalion. Wasting no time at all, Vikier immediately pulls Perry into his arms, giving her the biggest hug he could. As they hold one another in their final moments, Vikier promises Perry that he will never forgive the man who made her cry. Hearing that, Perry started to smile, telling Vikier that what he said was now a promise between them. The divine power of Dolores showed no signs of stopping at all as its light radiated so brightly that it could be seen outside the building they were in. Even Dantalion was alarmed by the power, questioning since when had the Saintess been this powerful, belonging that she had finally awakened her powers. Once more surprising, was that she was able to purify all the souls he had in his underworld. From out of the light, came out Dolores and the Night Bloodhound, no longer affected by the demon's abilities. Dolores continues to let out her power, engulfing Vikier in its holy light. As he basked in all of its glory, our boy started to notice a change in his body. He could sense that the Baskerville aura he had was overflowing, all thanks to the Saintess's divine power, which was exponentially increasing his aura. With the help from Dolores, Vikier believed that in this moment, he could do it now. He can now reach the next level. From 6 spheres of aura, Vikier started to form the 7th in his core. The aura covering his hand was in a gas-like state, but as he focused, it started to solidify. Dantalion immediately recognizes the change that was going on with Vikier, seeing the solid aura that was now covering Beelzebub. To the horror of the demon, Vikier had finally reached the next stage. He was now a sword master. With his newly acquired powers, Vikier was about to go on a rampage, his anger maxed out as he promises the demon that he was not going to have an easy death.
We begin this chapter where we left off. Dolores was now acting as Vikir's support. She stands in the back casting her holy magic to buff Vikir to the point that he had achieved the Swordmaster stage, allowing him to turn his aura into a solid state, wearing it like a form of armor against their fight with Dantalion. In the midst of their battle, the Holy Saint could feel it. The sadness of countless children being sacrificed, their feelings of anger and hatred towards the demon who sacrificed them, and the emotions felt by the Night Hound, all of those feelings were now being shared with her in their battle against evil. She recalled something that the Pope had said to her a long time ago, that the Saintess can be awakened by meeting her true companion, and that meeting is right here, right now. Clasping her hands tightly together, she becomes determined to give all the divine power she had to the Night Hound, her true companion that she had finally found. The spell she was casting is called Soul Resonance, a blessing where the Saintess can give their divine power to the soul companion they acknowledge and temporarily raise their stats. The Night Hound, or rather our boy, Vikier van Baskerville, could feel every inch of the blessing's power coursing through his veins, amplifying his abilities to the maximum, allowing him to reach the supreme domain. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the moment the first Swordmaster awakened amongst his generation. Basking in all his glory, Dantalion was afraid. He couldn't believe with all his demonic eyes that he was witnessing the emergence of a Swordmaster. Sweat began to drip down the demon's head, as he knew that amongst the humans there were only a select few who could reach the Swordmaster's level. Even though he knew that Vikier formed a threat, Dantalion thought that he only needed to be careful around him, and that the ones he should fear the most would be the patriarchs of the noble families who should be Swordmasters. He couldn't believe that the young child in front of him was able to meet the qualifications of a Swordmaster. But as he was busy in his thoughts, Dantalion's view of Vikier suddenly went upside down, leaving him to wonder what was going on as his head was sliced up and flipping through the air without him even knowing what happened to him. With just a single swing of his blade, Vikier sends numerous slices of aura through the air from a distance, cutting and dismembering Dantalion into pieces. As his body flies everywhere, Vikier appears in an instant and stomps onto the demon's mouth, reminding him that the souls he had collected have disappeared after being purified, which means that the tricks he can use have disappeared since he was now faceless. With all this information and seeing his current state, Vikier taunts the demon, telling him that he must be experiencing fear and despair, like the countless victims he had killed before. And that was true. Dantalion was in full panic mode. He didn't even notice Vikir's attacks anymore, and believed that this was where he was going to meet his end. In order to open the gate that connects to the demon realm, Dantalion was ordered to save up mana, which made him believe that he could conquer the human world soon. but he didn't anticipate that there was a single human who kept getting in the demon world's way. Leaving the demon with no other choice, Dantalion decides to kill Vikir, even if he has to put his own life on the line for the sake of the plan. Something starts to happen, as Vikir was quick to notice that the fight didn't end here. Dantalion's face started to morph and change as he mocks the Nighthound, telling him that he wasn't done yet. Revealing a new gigantic form, Dantalion reveals that he still had one face left to play as he towers over Vikir. He declares to everyone present that he was going to self-destruct in order to take them down with him, even the people who were staying at the orphanage at this time. The demon was in serious mode as even Dolores could feel his dangerous aura pricking her skin from where she stood. Panic starts to set in her mind as she tells the Nighthound that they needed to do something quick in order to protect the area. In a calm manner, our boy simply tells the Saintess to chill. Even in the face of a massive bomb, Vikir assures the Saintess that there was nothing to worry about. The reason was because he was sure that he could reach it now. Before he had regressed, Vikir had yearned to reach the level he was at his entire life. Vikir believed that he could reach the sword that Hugo had shown him from before, where he ripped the sky in half with a single swing of his sword. Dantalion started to go off, shouting out to his fellow brothers that he hopes that they carry out the order for the fall of the human world. But before the big explosion, a distortion happens. Vikir has done it. He unleashes the strongest strike that he knows now, cutting the demon bomb right in half in a single swing. But the attack doesn't end there. Vikir's strike could be seen from outside the building. A red streak of light appears in the middle of the night, exploding in the sky. Every volunteer in the orphanage could feel the tremors of Vikir's strike. PG woke up, all confused about the earthquake they were experiencing right now. We turn back to the Saintess, who believes in what the Nighthound had told her. She remained calm up to the point she opened her eyes. What she saw left her in awe, leaving her weak in the knees as she collapsed onto the ground. Vikir had done it. He was able to follow in Hugo's step. Instead of a big fat demon bomb, what remained was an open view to the night sky after the clouds had been forcibly split apart. Sinclair gazes out the window of their lodging, her face struck with awe as well as she witnesses the beautiful night sky, wondering what it was, remaining unaware that this was all because of one man's skill. That night, the incident at the Indulgentia orphanage engulfed the imperial capital in fear. Another terror attack had struck the Quo Vadis family's orphanage. Just like the previous incident, the Nighthound was identified as the culprit, and the crowd started to gather at the scene of the crime. Bianca couldn't believe that the Nighthound was where they were as she looked at the crowd forming. Sinclair finds it scary, as a terror attack happened at exactly where they were staying. PG couldn't believe that all that happened on their last day, while Tudor calls it a shame, as he thought that he missed his chance to catch the Nighthound in order to prove his qualification to be a great hero. Sancho was surprised over the fact that he heard that there were no casualties, which was unusual to him. PG reminded Sancho that the headmaster, Sir Quilty, had gone missing since yesterday, along with all of his bodyguards. This meant that they might have been fallen victims of the Nighthound's terror attack. Looking at Dolores as she walks past them, the group of student volunteers believe that she must be very distressed over this news. Pietro was accompanying Dolores as they made their way through the orphanage together. He was struggling over the news he heard from her, about the fact that Quilty, someone he thought just had uncomfortable traits, was actually a demon in disguise, added on the fact that the Nighthound was actually the person who resolved the situation, and not the one that caused it. Pietro finds that ambushing a branch of their family was unforgivable, but he found it personally refreshing that he had cut off a rotten section of their family. But he knew that even if this was the truth, he wasn't sure that the public would accept it. Having been silent during their entire time together, Dolores decides to make a move, walking past Pietro and telling him sorry for what was going to happen from now on. She stood in front of the news reporters, thanking them for being here, and asking them to listen closely to what she has to say next. The news reporters were surprised to see her in front of them, spreading the news that the Saintess had something to say about the incident. As more of them begin to gather in front of her, Dolores starts to take out a book she had hidden in her clothes. A memory surfaces from the night of the battle. Vikir could be seen handing her a book, telling Dolores that it contains the truth about the Quo Vadis family, and that she should be the one to decide what to do with it. Wasting no time at all, Dolores starts to read out loud about what was inside the book from day 0 of month 0, the sales log of the exemptions and indulgences, the addressor Quilty Lune Indulgentia, the consignee Cardinal Humbert Lune Quo Vadis, Viscount Vecoin murdered his parents due to them wanting to donate all of their assets instead of passing them down. He took their assets after disguising their deaths as accidents. All of his sins were forgiven after paying 1.5 billion gold in cash. She goes further, talking about Baron Lasso, how he murdered his maid after doing wicked things to her, then burying her in the sewer. All of his sins were forgiven after paying 200 million gold in cash. Sir Fig, he murdered his partner in order to monopolize their investments. His sins were forgiven after paying 800 million gold in cash. After shouting out the sins of the donors, the news reports were alarmed to hear this. They couldn't believe that the church would sell exemptions to demons like them, but some of them didn't believe what Dolores said, thinking that Cardinal Humbert wasn't the type of person to do such wicked things. Hearing the mixed reactions from them, Dolores continues to read out loud the sins the people have committed and paid to be free of them. Next up is Count Azel, who had evaded approximately 100 billion gold of taxes, and was free of his sins after paying 300 million gold in cash. Dolores continued to read each and every one of the entries in the book she was holding, no longer stopping even if she was scared of her father, because she wanted to be someone that a certain person wouldn't be ashamed of. Dolores further declares to everyone that she personally believes that the buying and selling of sins with money should be considered blasphemy against God. She continues to swear that such brutalities will no longer occur in the Quo Vadis family. Far away from her, Vikier was seen sitting at the same place where he used to spend time with Perry. Even from here, he could hear what Dolores was saying clearly. Gazing into the afternoon sky, Vikier realized that even after he had regressed, her righteous heart still hasn't changed one bit. After the battle with Dantalion, Vikier knew that there were only 9 elite corpses left. Even after defeating one of them, Vikier had a hint of sadness in his eyes as he looked down, slowly rubbing the seat with his hand and swearing out loud that at the end of his journey in this life he was going to create a future where children like Perry could live and laugh with all the joy in the world in their hearts. As he left the place where he had spent time with her, a cross was seen with Perry's name tag and the flower wreath she had made for Vikier laid there neatly, a reminder that a young beautiful girl called Perry had existed in this world, and that he hoped that she could finally laugh peacefully. After the sad but happy ending with the previous chapter, we begin this one at a familiar place back in the academy. We turn to the professor's laboratory, under Mr. Banshee Morgue, where a familiar voice could be heard, asking about why the article she wrote isn't in the papers. Dolores appears, wearing her school uniform, her face angered as she questions someone. She tells them that she had only written the truth, and only the truth, and yet the article that only criticizes the Night Bloodhound gets put on the paper instead. It turns out that Mr. Banshee Morgue was the one she was arguing against, or as I would like to call him, Professor Snape. Hearing her concerns, he simply questions the Saintess if she was really asking because she didn't know the true reason why her article couldn't be placed in the papers. He takes it out on the table and points out to her that what she wrote was particularly aggressive against a certain organization. Hence, the Academy chooses to be politically neutral. The article was written with the words, "Are the Night Bloodhound attacks truly unwarranted? The darkness behind the Holy Quo Vadis household." She shouts back at the Harry Potter character imposter, telling him that she had simply written the truth as it was. But Professor Snape shakes his head, reminding her about how her own father, Cardinal Humbert, had denied all these accusations, and that the leaders who are on the exemption list also claimed that all of these facts she wrote about them were false. Feeling trapped by his words, the Saintess tries to argue that she had the records from the exemption lists that the Night Bloodhound had given to her previously, but all the professor could see was a list whose source hasn't been verified, so they didn't know if it was truly real. Hearing the way he kept trying to knock her down, Dolores finally questions Professor Snape about why he supports the Quo Vadis family so much, even asking him if there was someone else pressuring him to do so. Her words seemed to hit the target as the professor fell into a deep silence. His eyes were lost as he thought about her words deeply. Pausing from his seat, Professor Snape reveals that there was no need to lie to her anymore, and reveals that he had been asked to set the focus of the recent paper on highlighting the terrible actions of the Night Bloodhound. Even the headmaster of the academy was quite baffled by this request. Dolores couldn't understand it, asking the professor if her father, Cardinal Humbert, was really that powerful, that he could even give the headmaster enough trouble to be bothered by it. Professor Snape smirks at that thought, telling her if it was just her father, then he himself would be enough to stop him. A sense of dread overcame Dolores, as she understood what Professor Snape meant by his words. She knew that there was only one person who outranks Cardinal Humbert in the Quo Vadis family, and that was the Pope, the ultimate leader of the Church and the person closest to God. Thinking about it, she knew that even if all others were to fall into darkness, the Pope alone would remain pure of heart and righteous. But there have been rumors going around that say that the Pope's judgment has been clouded as a result of his age, which might allow Cardinal Humbert to use it to his advantage, controlling him to do what he wants instead. Pushing that aside, Professor Snape reminds her that her article is not fit to be put in the newspaper, as the article she wrote suggests that it is in support of the Night Bloodhound's actions. He even tells her to keep in mind that the Night Bloodhound is a criminal, someone who has been committing crimes lately. Keeping her words back, Dolores knew that the Night Bloodhound isn't a bad person. The ones that are truly evil are the Quo Vadis members and the demons that reside within them. She recalled what the Night Bloodhound had told her, that there were still demons existing in their world, and that he had been fighting all of them by himself, a lone warrior against pure evil, who is determined to carry it on forward till his dying breath. Seeing that this was a losing battle, Dolores decides to leave the laboratory first. But as she did, Professor Snape reminds her to not look into this matter any further. Thanks to talking to the professor, it made her realize why the Night Bloodhound didn't come out with the truth to the public. Even though he was risking his life to fight all the demons all by himself, even though she lost the battle to place her article in the newspaper, Dolores won herself a new sense of purpose and confidence, which is to help the Night Bloodhound. We now turn to Tudor, who is seen stretching his body as much as he could. The boys were walking back to their rooms as Tudor complained about how tiring it was to study outside like this, and knew that volunteering wasn't cut out for him. Seeing how they were done with volunteering and studying, Tudor places his hand on Vikir's shoulder, asking him if he wanted to follow the group as they were going to practice the game run flat. But our boy declines the offer, saying he wasn't feeling well and needed to spend some time alone. The words "time alone" triggered something in Tudor, as his face was filled with fear for some reason, while PG happily tells everyone that he was going back to his room as well. Tudor, in an instant, covers the little boy's mouth, telling Vikir that having some time alone was an important thing, and that they'll hold on to PG in the meantime. Even after seeing the weird reaction from him, Vikir still agrees with what they were doing. Alone in his room, Vikir finds it perfect since he hasn't gotten any time alone since his fights, to the point that he couldn't even unpack the things in his bag. Thinking about the previous night, Vikir's Swordmaster rank, which he had reached with the help of the Saintess's blessing, had returned to its original state, high-rank graduator since that day. Even though he lost the Swordmaster rank, Vikir still felt great. He had gotten the feeling of what it was like as a Swordmaster, which was good enough for our boy. Rummaging through the bag, Vikir still had the best thing he had gotten from the fight, which was the thing he had taken while fighting Dantalion's bodyguards. It turns out to be the leather sack he had gotten from killing each of the bodyguards. Placing the 4 sacks together would allow it to transform into one large mask, and if Vikir remembers it correctly, and he did, turns into the mask of degeneracy called Picaresque, which has fratricide, which means killing one's own kind, and degeneracy stats. Vikir couldn't believe that he had gotten a relic that rivals the demon sword Beelzebub in his hands. He had read all about this thing before his regression. This is a mask that gets stronger as the wearer kills more of his kind. It is said that the more humans you kill with this mask on, the more powerful you become. On top of that, it would allow the wearer to gain insane resilience and mana regeneration. Feeling a sense of adventure, Vikir decides to try it on, even after knowing that there were some sort of side effects that come with the mask. A sudden surge of power started to be seen from his eyes the moment he placed the mask on his face. Vikir could feel its power. His health and aura, which had been depleted from the fight with Dantalion, were immediately restored. Its power was different from the Swamp March salamander skill he had stored in Beelzebub, which could only help with lost limbs. The mask helps Vikir to recover from fatigue as well. But something weird was going on. Looking around where he was, our boy felt that something was off about his situation. Taking a look at the table and bag from before, he started to wonder why everything in his eyes started to look bigger. Not only that, everything he sees so far is in white and black, no colors. Instead of words coming out from his mouth, a small and cute woof noise came out of a little puppy who was seen where Vikir was sitting last time. Our boy realized it. He had turned into a dog and guessed that this was the side effect from the mask. I mean, it makes sense. He comes from the Baskerville family, which is filled with people having dog names in their own names. Feeling the panic and trouble in his situation, our boy started to run around in circles, in dog form. thinking about how bad it was going to be if he can't return back to normal. He needed to get the mask off his face somehow. As soon as he thought about how to get the mask off his face, it came out on its own, reverting Vikir back into human form as he stood naked as the day he was born inside his room. As part of the fan service, I'll let you guys stare at this specimen for a few more seconds. After removing the mask from his face, Vikir was glad to discover that it comes off his face when he thinks that he wants it removed. Looking at it as it laid on the ground, the side effect of being turned into a dog when he wanted was now a perk to Vikir. Thankfully, in the academy, there was no rule saying that students couldn't keep animals in the dorms, so this perk could help him in sneaking around without suspicion. But as he was thinking about how to use the side effect to his advantage, a cracking sound could be heard. Vikir could sense it coming from the bag, grabbing his attention. He takes out the Madame Eight Legs egg, which is now cracked. Seeing that it was cracking, Vikir recalled how the egg had moved back then. It was a sign that it was about to hatch. Knowing about Madame Eight Legs, who is a high-ranking monster that Vikir almost died multiple times to while fighting against it, he knew that even the ancient demons that command hell didn't want to fight against this queen, so they decided to give her a place to live in the depths instead. And yet, in his hand, the descendant of that monstrous queen was about to hatch. As soon as he thought of it hatching, a little spider came out from the egg, barking out sounds like a dog for some reason. Vikir stares at it, and couldn't believe that this little cotton ball is the madam's descendant, and was confused on why it was barking at him. The little cotton ball continued to bark and make dog noises, leading Vikir to believe that it learnt to do it when it was being held by a wolf. Soon enough, the little spider started to signal something at Vikir, with its sad eyes while moving its body sideways. Our boy took it as it was trying to say that it was hungry. Placing a piece of meat on the table instead of eating it, the little spider started to shake its head in refusal. Seeing its reaction to the meat, Vikir guessed that it might be too young to eat meat like the madam. Even so, he finds it as a win. Getting to own an S-rank monster from the dense forest is a good opportunity for him. Seeing how the little spider couldn't eat anything in the room, Vikir decides to head out and look for some food. But as he was roaming the corridors of the academy, a voice caught his attention. Someone was scolding, saying that a commoner shouldn't muddy the academy's waters. Hiding behind a pillar, Vikir spots a group of bullies surrounding our boy PG. Watching the situation closely, Vikir spots his friend in trouble and slowly recognizes the people bothering him. The main bully turns out to be Grenouille de Leviathan of the Fire Corps, who comes from the poison-wielding Leviathans, one of the 7 pillars that make up the Empire. He's known as a top student of the Fire Corps freshman, and he's exceedingly proud of his status. All this information was given by PG, our human dictionary of information. Sensing trouble brewing, the human dictionary makes the right move, smoothly sailing away from the bullies and using the excuse that his friends were in the toilet and waiting for him to get away from them. But one of the bullies stopped him from exiting, telling him that a commoner shouldn't be going away so simply. Grenouille appears and calls him worthless, speaking about how he was just a low-rank expert, and that just his mere presence in the school was enough to annoy him. He also finds it an insult that someone like him, a member of the 7 great families of the Empire, has to walk in the same halls as a commoner low-born peasant like PG. With a disgusted and arrogant look on his face, the main bully declares to PG that he didn't belong in the academy, and that he should leave it immediately. He even goes as far to say that the people PG hangs out with were probably at the same pathetic level as he was. Hearing those words, something awakens in the timid young boy, his eyes filled with a profound sense of rage as he grabs Grenouille by the collar, startling the bully, as he didn't expect this from a mere commoner. With fury in his words, PG holds him up, telling the bully not to insult his friends as he did before. Feeling more annoyed than ever, Grenouille wonders what PG was going to do about them, and turns to the others, ordering them to make a mess of our boy. Immediately taking on the orders, one of the bullies goes straight for a punch to PG's face, who could only close his eyes as the incoming fist was coming for him. But as he waited for the fist to hit his face, nothing seemed to happen, so he slowly opened his eyes to see what was going on. Tudor had appeared in front of him, holding the bully's fist in one of his hands while asking PG if he was all right. Soon enough, a muscular hand filled with veins appears and grabs the top of the other bully, who could feel it, as a sweat drop appears on the side of his face. Sancho appears as well, with red glowing demonic eyes. He grips the head of the bully tightly, causing him to scream in pain while telling them that if they wanted a fight, then they had chosen the wrong person. PG couldn't believe that Tutor and Sancho were here to save him, and after turning around, he could see that even Vikier had appeared to help him out. Granui was annoyed to see Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote intervening in his plans as the bullies were regrouping themselves. Tutor, Sancho and Vikier had gathered onto PG's side as well. They found it weird that their little boy was taking too long, and didn't expect to find him in this situation. All three of the Gigachads were now officially pissed off, knowing that there was someone in the academy that dared to lay their hands on their start off this chapter with an intense staring match between the two groups. Group 1 is filled with main character aura, while the other group is filled with random NPC aura. Granui looks at them with a smirk on his face, telling Tutor that after seeing who he hangs around with, he clearly understands his standards now. He adds on that he knows Tutor's worth by simply looking at his commoner friends that surrounds him. The blonde hero reminds the bully that in the academy, nobles and commoners were not differentiated, meaning that all students who enter the school are to be treated equally, regardless of their backgrounds. But Granui brushes that fact away, telling Tutor that he can't do anything about it, especially since he couldn't do anything during the Nighthound incident. Throwing that in struck a chord with the blonde hero as he tried to justify that he was sleeping during that time. Granui could only laugh about that, telling Tutor that losers always come up with some sort of excuse, releasing gas from his body as his friends put on gas masks on their faces. Granui proudly claims that if he was there during the incident, then he would have been able to catch the Nighthound. The group are alarmed to see an endless amount of gas coming towards them from the bully's side. Tutor tries to cover himself from the gas using his arm, asking Granui if he intends on showing off his skills inside the school. While the hero was panicking, Vikier stood calmly at the back, smelling the gas and thinking that it was some sort of paralytic. Even the little cotton ball, a descendant of Madame Eight Legs, started to sniff the air, following Vikier's actions and breathing in the toxic gas. Granui calls him Little Action, something cute, indicating to Tutor that this threat was simply to show him a difference in their strengths. Seeing the reaction of Tutor's group, the bully starts to mock them, telling them to fall into despair after feeling the gap between their strengths. After all, in his eyes they were ignorant fools. But as he was saying those words, the little cotton ball opened wide, and within seconds, without Vikier understanding what was going on, the gas that was spread all around them started to be sucked into the little madam, as though it was a vacuum cleaner. Vikier looks at baby madam, shocked by the speed of how she was absorbing the poison fog. He starts to think that she likes to eat poison as food, and as soon as she is done sucking in the poison fog, Vikier quickly covers her to hide her from everyone present. After opening his eyes, Tutor was confused by what was going on, as the poison fog was no longer present around them. Seeing that nothing else was happening, Tutor realized that they were scared for no reason, and believed that Granui still possessed a tiny bit of logic in his small brain, recalling his attack before anything worse happens. But even the group of bullies were confused by what was going on, as they didn't expect Granui to stop in his attacks. Granui, after seeing what happened, was the most shocked by the current situation. Staring at Vikier, who for some reason is leaking poisonous gas from inside his shirt, thanks to baby madam, Granui believed that he had seen the fog suck towards Vikier just now, but thought that he had seen it wrongly. Instead of fighting against Tutor's belief, Granui acts along with it, declaring to him smugly that he had bestowed upon them a generosity that was deeper than the abyss, and that using poison on the Ice Corp's idiots, whose brains are made of muscles, was a waste. Taking the fight to the bully this time, Tutor walks towards him, calling out Granui for how he kept looking down on them this entire time. In a menacing tone, the blonde hero threatens the bully, asking him with a death stare if he wanted to have a go between them. He marens them about the team event that was in the upcoming midterms, and declares that the team with the lower score will run around the academy naked. Hearing that, Granui easily agrees with the bet. He turns away, all smug, and accepts Tutor's proposal, as he couldn't wait to see them all become the laughing stock of the academy, something fun to watch. After the bullies had left them, PG went up to Tutor, apologizing to him for getting into this mess and taking the blame for it. But to Tutor it was all good, since he personally wanted to crush Granui's ego for once in his life. Even after hearing that, PG started to cry. He believes that he wouldn't be of any help to them for the bet, since he only saw himself as a low-rank expert. The blonde hero places his hand on the little man's shoulder, assuring him that it was fine, since he was smart, and along with his ability to observe is amazing. As the group headed off to where they were going, Tutor explains to them that the midterm team event requires a 4-man team, so Sancho and him will take the front, while PG will be located at the spirit tower in the middle. And as for our boy Vikir, who showcased his excellent skills in using the bow and arrow, will be taking up the vanguard. With their positions and skills, Tutor was sure that they would get a high score, and since it was them, there was no way they could lose to Granui's group. Hearing that gave PG a new sense of confidence as he agrees completely with Tutor's plan on winning the midterm event. But his sense of confidence was cut short as Vikir raises his hand in the background, revealing to the group that he had already formed a team with someone else, and would pass off the chance to be with them in the midterm event. The entire group were shocked to hear this. So Vikir repeated the fact that he had already formed a team with someone else, and that he couldn't break it off as promises were important to him. All three of the boys were in complete shock over this shocking fact, while in their minds they were hoping that at least Vikir could read the room and understand their issue. But all of this was not clear at all to our boy, as he remained clueless over what they wanted from him. The scene then changes to showcase an arena. It was filled with students from all the branches in the academy. They were cheering loudly, screaming at the top of their lungs over what was going on. It turns out that Dolores's team had entered the stage, a celebrity amongst the students. As they cheered even louder upon her appearance, they screamed at her over how she looked amazing this year, and that she was the capital's pride. Undeterred by the screams of adoration from the students in the stand, Dolores remained focused, her eyes unwavering from the test before him as she donned her armor. Here's a little background on what is going on. The Colosio Academy's midterms will be shown to outsiders. There are a total of 3 subjects in the midterms: a team test to evaluate defense, an individual test to evaluate offense, and a theory exam, painful for most students. In today's defense test, hologram magic is used to manifest a dungeon inside the arena. Teams will battle against dummy monsters that are veiled with dense earth golem hologram magic. As we see now, massive ant-like monsters were being created in the upcoming battle for the students to face off against. The blue symbol on the student bodies was a shield magic that veils the students' bodies, will receive a fixed amount of shocks, and will appear as a score on a board far away. The students will form parties of 4 and defend against a monster wave. Grades will be evaluated based on contribution and how long they endure. The hit points or HP given to students will decrease every time they are hit by a monster, and when their HP reaches 0, the test will automatically end. There are 3 rounds, each round being 20 minutes, and if they can hold out for 1 hour, they will receive full marks. The best grade for this term came from the 3rd years, as the crowd were amazed by the performance of Dolores' team in their match. The party of the school president, Dolores, held out for 58 minutes, unfortunately, but they obtained the best record among the 3rd years. PG started to write down his notes, informing the group that since the graduating 4th years aren't taking this exam, then Miss Dolores's party had set the best record for this midterm. He continues to talk about how normally the 3rd years reach the 3rd round and the 2nd years reach the 2nd round, and so he determines that if their group holds out for 20 minutes, then they will be at the top of their year. But Tutor cuts in, reminding him that 20 minutes wasn't something that they could be satisfied with. Tutor states that in order to crush Granui's ego, then they would need to at least get halfway through to the 2nd round. As he said that, another student appears, telling Tutor that he would at least get that far, because with her in their team it wouldn't be a problem. It turns out that Bianca had joined the boy group as their archer. She confidently tells the boys to make sure that they tank well so that the monsters don't rush at her. As a thank you, she would then get all the monsters for them. Sensing the arrogant tone in her voice, Tutor reminds the archer that this was a team event, not a 1 princess and 3 slaves event. And with his naked body on the line, he wanted her to act appropriately, and with sincerity, Bianca tells him that she herself didn't want to see his naked body either, as her eyes will rot if that happens, so she urges him to do well during the event. Sancho cuts into the tense atmosphere, reminding them to fight the enemies in the arena and not each other. The two of them quickly stopped their fighting, annoyed at one another, while PG was thinking to himself that the two of them, Tutor and Bianca, surely don't get along. Staring at the sky above them, PG wonders why Vikir had to join a different group. As he was thinking of him, we turn to Vikir, who speaks out loud that he doesn't like to be the center of attention. He stands in a commander-like stance, telling the people before him that even though some stuff had happened that resulted in him getting some attention, he figured that it would be bad if he receives any more than this. So he tells the people to go crazy, to the point that he didn't have to do anything. 3 familiar-looking people responded with the same words, "We will protect you with everything we have so you do not have to do anything, my liege." It turns out that the group Vikyr had promised was the triplets of the Baskerville family. Once again, we'll call them High, Middle, and Low, from top to bottom as their names to make things easier. All three of the brothers were excited as this was their first mission from their liege, so all three of them knew that they needed to do well. Meanwhile, the original boy group were stunned to see who Vikyr had teamed up with without them. As they were watching him, the bully makes his appearance again, calling Tudor a bastard while believing that he had ditched the commoner Vikyr, and recruited Bianca from the Usher family, an obvious thing in order to win. But even after seeing the new team, Grenouille de Leviathan was still confident that it would be impossible for him to win against them. After all, he himself had recruited an ace on their team. Another familiar person makes her appearance, calling Grenouille as Gregru, and telling him to stop laughing so wickedly. The bully looks back and quietly corrects her, saying his name is Grenouille. He even tells her that she should be grateful that a commoner like her had been accepted into their group. Sinclair wasn't inclined to do so, but assured him that as their new team member she would do her best for their grades. But once again, she messes up in pronouncing Grenouille's name, making him angry as he corrects her once again. While she remains curious about which group Vikyr had joined, Grenouille leads the team confident that his group, Group 69, would take the #1 spot amongst all the first years, while in Group 108 was Vikyr and the triplets Team Baskerville. In Group 109 was the original boy group, with backup Bianca. Leading them was Tudor, hyped over the upcoming test. The midterms of the first years have begun. We begin this chapter with the crowd of students roaring loudly with their cheers as their voices are filled with excitement. In the center of the arena, there was a platform, covered by a powerful blue shield. We turn to Team Baskerville, where Vikyr was looking at what was going on with a perplexed look on his face. Thinking about it, he recalled that in his past life, he couldn't remember seeing the Academy's exam, and only understood that students just needed to be decent at fighting. But as he was thinking that, High was quick to notice the look on Vikyr's face. Seeing that look of confusion made him ask our boy if he didn't have any information about the exam. So he started to break it down. When students step foot into the arena, a virtual reality magic circle will activate, and the area will change into a dungeon. The exam starts when the monsters start charging at you. Although the exam looks simple, and you only need to hold out until your HP drains to 0, the poison that the monsters excrete is real, although it would be much weaker than the original poison. But even if the students were not physically hurt, they still needed to be careful, as their HP could decrease from the poison that the monsters would give off. Hearing about the poison used in the exam, Vikyr was curious about whether it was real. High tells him that he had heard rumors that if something were to happen, then the instructors would lift the magic wall and interfere in the exam themselves. Seeing how much information they had, Vikyr was curious if the triplets had practiced this type of exam before. After asking that, the triplets reveal that while he had been away from the family, the three of them were practicing several times in the estate's drill hall. Seeing that the triplets were confident and well experienced in this exam, Vikyr decides to leave it to them, ordering the three boys to go crazy so he doesn't have to move an inch. The triplets were excited to receive that command, repeating in unison that they were going to protect Vikyr as his iron pillars. All three of them were excited to carry out their first mission from their liege. As they were talking, Tudor and the boy band made their way over to where they were. Seeing Vikyr, he asks if he had prepared properly for their upcoming exam. Taking the chance while the triplets were focusing on their new mission, Tudor sneaks beside Vikyr, asking him if he was all right, since he was in the same group as the Baskerville triplets. Sensing the worry in his tone, our boy tells Tudor that he wasn't forced to group up with them. Instead, they just really wanted him in their team. But the blonde hero couldn't believe it. He itches his face closer to Vikyr's, whispering to him if he was truly safe and not being bullied into doing something he didn't want to. Vikyr corrects the misunderstanding, revealing that the triplets and him had discussed the team up several weeks ago when they said they needed information about monsters. As they are talking, PG hears the announcement of the end of a round for the exam. The announcer had revealed that the first year's group number 68 had ended. The next group to head into the arena for the exam is Group 69, which belongs to the bullies, as Grenouille's face appears, happily smiling to himself over the fact that it was his group's turn. With the other two bullies by his side and Sinclair at the back, Grenouille happily announces to them that it was time for them to go wild. As soon as his group entered the arena, the ant-like monsters started to make some noise and headed straight towards them. Seeing a huge wave of monsters coming right their way, Grenouille turns to Sinclair, shouting at her on whether she was ready with her spells or not. Slowly opening her eyes, Sinclair had a serious look on her face for once in this story. She calmly tells Grenouille that her spell was now complete. Focusing all her power into unleashing the spell, Sinclair sends a powerful wave of magic in the air before him, tackling and attacking all the ant-like monsters that stood in her way. Her amazing display of magic skills caught the attention of the crowd as they cheered her on. Vikier was watching her match closely as well. Seeing the way she was performing in the exam, he understood why a commoner like her had claimed the top student rank in magic. But after seeing how skilled she was, Vikier couldn't help but wonder why she didn't do anything during the fall in his past life, when she had become a famous mage in the future. After casting magic one after the other, the round ends for Grenouille's group as the announcer proclaims the end of Group 69's exam round. All the members of the group were exhausted by the time the round ended. Grenouille's group, Group 69, had the best record among the first years, a record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. After hearing the announcement of his group's score, Tudor and the boy band had mixed feelings about it. Tudor himself was angry, as he couldn't believe that Grenouille's group had actually gotten the newest best record amongst all the first years. In the midst of his anger, his sharp eyes spotted something below in the arena. It turns out to be Grenouille, who has a smug look on his face as he wags his finger in the air, clearly taunting Tudor, and telling him that he was looking forward to seeing him run around naked. It turns out that every member of the boy band had seen what Grenouille was doing down below. Their anger rose tremendously, as their eyes gleamed back with massive amounts of hatred towards him. For the next group, it turns out to be the Baskerville clan with the triplets leading the charge. As they entered the arena, Tudor and the others loudly shouted out words of support to Vikier. While everyone else was cheering, the triplets were focused, their gaze honed onto their objective, which is to take first place, the position that suits their liege the most. As Bianca and PG watch closely, she notices something with Vikier and wonders about it. She asked PG if our boy could actually use the bow, which according to PG's information is true, as it was recorded that Vikier was the Ice Corps' ace for the bow and arrow. After finding out that bit of information, Bianca's interest in Vikier's bow and arrow skill increased. She looks forward to seeing how well he can shoot. And so, as the monsters for the exam were created, Vikier aims and lets out a wave of arrows towards them. PG and Bianca were watching closely, and they were shocked to see the insane speed that Vikier had fired off with. To Bianca, who was a known archer, Vikier's speed was insane. But that was all. After watching him for a bit longer, she could see that Vikier's arrows were only fast but weak, and they all lacked accuracy since most of them simply went past the monsters. Seeing the way he was shooting, Bianca still felt that something was off about what Vikier was showing them. This turns out to be true, as underneath the thick glasses on his face, Vikier's bloodhound eyes were activated. Posing for another shot, Vikier aims an arrow but this time covers it in the red powerful Baskerville aura. With just a single shot, he manages to blow one of the monsters into complete pieces. But it all turns out to be fake as he was imaging it. He recalls his arrow, thinking that if he had used his actual skill, then that would have happened instead. He could definitely feel his body itching to show off. As the battle went on, he remembered a memory with Ayin. He recalled the time she had taught him how to use the bow and arrow like the Balak tribe, and after teaching him, she made him swear a promise to never lose to anyone with the bow. Remembering that, Vikier couldn't help but smile and laugh, apologizing in his head to Ayin for breaking the promise. As everyone was distracted with the battle, Vikier took it as the perfect moment to bring out baby Madam. She happily escapes from Vikier's clothes and hops nearby to the closest monster corpse that was giving off poison. Seeing it made her so happy, as the baby Madam's eyes immediately glowed and shined brightly. While she was busy having the time of her life, Vikier was happy that she was. After he had heard that the ant monsters could excrete poison like Grenouille, he basically figured out that the exam was an all-you-can-eat buffet for baby Madam. And seeing how she was feasting so much, it turns out that Vikier was right. And so, he decides to leave her alone till the exam finishes. With the sound of the timer going off, it marks the end of the exam for the Baskerville boys. Sadly, all three of the brothers were kneeling on the ground in disappointment. Their group's result for the exam was a record of 19 minutes and 50 seconds, which made them rank second amongst the first years. Grenouille, on the other hand, was laughing like a mad clown after seeing the result they had achieved. Him and his group of bullies were laughing their butts off while being in the stands. Grenouille was confident that there was no way a commoner like Vikier could beat him. Thus, after seeing the results, he would surely know the difference in their skills. As he and the bullies continued to mock Vikir, Sinclair was chuckling along in an uncomfortable manner, telling Grenouille that he looks like a third-rate villain. All three of the triplets immediately took a blade to their necks, apologizing to Vikir for not being able to take first place, so as their punishment, they would take their lives instead. But he immediately tells the brothers to stop it. After all, second place was still pretty high of an achievement. As they leave the arena, the announcer tells everyone that the next group up is Group 109. It turns out to be Tudor and the boy band. As they head into the arena, they were discussing Vikir's group results, which was a pretty high score, but their goal was above that, after all, in order to beat the record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds that Grenouille's group had set. Tudor and the boy band's aim is to clear the first wave. And so their exam started with Tudor destroying an ant monster with a single blow from his spear. Sancho leads the front with Tudor as backup, while PG gives out the orders. In the back, Bianca shoots off any remaining ant monsters she spots with her bow and arrow. Even Vikir was astounded to see the teamwork they were giving off. Tudor and Sanko fight the monsters at the forefront. Bianca supports them from the rear, and PG gives out orders while observing the whole situation. Judging by their great teamwork, it seems like Tudor's group had prepared themselves thoroughly for the exam, which meant that they could really come in first place. But something was bothering Vikir. He felt a sense of emptiness near his collar for some reason, and upon touching his collar, Vikir finally noticed what this dreadful feeling he was having. His eyes were opened wide in shock as he started to look for something. He quickly zooms into a black ball on top of the monster corpse that was closest to him. Upon zooming in, he could see that baby Madam was still happily eating away at the poison of the ant monsters. Her face was filled with complete joy as she ate as much as she could. While Vikir was in full panic mode, he had lost the baby Madam to the exam arena. We ended off the last chapter with Vikir realizing that baby Madam was still in the arena while the exam is still ongoing. We could see her now happily taking in as much poison as her tiny body could handle. Vikir could only watch from the stands. Panic was written all over his face as he thought for sure that he had placed the baby Madam back into his jacket the moment the exam was finished. Seeing her in there now, he figured out that the baby Madam might have jumped back out because she wanted to eat more of the poison that was in the arena. He could even see that she had grown bigger in a short period of time. Baby Madam had even shed her body once. Seeing the way she was growing, she definitely was the baby of the original Madam Eight Legs. Since the exam was still ongoing, Vikir couldn't do anything about baby Madam since Tudor's group was still inside. Vikir could only hope that the presence of baby Madam wouldn't do anything to the exam, and that Tudor's group would be able to finish their exam without any trouble. Without skipping a beat, Tudor stabs through a monster easily with his spear, blasting it into multiple pieces. Seeing the good work that he was doing, the blonde hero couldn't help but strike a pose, basking in his good work over killing the monsters. Bianca, on the other hand, wasn't that impressed by his work, telling Tudor that he was needlessly wasting his energy, and that there wasn't any need to turn the ant monsters into pieces. Her comment was enough to annoy him. Pushing it even further, Bianca aims her bow at the incoming monsters, as Tudor tells her that he wanted to see how well her self-control is compared to his. Feeling confident about her skill, Bianca tells the blonde hero to watch carefully and see how the master gets it done. Sending a single shot of an arrow covered in her purple aura, it curves and bends through the air to get to the closest ant monster. Without any trouble, it penetrates the skull of the monster with ease. Tudor was actually impressed by Bianca's skill as he heads in to fight even more monsters. As he gains a new sense of competitive spirit, in order to not be outdone by Bianca, Sancho manages to slice a single ant monster with one blow from his axe. After being done with his side, he watches over the pair of them, confused about whether they were really enemies or friends. PG was actually watching their situation closely. He shouted at them that they had all strayed from their original positions and needed to fix it. In a mere few seconds, PG found the proper solutions. He tells Bianca that they didn't need to kill the ant monsters. Instead, he found it better if she was to just go after the joints in their front legs. For Tudor, PG wanted him to use a smashing attack when the ants disperse, as it would be more effective in the long run. For Sancho, PG's goal was for them to bring in the ant monsters closer instead of stopping them in the middle. The group were eager to follow PG's instructions without question, as they deemed his judgments better than theirs. The two boys excitedly went on to do as PG said, impressed by the young warrior. PG was happy to hear their compliments. After all, he didn't want to be a burden to the team, so he had worked hard, and was glad to see his hard work paying off. With their team combination and skill set, they believed that it was possible for them to set a new record amongst the first years. After some time, no more ant monsters were alive as the group tried to catch their breath again. The results of Tudor's Group 109, is a record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, which makes them tied for first place amongst the first years. Grenouille was pissed off after seeing their score. As he called them idiots, he couldn't believe that a group which has commoners inside them would have the same score as his group. Tudor's group were also disappointed in their record. Bianca couldn't believe that they were tied for first place, while PG's soul was leaving his body, as they only needed one more second to be the best. Tudor was just glad that their score meant that he didn't have to run around the academy naked. As they were heading out of the arena, Bianca started to talk about their HP shield that blocks shock, realizing that they would have actually died if the exam turns out to be a real battle when their HP reaches 0. Sancho was actually excited. He told the group that one day he wanted to become a warrior who can last for an hour, just like President Dolores. It turns out that she was watching their group closely from the stands as well. She was happy about their results, knowing that they were a part of her club, and wondered how strong they were going to be in the future. But as she watches them get ready to leave the arena, the announcer suddenly told everyone that Phase 1 of the exam has ended, which concludes the end of the first-year exclusive monsters, and that right now Phase 2 will now begin. The second-year exclusive monsters will now appear. Hearing that, Dolores was immediately alarmed by what was going on. It turns out to be a problem, as more ants, stronger than before, had appeared in the arena before Tudor's group could leave. Everyone from the stands, including Vikier and Grenouille's group, were all shocked to see what they were witnessing. Tudor's group was the most shocked as they gathered all together, all confused by what was going on, as more ants were coming out again, when they thought the exam had finished already. Tudor, seeing that the situation was getting worse, orders his group to be careful, as the physical damage they received from this moment on was going to be real. Their chances of seeing God was more than 0%. As they brace themselves for the upcoming deathmatch, Tudor reminds them that they only need to hold their ground until the school steps in. In the magic control room where the exam was being controlled from, the professors were all in a state of panic after realizing what was going on. The students in the arena had their HP reduced to 0, but the exam was still going on. Seeing that the students were first years, the professors demanded to know who allowed Phase 2. Analyzing the situation, one of the professors could see that aside from the students trapped in the arena, the system could detect a strong life force with them, which may have led to an error. The professor was monitoring the situation closely. Knowing that all signs of life should have been gone the moment the normal suit's HP the students were wearing reached 0. But for some reason, in their system, it was showing them that there was a presence overflowing with life who is still able to fight. As the professors were trying to get a grasp of the situation, Dolores barges into the room, informing them of the problem in the exam. She demanded of the professors that they needed to save the students who were inside the arena. But all they did was look at one another, telling Dolores that they were just the people who manage the waves that go in the exam, and that it wasn't their responsibility to check the program's reaction to life. Soon enough, the professors started to ignore Dolores's presence. Instead, they were discussing amongst themselves about the fastest way to save the formation. But all of them weren't taking action, as they needed permission from the higher-ups first to do anything. So instead, they argued to break the magic wall down quickly, but then they would need a key in order to do so. One of the professors had a key, but it was impossible to break the magic wall with just one key. It turns out that another professor had an additional key, but in the midst of the chaos, she had gone to the bathroom, and now they couldn't contact her at all. Dolores finally bites her lower lip in anger as she could see that the professors were incapable of doing anything to save the students who were facing death in the arena. Just outside the magic control room, Vikier was seen sitting near the window. He was listening closely to what was going on amongst the professors. It turns out to be an error in the magic equipment used in the exam. He thought about how during his own test, the system couldn't detect any reaction to life, which means that the magic stones used could only sense life after Baby Madam had eaten the poison and grew. Looking back at the arena, Vikier wasn't sure if it was because of the error, but the poison fog from within was spreading at an alarming rate. If they didn't hurry up, Tudor's group would be unsavable. Looking for a way to help, Vikier was quick to spot something with his sharp eyes. There were holes that were created for air circulation, but the hole was too small for a human to fit in. But now he had another trick up his sleeve. Back at the stands, the students were moving around in a mess. Sinclair was clueless about what was going on, and thought that some group had set a better record than her team. As she wandered around, she suddenly screamed as something fast and small bumped into her. Falling onto the group, the nearby students that were around her noticed something fast moving on the ground. Turning back to see what it was, Sinclair was left confused, as she saw a puppy carrying a pair of pants. Back in the magic control room, somebody was smacking the magic crystal repeatedly, while the professors were too stunned to do anything. They were shocked to see that President Dolores was wielding a sword and swinging it towards the magic crystal relentlessly. Two professors immediately grabbed onto her arms, stopping her from hitting the magic crystal, as they explained to her that it was an ancient out-of-place artifact which was very precious and expensive. But Dolores didn't care about its worth, as she knew that she needed to stop the magic connection between the magic stone and the arena in order to save Tudor's group. But the professors still didn't allow her to do so, reminding the president that if she breaks the magic crystal, then it wouldn't end with her expulsion. They would also request compensation from the Quo Vadis family. Ignoring their threats and uselessness, Dolores remains focused in order to save Tudor's group, as she was willing to do anything. Back in the arena, PG gets knocked out by a massive ant monster. Its strike was enough to knock him out completely unconscious, as his eyes turned white from the pain and impact. The group could only shout at him as he went flying far behind. They tried their best to wake him up as the poison fog started to spread even faster. The remaining members of the group were soon faced with a massive shadow that towered before them, as a horde of huge ant monsters were right in front of them. Tudor, who still hasn't become a hero, realizing that he might die in vain right here and right now. It didn't take long for the ant monsters to land a hit that destroyed Tudor and Sancho. Bianca couldn't do anything to help her team as she stood frozen in fear. The massive shadow was now cast upon her. Trying her best to hold in her tears, Bianca couldn't believe that this was going to be her final moment. She didn't want to die like this. As the attack was coming, she closed her eyes. As she did, a figure with red glowing eyes appeared in the poison fog. With a fist covered in red aura, Vikir makes his appearance inside the arena, sending the ant monster to hell by blowing it up into multiple pieces, saving Bianca's life in the process. Even though the ant's attack didn't land on her, the force of Vikir's punch was enough to slowly knock her out, as she wondered how it was possible for him to be here. Vikir stood alone in the arena, completely shirtless, as his body was covered in old scars. With a determined look on his face, Vikir assures Tudor's group that nothing else was going to happen to them.
In the previous chapter, a situation was developing in the arena, placing the lives of the students within it in danger. As a result, in order to save them, Dolores immediately grabbed onto a sword and readied herself to smash the crystal that controlled the arena. But the teachers in charge quickly held onto her, begging the student president not to break it as she struggled against them. As they continued to struggle against one another, a teacher somewhere else in the room informed them that there was one more entity inside the arena. The teachers were shocked to see that someone had entered the arena by breaking through the magic wall and even killed one of the killer ants. Looking at the globe which showed what was inside, they could only wonder what was going on now. Back in the arena, Tudor's entire team had been knocked out and were lying on the ground, covered in green gas. Only Vikir was standing, shirtless, as he flexed his arm against the enemies that harmed his friends. Using his bloodhound eyes to scan the area, he found where Madame was hiding, reminding her of his family motto, "Where beasts who cannot be tamed will die." In rage, Vikir warns her that he was going to punish her for her mistakes later on, but for now, he needed her to eat all the surrounding poison and to protect his friends on the ground. Once again, the little Madame became a vacuum, opening her tiny mouth and sucking in all the poison around the area. As Vikir watches over her, a killer ant approaches him, towering over the hero before trying to unleash something upon him. But before anything could happen, Vikir had already jumped to the height of its head, and with a single kick, he ripped the killer ant in half. The teachers who were monitoring the situation inside the arena were shocked to see a sudden reaction happening. As soon as he killed one of the ants, Vikir remembered that there was something here that could detect life energy. Preparing himself for more kills, he recalls that an 18-year-old should be around a mid-level sword expert, so there would definitely be an uproar if the school finds out that he was a graduator. Looking at the killer ants before him, He knew that these dummy golems were created to be the same as real-life monsters. Adding these facts, Vikier decides to use the raid techniques for killer ants that he had used in his past life, with the arsenal of weapons he picked out from Tudor's team. Armed with new weapons and his past life knowledge, Vikier was ready to fight as a high-level sword expert. The first fact he knew about killer ants was the petiole, the joint that connects the head and the thorax, which is the ant's weakness. With a single throw of the axe using precise aiming, Vikier easily lands his attack, destroying the killer ant's biological compass with ease. With their biological compass all gone, the killer ant's spatial awareness disappears and they start to walk backwards. Using his bow and arrow this time, Vikier knew that they had another weakness. Their skulls are divided into two parts, and their joints that were there are the size of his pinky finger. The exoskeleton there was not as tough as compared to the other places on their bodies, allowing for a single arrow to destroy them. After firing that single shot, Vikier backflips into the air and towards the horde of monsters. Holding a spear in his hand, he zigzags through them, cutting the ants into pieces without a single scratch on his body. But something else stopped him in his tracks. A huge shadow was casted over our boy as he looked at his new opponent. He couldn't believe that it came out for this test, a different variation of the killer ants, an ant general. Bigger and badder than the ones from before. Instead of feeling afraid, Vikier was excited. The bloodhound in him was awakening as he decided to go with what he's best at, a sword. The students who were watching the test were all confused about what was going on as they couldn't see anything that was happening inside. Back at the room, the teachers were shocked to see something else happening. One of them reported to the others that the ant general in the test had been defeated, and all examinees inside were doing fine. Professor Snape was shocked to learn that the ant general had been defeated. He knew that it was a golem that the academy students would not be able to defeat. It was made for fun in order to place the overconfident students in their places, and tough enough for the students to withstand it for an hour. As Snape thought to himself about how it could be defeated, another teacher barges into the room, shouting out that he had found where Professor Sadie is, who held the bee key. The teachers were mad, asking where he found her, and it turns out that he had found her at a nearby alley bar where the owner was complaining about how she was vandalizing and destroying his business. Instead of being angry at her, Dolores quickly reminds them to hurry up and open the magic wall that was trapping the students inside the dome. With the missing professor finally found, the teachers were able to open the magic wall, releasing the poisonous gas inside. The incident during the Academy's midterms came to an end after the magic wall was lifted. Emergency services from the school took 42 minutes and 13 seconds. The teachers that went inside were stunned to see that all the ants had been defeated. Dolores rushes in as well, immediately ignoring the corpses of the dead monsters and begins her search for the students, but as she looked, she came across something that left her stunned. It turns out that she had chanced upon Vikier, who laid on the ground unconscious, surrounded by corpses of the killer ants, making her wonder how he was in here. Vikier was acting. He knew that what he was doing was sloppy, but this was the best choice. He had to act like he fainted while fighting with the others. Seeing the other students coming in was troublesome for the young hero, but he was still satisfied, since he didn't lose any of the future heroes in this incident. Taking the chance, the vice president whips out her camera, taking a candid photo of Vikier on the ground to use in the student paper. An article was written about him. To save his peers, a hero was born during Colosseo Academy's midterms. The truth behind Vikier's heroic deeds, although he fainted, is a statement from the young man who says that what happened is the outcome that was created by combining the power of him and his friends. The actions of a humble hero. He was flooded with compliments. Vikier, who became a hot topic for being handsome, got his mana rank re-evaluated as a high-level sword expert. The head of the Monster Research Center raises suspicions, saying it's impossible for a high-level sword expert to defeat an ant general. But Vikier explained that he knew the killer ants possessed a vital point on their skulls. Due to Vikier exposing the secret behind the killer ants, it was predicted that the mortality rate of Imperial soldiers would decrease. As a result, the Crown Prince awarded Vikier with a certificate. With all these stories about him, the people of the Academy could only wonder, who is Vikier, this year's hot star? As the titles come to an end, Vikier rips up the newspaper in his hand. Sitting on the roof of the building, he lets out a deep sigh. He couldn't believe that the quiet student life he planned to have was ruined now and was becoming more troublesome. Baby Madam was celebrating on his behalf, happily jumping on his shoulder as Vikier reminded her that this wasn't something to celebrate. Even after what happened, Vikier was glad that the others were still safe in the end just as an owl appeared near him. Leaning on his arm, he could see that it was Cindy's regular report. The small piece of paper wrote, 10 elite corpses, information acquired, need about 1 month's time to analyze. Night hounds, copycats have appeared. One is doing it out of glorification, the other's intentions are unknown. The Baskerville family's Osiris is currently away from the estate, assumed to be heading to the imperial capital where you are. Last point is that the Academy's first-year students are hiding their royal bloodline. Seeing the information about the 10 elite corpses, Vikier could feel that Cindy had found a clue as she was being careful by her approach since she needed 1 month's time. Thinking about his fight with one of the 10 elite corpses previously, Vikier knew that he had only defeated him easily with the help of the Saintess's power. But he needed to hunt them down on his own, so he decided that for the next month, Vikier was going to upskill himself diligently. Thinking about the copycats. He was worried about them before, but now there were 2 of them. It will be bad if they catch the palace's attention or if their actions overlap. Vikier needs to look into this issue more. There was also news regarding how Osiris Le Baskerville had left the Baskerville estate and now there was a possible chance that a royal family member was staying in the Academy. Vikier didn't even ask Cindy to tell him about the last bit of news, but he knew that she did it just for the fun of it. Using his aura, Vikier burns the report in his hand after memorizing the bits of it. As soon as the ashes of the report disappeared into the night sky, another voice was heard, telling Vikier that she didn't expect to meet the Academy's hero on this roof at this time. Sinclair has appeared, with a gentle smile on her face. She calls their meeting fate. As she sat down beside him, Vikier observed her closely. He knew her as a person who was diligent and talented. She was evaluated as someone who possesses all the talents in the world, and with outstanding grades, she was able to keep her rank of being the Fire Corps' finest student. But seeing her here in the middle of the night, Vikier wonders what exactly would someone like her be doing here right now. Sinclair reveals to him that she comes to this place to see the Milky Way whenever she was feeling down and didn't expect to see our boy here. Sneaking a peek at Vikier, Sinclair wonders if she would be able to see him here the next time she comes, while Vikier was thinking that he needed to change the location where he meets Cindy. Striking up a conversation, she reminded him that he was currently the talk of the Academy, which Vikier didn't want to know about, but still, she tells him not to be embarrassed as great interest follows those who are incredible. She starts to list out Vikier's achievements so far, from coming in first in theory, to writing 3 to 4 research papers that turned the academic world upside down. Adding on the fact that he is known as a commoner, an irregular and now a high-level expert. Vikier has become someone who puts his peers to shame. But even after hearing about all his glorious achievements, Vikier held a dark expression on his face, whispering that grades were insignificant and that they were nothing to be bothered about. Because he knew that all these things, from money, power, and honor, would soon be meaningless. When the world falls, all order will collapse and an era of survival will begin. While thinking about the past, Vikier was brought back to the present when Sinclair mentioned that he talks like he had lived for a long time, just like an old man would. Sensing her good instincts, Vikier decides to pivot as she asks him about what he was doing after midterms. He answers that he was doing his backs and legs. Sensing that she was being shut down, Sinclair was left speechless. While Vikier thought about her, he knew that she was hiding a lot of things. Before he regressed, Sinclair was a commoner who graduated without losing her top student rank once. After that, she cut off all contact with the world and disappeared from history. It was as if she disguised herself as a commoner like him, which made him think that the royal who was hiding their identity, as per what was written in Cindy's letter, must be her. The next day, we see Tutor stretching his body as he complains about how long the exam period has been, but he was glad that if they finish their attack exam today, then their midterms are done. Because of the accident during the defense exam, they gave them special considerations for sustaining injuries, so the exam schedule was delayed, which is why it felt so long. Tutor was still upset over his bet with Granui as it ended up in a stalemate. Instead, Tutor had found out who he needed to set as his new rival, which meant he gained a lot from the exam. Hearing that, the rest of the boys started to tease Vikir about how he hid his skills from them, but were grateful that he saved them from being injured too much, and that he was a high-level expert. He turns around to remind them that he didn't deal with the monsters by himself, but all the boys could hear was his modesty. Changing the topic, the boys brought up the news that the Night Hound had committed another terrorist attack. PG pulls out a paper from his bag, telling them that the students at Varangian Drill Hall were hurt by the Night Hound. He continues to read the paper about how the students found the Night Hound, and while they were trying to restrain him, the students were harmed. As the boys tried to make sense of the problems caused by the Night Hound, Vikir stood by himself at the back, thinking that this was the doing of the copycat again. Now that he has two copycats, he knows that one of them hasn't committed any crimes recently, but the number of crimes the other one has committed is gradually increasing. The problem is, safety precautions against the Night Hound may become stricter. If that happens, it could affect his future assassinations. Vikir decided that after he had finished his exams, he was going to get rid of the copycats. We changed the venue to the Colossio Academy's attack exam area. Unlike the defense exam, which required the teamwork of a group of 4 students, the attack exam is an exam where individual ability is measured. It will proceed with a one-on-one match between a professor and a student, and points will be given whenever the student lands fatal blows and evades the attacks of the golem controlled by the professors. The motive behind this exam is for the students to go up against golems emulating the professor's movements and gain practical experience from fighting stronger people. However, this exam's critical flaw is that one professor can only take care of 50 students at a time. In other words, the standards of the students' exam evaluations will differ depending on the professor's specific fighting styles. In other words, the standards of the students' exam evaluations will differ depending on the professor's specific fighting styles. Tutor is seen smashing through the exam golem with the tip of his spear. After defeating it once, he felt that the exam was doable. It turns out that the professor testing him was Snape, who remains unimpressed by his actions as he knew that the exam wasn't over, as Tutor was soon surrounded by vines emerging from the grounds. But the vines were simply a distraction, as the golem he destroyed soon returned, in a bigger and stronger form. Seeing the incoming punch, Tutor braces himself with his spear to take it on. But it turns out to be a fake, as the golem kicks him in the ribs instead. One kick was enough to turn his pupils white as Tutor laid on the ground, gripping his stomach in pain. As the golem shrinks back to its original size, Snape gives him a lesson, reminding Tutor that mages can also use their feet and not only their fists. As he uses the golem to help the young warrior get back on his feet, he tells him that since his goal when it comes to fighting is to win, then no matter if he was a mage or not, he needed to use his hands, feet and even teeth to win. As Tutor slowly returns back to his seat, he thanks the professor for the lesson, as it was revealed that his score was 35 points. Seeing that, Bianca was the first to be shocked by it, complaining that it was impossible for him to score higher than her since she scored 31 points herself. She continues to complain that the test was a setup and that a one-on-one fight is disadvantageous for an archer. Hearing that, Tutor couldn't believe that she was saying all that when she was the one who took all the individual points during the defense exam. In the midst of their talk, a familiar laugh catches their attention. Granui appears, sitting above them, declaring to Tutor that he was the superior one between them. Tutor reminds him that they both have 35 points when it comes to defense and attack exams. But Granui points out his single flaw: that was because his theory grade was higher than his, dealing a deadly blow to the young warrior. Feeling hurt over how he lost to Granui, Bianca comforts him, since their theory professor was Vinci Mord, who was still lucky. Thinking about it, she knew that the others have Professor Sadie, who was known as a pathetic, drunkard professor who disappeared with the magic wall's B key. Their seniors have even described her as weird and unprofessional, the #1 professor that all students should avoid. Hearing about all that, Tutor wonders how such a person was able to become an academy professor. Bianca tells him that she was a very skillful person, so when she's not working as a professor, she helps the authorities chase criminals down. Dangerous criminals like the Night Hound. Worried about the boys, Tutor wonders if they were going to be fine since they were all amazing and talented in their own rights. Which is why Bianca was worried. She gazed up into the sky, revealing that Professor Sadie was the last relative of a fallen marquis. She was apparently envious of talented students who come from a good family. The problem is that because of her envy, there was a rumor going around saying she completely destroys talented students. That rumor turns out to be true as a heel is being pressed into the skull of PG, who lays on the ground unconscious. Blood spilling everywhere. The students in a different exam room were horrified, wondering if this was really a test since another one of them had fainted. In the midst of chaos, the remaining students wanted to get out, but the door wasn't opening. Soon, they were shouting for another professor to come or for someone to save them from their situation. Professor Sadie was observing the situation with her feet still on PG's head, seeing how they were acting. She calls this year's students a bunch of cowards. It turns out that Sinclair had been beaten by her as she laid on the ground as well. Sancho was knocked out as well. All three of them had achieved 0 points in the exam. Holding her whip in her hand, Sadie thinks that continuing the exam would be a complete waste of time. Looking around, she spots a single student still remaining in front of her. Vikier was looking straight at her, his eyes underneath the thick glasses revealing his bloodhound aura. Not knowing who he was, Professor Sadie licks her lips and gets excited over how she was going to torment him and calls him forward. We begin this chapter off 30 minutes ago, before the massive beatdown from Professor Sadie. Sancho appears in perfect health, happily announcing that the attack exam is finally starting. Sinclair could see how confident he was about the exam. To him, a one-on-one fight is a warrior's virtue, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. PG reminded them of what Tutor said before, that Sancho is the strongest in the Ice Corps when it comes to a one-on-one fight with no aura. As they were talking, PG overhears a student asking the professor about what she was doing. One of the students had spotted the bottle of alcohol she was drinking, arguing that she was putting the lives of the students at risk by drinking it during the exam. But Sadie denies his claim, saying that the bottle wasn't alcohol. But the students could smell it clearly. Hearing their complaints, she immediately empties the bottle down her throat and like a snack, she chews the tip of the bottle, swallowing the glass in her stomach. Sounds of glass being chewed could be heard as she lips the last drops of alcohol all over her mouth, proudly telling the student to stop calling what she had as alcohol since it was only 76%. The rest of the students were stunned by her actions and how strange she was acting, just like the rumors say. Moving off from that incident, she pulls out a sheet filled with student names, deciding to start off the exam by calling out Sancho as the first candidate. Hearing his name being called, the young warrior happily heads into the test area. As he moves, PG reminds him to be careful as there were rumors going around that the students who went up against Sadie stopped attending the academy. He tells PG not to worry, as a warrior's will is unbreakable. Now, Sancho stood against the insane Professor Sandy with her golem. Readying his axe for the fight, Sancho immediately leaps into the air towards her as soon as the exam starts. Grin came across Sadie's face as she repeated Sancho's words about how a warrior's will is unbreakable. Soon enough, the students were watching in shock as the sounds of a beating became more and more, echoing throughout the room. The faces filled with shock were soon turned into disgust and horror as the beatings came to an end. Once the dust had settled, Sadie's golem was holding onto a heavily beaten Sancho. Controlling the golem through her magic, Sadie made fun of Sancho, telling the others that she had broken the young warrior's will, calling him out as a failure of a warrior. As she threw Sancho's body back to where the students stood, Vikir and the others rushed towards him. They quickly held him up to get him some help while Sinclair demanded to know what the professor was doing. She couldn't believe that she had beaten a student during an exam to the point that he had fainted. Sadie argues that the whole point behind this test was for students to gain real combat experience. Reminding everyone that this was what the Academy's first chancellor had said, she asked Sinclair if she was going to complain like this in a real fight. Wasting no time at all, she points a finger at her, telling Sinclair that she was next as she wanted to test the Ice Corps top student. Vikir steps in, telling her to decline the invite. He reminds her that the professor's actions were unjustified, and that if they report this to the Academy, then they may be given a chance to retake the exam. Even though his words made sense, Sinclair didn't want to run away from someone who hurt her friend. Seeing her pretty face making frowning noises, Sadie happily tells the young girl that she was going to enjoy ironing out those frown lines. As soon as the announcement that the exam had started, Sinclair went all out, casting 3 magic circles at once. Sadie was impressed by this feat, as it wasn't easy for someone at her age to use 3 third-class spells. But this was nothing to the professor as she asked Sinclair if she ever experienced magic counterflow because of her magic being forcibly cancelled. Before she could cast her spell, Sinclair spots the golem closing in with a punch. With a single blow to the stomach, every single one of the magic circles were destroyed. Just like the professor warned her about, Sinclair's body started to experience a magic counterflow, her veins turning bright blue as light and blood started to pour out from her eyes and mouth. Trembling on her knees while leaking blood and amon from her mouth, Sadie continues to mock the young student, asking her about how much it hurts right now. With a sinister look on her face, she warned Sinclair that if she was unlucky, then she might not be able to use magic ever. She finds the situation funny, thinking about how the top magic student wasn't able to use magic anymore. With a single kick to send her flying back to the student side, Sadie tells her to pray. After all, she had become the top student with a background as a commoner. The next victim is sadly our boy, PG, who stands in front of the crazy professor with a sword, trembling. Seeing his current state, Sadie wonders who this trash is, who could barely hold a sword. Hearing her words, PG remains vigilant, determined to win as he knew that he wasn't a coward that won't back down. He saw this exam as a trial for his chance to bring forth the courage which is hidden underneath his weak exterior. But before he could finish his thought, Sadie's golem lets out a kick, cutting the tip of his blade off cleanly, leaving PG completely stunned. Before he could react, the golem sends him flying high in the air with an uppercut kick. Sadie reminds him that no matter how much trash struggles, they're still trash in the end. Vikir watched the fight closely. This time, his anger was slowly showing itself as he held himself back, veins appearing on the side of his face. We return to where we left off. The students left in horror and shock as PG's defeat sent them crazy. They started to try and escape from the room while Vikir headed over to where his comrades laid. Each of them bloodied to the point where he couldn't recognize their faces. For the first time in his academy life, Vikir was feeling a sense of rage that he had never felt before, in this life or his previous. Vikir approaches Sadie, with arrows on his back, telling her that he was the next student to take on the test. Impressed by his initiative, Sadie calls him a passionate student. In her mind, she couldn't believe she was going to eat the main course now. The other students who were panicking and trying to escape soon noticed that Vikir was going next, the Academy's famous hero, where rumors state that he was a high-ranking sword expert. Even still, they were worried, as Sadie was at least a graduator, which meant that there was no way a high-ranking sword expert could defeat her. And using the bow and arrow is the worst weapon in a one-on-one fight. As soon as the exam began, Sadie's head was filled with thoughts about how crushing talented students was fun for her. As she sent out her golem to face Vikier, she knew him as the currently highest-ranking student of the academy, making her wonder how much pleasure she would get from beating the top student. Using the arm to reach out for him, Sadie wanted to enjoy the cries of pain he screams after breaking one of his arms. But before the golem could reach Vikier, he had already pulled out an arrow and drawn his bow. Faster than the speed of sound, Vikier unleashes a single arrow, which bounces off the shoulder of the golem, as though he had missed. Only a tiny scratch was left following his attack, but his eyes remained calm. But for some reason, everything stood still. The golem stopped just inches away from reaching Vikier. The students watching couldn't believe that he had managed to stop the professor's golem, while others wondered when exactly he had fired off his shot. In the midst of the speculation, Sadie lets out a horrifying scream as she holds onto the arrow that Vikier had fired. It turns out that he didn't miss, and actually shot her straight in the eye. Sadie was screaming in pain over her eye as she kneels onto the ground, causing the golem to stop moving. Vikier appears from the side of it, clarifying to the professor that he was trying to shoot the golem and instead, his arrow went towards her. With a deep chilling aura, Vikier looks at her with bloodhound eyes, asking the sadistic professor if she was alright as blood continues to spill out from where her eye was. The bleeding lady could not answer back at all. She lets out a horrifying scream, catching the attention of Professor Snape, who was far away doing something else. He turns around in shock over the loud noise. Hearing the scream and where it came from, he thinks that Professor Sadie, the crazy woman, was beating up the students again. Meanwhile, the other students who tried to escape from the exam stared in disbelief at what was going on. Soon after, Professor Snape slammed open the exam room doors. He immediately started to scold Sadie, asking her about why she had locked the doors, as she always did that in order to beat up the students. She couldn't answer back to him at all, as the arrow Vikier had shot into her eye was still deeply embedded in her, causing her to kneel onto the ground. Even Professor Snape was confused to see her in that state, as the ones usually bleeding this bad were the students. As he was distracted by her, the blonde hero spotted something else going on. He immediately rushes over to the students who had already been badly hurt by her. They continue to lay on the ground, blood leaking from the wounds they received from Professor Sadie. As Vikier walks by, Snape turns to ask him about what was going on. He explains to the professor that during his exam, he was surprised by the charging golem that Professor Sadie had summoned, so in response, he shot an arrow, and that same arrow just happened to bounce off the golem, hitting her in the eye instead. After hearing that, Snape was still confused. He had seen Professor Sadie hurt many students, but this is the first time he had seen a professor getting injured instead. And it just so happens that the professor who does the injuries became injured herself, as though it was some sort of karma. Reeling in the pain, Sadie could only show a face filled with hatred and anger. Bringing the exam to an end, Vikier's points were totaled. He had landed 1 attack and 1 critical hit, earning him a total of 11 points for the exam. President Dolores arrives, immediately doing first aid to the injured students, casting them in her holy light and healing their wounds. Looking closely at them, she could see that Sinclair has an internal wound because of mana counterflow. Sancho had contusions all over his body, while PG's jaw is completely shattered. Seeing how wounded and injured they were, she realizes that these injuries were not from students taking an exam, but injuries that were meant to kill them. Seeing the magic spell end, Tutor questions Dolores on how his friends were. She replies to him that it was good of him to get her here quickly, as they were not able to recover without any after effects. Bianca and Tutor breathed a sign of relief, hearing that their friends were going to be alright, but with a darkened expression on her face, Dolores moved somewhere else. She approaches Professor Sadie, who was chilling at the stands, offering her a hand. Dolores wanted her to show the injury she had sustained to her eye. She even tells the professor that once her injury has been healed, she was going to request a disciplinary meeting with the student account for her conduct of abusing the students. But all the professor said was whether Dolores was the saintess from the great Quo Vadis family. Ignoring that question, Dolores attempts to reach out to her, asking the professor to once again show her injury. The sound of blood being spilled could be heard before Dolores could help. She could only watch as blood was spilled once more. Sadie, with an insane look in her eyes, had pulled out the arrow from her eye socket, placing it in her mouth and licking the mouth, telling the saintess that she doesn't need her help at all. The students nearby were disgusted by the sight, while Snape was watching the scene unfold with a disturbed look on his face. Sadie stood up and made her way to the exit, telling Dolores that if she happens to be disciplined for this incident, then she would gladly accept the punishment, but warned her to look out for the day when her punishment was over. She even mentions the Night Bloodhound, the person responsible for causing chaos at night in the Imperial capital, saying that with all these people, things were becoming more fun recently. Walking past our boy, she turns to look at him once more, remembering his name as Vikier. She left him with the words, "I'll remember your name, I'll see you again," before leaving the exam room. With that, the midterms, which took forever, finally came to an end. The students gathered before a large board to check on their exam results. Ranked first was Sinclair, second Granui, third Tudor, fourth High, fifth Bianca, sixth Middle, seventh Sancho, eighth Low, 21st Vikier, 199th was PG. The students who were assigned to Professor Sadie for the attack exam and lost a large amount of points were able to retake the test thanks to the faculty, and Sinclair, whose points were restored, came first among the first years. But the attention of the students that was supposed to be focused on her was redirected to someone we know very well. A familiar figure is seen walking by as a pair of students took notice, pointing in his direction and asking each other if he was the one. All the students, lined along the corridor, could only stare at our boy, discussing the rumors that he was the only one in history to land a critical hit on Professor Sadie. Some even mentioned that it wasn't a critical hit, but that he had destroyed her eye instead. The students believed that Sadie had gotten what she had deserved after all the trauma she had given to the students. The students began to wonder if they should call Vikier a hero for what he did to her, and even the nickname Eye Slaughterer Vikier started to spread around the campus. Hero Vikier whispered to the students as they believed that the nickname had a nice ring to it. Hearing the whispers all around, Vikier started to wonder if they were what he was getting since he acted emotionally. Vikier's life during the day was needed so that he could work during the night, so Vikier didn't want to gain a lot of attention, but he moved during the exam without thinking after he saw his group of friends getting attacked by a sadistic bastard. As he continued to walk, Vikier was approached by a female student who wanted to hand him a letter, shyly confessing that since a long time ago, she had liked him. But before her words or letter could reach Vikier, one of the triplets appeared, like a blood-crazed hound. His eyes were lighted as he bit the letter in her hand with his mouth. All three of the triplets surround the poor girl, asking her about who she was to block their path as one of them rips the love confession letter to shreds. The triplets started to act like bodyguards for Vikier, leading the way and pushing aside anyone that blocked his path. They started to trash talk the other students, threatening them and shouting at them to get lost. Using their hairs, the triplets happily signaled to Vikier that they had gotten rid of the students blocking his path. Seeing the job get done, Vikier praises the boys for their good work. Finally arriving at the newspaper club, Vikier enters the room, thinking that he needs to be more careful so as to not let his day life affect his night life too much. Upon entering the room, he spots something. President Dolores was focused, reading a newspaper in her hand closely. Sitting beside her, Vikier asks about what she was reading that was causing her to frown so much. Dolores was caught off guard by his sudden appearance, asking him about when he had entered the room as she couldn't even feel his presence when he entered. Seeing the way she acted after reading the newspaper, Vikier asked if there was any new article on the Nighthound. Setting it down, Dolores reveals that the paper had written that the destruction of the landmark of the Imperial capital, the central clock tower, and even damaging the royal memorial was all the doing of the Nighthound. The paper didn't even have any physical evidence, but they stated that all of those cases were committed by the Night Hound. Their current perception of him was strange to her. Vikier takes notes of this, thinking about the fact that there was someone like her who believed in him, which was more comforting than he thought. Taking the time to read the article himself, Vikier read that the clock tower is a building that symbolizes peace and order, and those who live in the imperial capital take a look at it at least once a day. Seeing as they destroyed a city's landmark, maybe they have a lot of grudges against society. This bloodhound might not be following what the others are doing, including the royal memorial. Based on the information he received from Cindy yesterday, it said that contact between her informants was cut off, which is suspicious. Thinking about it deeply, Vikier wonders if he should clean up the copycats, prompting him to go investigate. As soon as night arrived, so did the real Night Hound. Vikier stood in front of the royal memorial, which is a shared cemetery where the Empire's heroes lie. Thinking about it, he realized that the 9th demon corpse, Dantalion, was hiding near the Indulgentia orphanage, so in order to confirm whether that was a coincidence or not, Vikier decided to check it. Sneaking around the memorial, Vikier hid behind a tombstone, deciding that he could find out right away about why Cindy's informants had disappeared. Zombies roamed the area, groaning slowly as they walked around aimlessly. Zombies had a risk rating of C. They are common corpses who can be seen in places such as graves, battlefields, abandoned houses, sewage systems, etc. Looking at their faces, Vikier was not sure what these people did when they were alive for them to become zombies, but he knew that some of them were Cindy's informants. Using both of his hands, Vikier reaches his back, thinking that it's been a while since he had used Anubis, which made him think that he should use it tonight. Screwing the bow together, he thinks of the weapon as good since it was portable and easy to carry. Vikier couldn't believe that Ayin had given him a weapon like this. Once the weapon was ready, Vikier immediately drew its string, aiming an arrow glowing bright red, covered in bloodhound aura towards the area with zombies. Within seconds, he lands multiple headshots, killing each of the zombies before they could react. Seeing that there was nothing left, Vikier walked past the now officially dead bodies. He talked about how the arrows he used was on a different level compared to the arrow he was supplied with during the midterms. He found out that it was a lie when people say that masters aren't picky with their weapon of choice. As he moved around the memorial, a familiar scent reached out to Vikier as he took a whiff of it. His bloodhound eyes were alerted to it as he quickly turned to face where the smell had come from. The strange colored air was definitely the scent of a demon, but compared to normal demons, the smell was very light. It was as if their uniquely terrible stench was being diluted by something. Quickly analyzing where it was coming from, Vikier chases after it, believing that the smell was coming from the direction of the Indulgentia orphanage. Something was definitely over there. It turns out to be true as a masked figure with red and white hair was seen standing near a black magic circle, casting over it. Soon enough, another figure emerges from the magic circle, a lady whose hair was fully red. Looking at her face, the masked figure was annoyed over the fact that Dantalion had stolen this person from her. Embracing the corpse, the masked figure apologized, calling it Rose, and promising that she will no longer let her loved ones get taken away. She was one of the demon's 10 elite corpses, the 8th corpse known as Ser. The masked figure continued to hold on to Rose, telling her about Ser's ability to locate who she wants to find, a useful skill to have. Even though she had finally found her, sadness lay in her eyes, as the demon's ability was not able to find the other person she wanted, no matter what she did. In order to control all the power that she acquired from the demon contract, the masked figure wondered if she really needed to walk through death's door completely, but the problem was, she is only a half-blood. And so, she decided that she needed to hurry and be able to control all of Ser's power. As she talks to Rose, another person slowly approaches the set of red hair. With menacing red glowing eyes, he unleashes a heavy pressure, telling the demon not to move. Ser immediately covers Rose, shocked that someone had been watching them, proving how skilled they were since she didn't even notice them approaching. Vikier appears out of the shadows, his bow readied and his arrow covered in bloodhound aura. He warns the demon, telling her to answer all of his questions and that if she moves a finger, death will be her reward. If she said a word that's not an answer to his question, death will be her reward as well. His first question had to do something with the smell. He noted that she smelled like both a human and a demon, which made him ask about what she was exactly. Ser simply replies that she was both. Vikir's second question was about the woman, Rose. He knew her as Dantalion's underling, Geronto, someone he had killed, and someone who should be dead now. How was she alive, he asked. Ser replies that Rose was not Dantalion's underling, and revealed the fact that he had stolen her from Ser. Upon answering that, Vikir had reached his final question. He simply asked if the demon she was contracted with was named Ser. With a similar glow in her eyes, the masked figure replied, "What if I say yes?" That was enough of an answer as the arrow reached close to her eye. Narrowly dodging the fast attack by tilting her head, Vikir's arrow simply gave her a haircut before blowing everything away from behind her. With that answer, Vikir proclaimed that he was going to kill the demon known as Ser. Seeing that this was turning into a battle, the masked figure tells Vikir to try it if he can, before summoning numerous skeletons from the ground with her magic circles. Amongst them, the skeletons of the children buried in the orphanage ground started to appear. The masked figure looked at them with concern, slowly regretting her decision to summon them as she didn't want to turn the children's corpses into skeletons. Vikir spots the smaller-sized skeletons, realizing what they were. He apologizes to them before firing a shot, blasting both the building and skeletons into pieces with the mere impact of his arrow. The two of them exited into the night sky. Vikir chases after the masked figure who was holding onto Rose. Against the bright moonlight, he tells her that she wasn't going to die a quick death. Sensing the danger, the masked figure tells Rose to hold on tight, casting a spell in her left hand as she holds her tightly against her body. Another explosion goes off as the three of them landed in the same area amongst the debris and smoke. Using herself as a shield for Rose, the masked figure was quick to recognize Vikir's skill with the bow, prompting her to ask him about his relationship with the Balak tribe. Vikir easily says that he was one of their hunters. His reply only brought anger to her as veins started to appear beneath her mask, saying that he must have been there on that night. Her rage could be seen in her spell as a giant dark ball of flame spun behind her, her eyes totally focused on Vikir, as she proclaimed that she was going to kill the barbarian in front of her. With the destructive fireball coming closer, Vikir dodges it with ease, slowly moving closer to the caster. As he does, he could feel it better now that he was near. The masked figure in his eyes was giving off the smell of a living human, but he wonders why. Since the rank of the 10 elite corpses were that of a demon king, then they didn't need to take over a human's corpse. As he was thinking about this, the attacks from her didn't end, as Vikir moved side to side, backwards and forward to dodge the incoming flame balls. He dodges the last of it with a back flip before landing on his feet, but the moment he makes contact with the ground, something shocking happens. Spikes appeared from beneath, catching him off guard as they penetrate straight through his body. Blood slowly dripped down along the spikes from Vikir's body. Seeing the state he was in, the masked figure continued to call him a lowly barbarian, claiming that he was talking big despite the state he was currently in. She couldn't help but smile over her victory. Soon enough, the spikes that penetrated his body simply broke into pieces, dropping onto the ground, shocking the masked figure as she was confused by what was going on right in front of eyes. There was no damage at all on Vikir's body, simply smoke arising from where the spikes had attacked. Seeing this, she simply thought that Vikir wasn't a human being. Taking the chance with her stunned state, Vikir unscrews Anubis, telling her that after a few of their clashes, he understood it now. The masked figure was a lot weaker compared to the other elite corpses because she was just a half-demon. Placing Anubis back, Vikir decided that there was no need for him to converse with her anymore. He declared her death with glowing red eyes underneath his own mask. But she wasn't going to accept this. The masked figure immediately slams her hand onto the ground, telling Vikier that the one going to die was him, a lowly barbarian. With her magic circle this time, she had summoned a gigantic monster called the Frankenstein Golem, also known as a giant lump of meat, a golem composed of materials that were once living, wasted lumps of meat clumped up together like mud to resemble the figure of a human. However, the original appearances of the lumps have not been preserved at all, a dirty and ominous existence that is fairly powerful. The horrifying golem lets out a fierce roar behind pulling back its fist, ready to kill the first thing it sees. As it does this, the masked figure starts to cast another spell behind it, gathering purple flames. It turns out that the golem was merely a distraction. The real attack was going to come from her fire magic. Seeing the incoming danger, our boy whips it out. Good old Beelzebub, and with a single swing of his arm, he easily cuts the Frankenstein golem in half before it could even react. Even the masked figure was too stunned to speak upon witnessing this scene, but what caught her attention the most was the red aura, which she knew belonged to the Baskerville family. After seeing this, she quickly shouts at Vikier to wait, but our boy ignores her cries, preparing to strike once again, but this time with the Baskerville 7th technique. The two forces clashed with one another, red versus purple, as the two attackers locked eyes with one another. Soon a bright red light engulfed the entire area they were in, blinding everything. As soon as the light and smoke were gone, a huge crater was seen where Vikier stood as the winner, while the masked figure kneeled down in front of him, defeated. Pieces of Vikier's clothes were destroyed, along with a piece of his mask, but other than that, there was no other injury. Looking at her current state, he tells her the reason she lost was because she was a half-human, but it seemed more like she had been hit with mana counterflow really badly as an aftereffect for failing to cast her spell. Looking back at their fight, it was after Vikier showed the red aura that the masked figure's focus became lost as she told him to wait. Her mask was now gone, as she whispered the words, "Don't leave me." Vikier couldn't understand it, so he asked her about the reason why she had struck a deal with a demon. As he raises Beelzebub into the air, ready to execute, he tells the half-human that all deaths have a story behind them. And so, Vikier executes his mission, his blade disappearing as he swings down. Before Vikier could deal the final blow, Rose jumps in to save Sayre, using her own body as shield against the young bloodhound's devastating blow that's meant to kill. This was quite an unusual sight. Normally, the undead possess a strong jealousy for what they didn't have, giving them a temperament that makes them blindly bite and extort from the living. Though this doesn't apply if their master has a strong will and absolute control over them. If their master loses consciousness, the dead soldiers cannot be controlled, but Vikier could sense that something was different about Rose and her connection to the masked figure before him. Even without a hint of life in her eyes, Vikier could see that she was different. He wonders why she doesn't have the will to fight, like the corpse queen who was kneeling on the ground. As he was thinking about it, his lack of decision to end the fight with the Demon King was disrupted by a bright light in the background. Sounds of people were coming closer to where they were. Shouts could be heard as they spotted Vikier and the corpse queen. Amongst the voices of the guards, Vikier immediately turned around as he noticed Professor Sadie's voice among them. As soon as he turned around, Rose summoned a magic circle, surrounding herself and the corpse queen in a bright blue light. Sensing that, Vikier immediately turns back, ready to strike and end this once again. He aimed Beelzebub directly at the corpse queen's body, but before his blade could reach her, Rose saved the day once again, using her body a second time to absorb the attack from Vikier. She could only spit out blood as a result before disappearing in an instant, leaving Vikier alone and annoyed by what just happened. Just as he heard, Professor Sadie arrives in front of the guards, shouting at the Nighthound to reveal himself. But as soon as she surrounded the area where Vikier and the corpse queen were, no one could be seen, leaving everyone confused. Annoyed by the situation, Professor Sadie blamed it on the guard next to her, calling him a pig and kicking the poor soul into the crater, telling him that because he was so freaking slow, they had arrived too late to capture the Nighthound. After kicking him, her remaining eye catches something inside the crater. It was the mask that Vikier had worn as the Night Hound just a few seconds ago. Seeing the mask here, she realized that she had completely lost the chance to capture the Night Hound tonight. Not so far from the scene of the crime, a familiar red-eye puppy could be seen hurriedly dashing away and into the late night. Back at the newspaper club, the vice president shouts at the club members, informing them of the academy's big event that comes after the exams. The festive season is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. And so, to build suspense, she slowly introduces this year's theme for the festive season, which is going to the haunted house. Dolores' eyes and face started to sparkle over her excitement, thinking that a haunted house sounded really fun. Sinclair was excited as well, knowing that it was going to be Halloween, and since it was after the exams, the students were finally free from any hardships, guaranteeing that the event was going to gain a lot of attention. Aside from the festive season itself, Tudor and Bianca were concerned about something that came along with it, and that was the Academy's festival tradition. PG knew what they were talking about, reminding everyone that the tradition was something that even the professors couldn't escape from. Sancho, the young warrior, was glad to hear about the tradition, as traditions were something he viewed as important. Seeing everyone's excitement gave the vice president even more hype as she brought out a blue and red box, telling the club members that they were going to draw lots right now to see who would dress up as what type of ghost. As everyone began discussing amongst themselves about the festive season, Vikier stood alone at the back, his mind in deep thought about last night's event. He knew that not killing the 8-corpse demon when she couldn't even use half her powers was a very big mistake. When he was fighting Andromalius, Vikier needed to receive the aid of the Baskerville family's knights in order to kill the demon, and when he was with the Saintess during the time he fought against Dantalion, he needed her help as well. Right now, Vikier doesn't know if he, a top-ranking graduator, can fight the 8th corpse by himself when she reaches full power. In the end, in order to hunt the demons one-on-one, he needed to completely learn the Baskerville's incomplete 7th technique and reach the level of Swordmaster. The 10th technique, called Lurking Ambush, calls the 6th Fang and the 7th Fang ambush horizontal twin wisdom teeth. Weird, I know, but that's how it is. These techniques, one must understand the odd principle between the 6th and 7th techniques and be able to use the ultimate killing technique. The theory behind the 6th and 7th techniques is written in the swordsmanship book. In order to overcome the wall of the 6th technique, one must abandon all human emotions, and in order to learn the 7th technique, one must gain one's human emotions back. Vikier still didn't understand why one needs to recover the emotions they just abandoned. This needs a completely different approach compared to the entry-level graduator core training methods, where one learns how to kill their emotions and turn into bloodhounds. Thinking about all these weird techniques and training methods, Vikier started to wonder how Hugo became a swordmaster in his previous life. As Dolores' turn came up, she picks a piece of paper with something that surprises her. Her reaction was enough to catch Vikier's attention, drawing him back into the present. She looks at the paper in her hand closely, reading what it wrote, which was, Night Hound. The vice president was worried about it, knowing that the Night Hound had just attacked the Quo Vadis family's orphanage recently. So she immediately apologizes to the president. But to her surprise, Dolores replies that everything was fine and that she was going to dress up as the Night Hound for the festive season. She even blushes at the thought of it, holding the paper tightly on her chest to prevent anyone from taking her outfit. Soon after, the vice president excitedly goes over to Vikier, telling him that it was his turn to pick, especially since he was the center of attention. As he places his hand into the box, Vikier was glad to see everyone having fun with this activity, reminding him that they were still young kids. But upon reading the costume he had selected, a sense of dread overcame the young bloodhound regressor. He couldn't believe that he had actually picked this result. Seeing the shocking look on his face, the other members quickly wanted to know what it was Vikier had gotten, even pushing and pulling one another just to see his result. There was one thing Vikier completely forgot about in his past: the tradition during the Academy's festival. And now, we turn to the day of the festival itself, Everyone in the academy were outside, on the streets filled with orange lights, tents and stalls as far as the eye could see. The crowd of citizens cheer loudly as they stood outside a certain pub stall. Tutor appears with long blonde hair while wearing an undead's armor. He happily swipes his long hair, flexing his hard abs while holding a rose in his mouth, asking a beautiful lady on whether she wanted to share poems and alcohol with him at Lukian's bar. Sancho appears with a hearty laugh dressed as a samurai. Holding a plate of food, he excitedly tells everyone to come to Lukian's bar. If they do, they would get one free serving of hot blood stew, a stew that can make a warrior's blood boil. Sinclair appears as a noble vampire, her sharp fangs visible as she compliments the crowd, telling them that they brighten up the bar, hoping for them to come as she'll be waiting for them. PG was dressed as a fairy, with an embarrassed look on his face. He nervously handed over a flyer, telling them to please take it. The students he was giving the flyer to were amazed. They couldn't believe that there was such a cute girl at their academy. Without realizing it, they wanted to get to know PG's name. But Bianca appears, dressed as Frankenstein's monster, and grabs a hold of both of them, reminding the students that they couldn't hit on their members, which prompts them to give an apology right away. As she held onto them, someone in a red dress walked by, catching her attention. That figure slowly approached the bar where a blonde character was serving dishes inside to the customers. It turns out to be President Dolores dressed as the Night Hound. Turning around to see who was calling her, the president's eyes seemed disappointed as she nervously looked down. It turns out that Professor Snape had arrived in their pub, dressed in a sexy red Chinese outfit. He remained unbothered by his current appearance, only asking Dolores about what she was wearing. He reminded her that even though it was a festival right now, she wondered how her costume would impact society, as he couldn't believe that she would actually impersonate the uncontrollable heinous criminal known as the Night Hound. But Dolores remains confident in her choice, telling the professor directly that she likes her costumes. Seeing no hesitation in her choice of words, Professor Snape lets it go, reminding her that she would have to bear the consequences of her actions before heading into the pub himself. He also reminded her that as her academic advisor, he had no authority to tell her what she can and can't wear, so she was free to do as she pleased. The other members of the club started to gather. They couldn't believe that Professor Snape was actually at their pub. PG adds on that during the festival, the professors would dress up and go to the stalls of their class and club to increase their profits. Seeing the students gathered outside, Snape was kind of upset, because if it weren't for the custom of the academy, then he wouldn't have come to the pub, as he thought that the prices of the dishes they served weren't even that great. After waiting for a couple of minutes, Dolores appears by his side, bringing him his order of fries and fried chicken. Looking at it presented on the table before his eyes, Snape could see that the quality of ingredients were poor, and that the dishes were made by someone who isn't certified in food and safety. The food was prepared poorly and they were full of MSG, as he guessed. Taking a bite of the blood stew, Snape had zero expectations, believing that he was going to taste trash. After eating and swallowing the first bite, the professor was in complete shock. His lipstick was even smudged all over his mouth. He couldn't believe that something this delicious would come from his own students. He savored each bite, describing each taste in his mouth. The exquisite smoky flavor and savory taste comes out from the meat when it's torn. The potatoes that come from the Morgue family's region releases a savory taste as they softly break apart. Snape was in complete bewilderment over how good the food was. He instantly stood up, demanding to know who it was that cooked the dishes before him, even accusing Dolores of recruiting an outside chef to help them. Despite his hard allegations and attitude, the president assures the professor that no outside help was present and that it was one of their members who was doing all the cooking. That person was someone Snape knew very well. As she pointed in a certain direction, we were brought to see somebody dressed like a witch, standing in front of a stove, cooking intensely with high heat. Wearing bright red lipstick, Vikier finally appears, dressed as a beautiful witch. He captures the heart and soul of everyone with his looks and cooking skills during the festive season. It was revealed in the previous chapter about the Academy's long-standing tradition, which was that men would wear women's clothing, and women would wear men's clothing as seen from the streets where the students proudly wore their costumes. In other words, the identity of the male student dressed in an alluring witch costume in the kitchen is Vikier van Baskerville, the main character of this story. PG appears in a panic, reading out loud the next order, 3 plates of Vikier's special fried chicken. The orders kept coming in. Next was 2 plates of sausages, as well as 6 portions of Vikier's special sausages and stir-fried vegetables and 5 portions of Vikier's special rice balls. Despite the large volume of orders, Vikier remained cool in the intensely warm kitchen, turning back to assure the others that he got this. Tudor appears with his face smashed between numerous biceps. He noted that ever since word had gotten out about their kitchen, male customers have been pouring in. Sinclair was in the same situation. Despite her noble appearance, her face was smashed between arms as well, informing the others that they had a huge influx of female guests too, and that they needed to get their orders. Despite all the shouting and noise, Vikier remained focused on cooking out the dishes. He thought about these memories. He couldn't believe that he would get the chance to make the dishes that he ate a lot when he was on the field. When the time of the fall dragged on, it was hard for the people of that time to find proper food. So, in order for the warriors on the front lines to survive, there was a need to make anything taste good. Processing inedible ingredients to make them edible, knowing which parts of a poisonous vegetable needed to be cut off, how to make spoiled meat fresh again. Things like that were common during his time in the war. As a result of all his experiences and experiments, Vikier's teammates suffered the most, not from the demons, but from his cooking. Back in the present, Vikier chopped some potatoes, knowing that they were from the Morgue family, which had developed an awful taste while having a strong earthy smell to them. Their texture was also akin to chewing on sand, simply yuck. But through his past life, Vikier knew that if you cut the potatoes into thin pieces, season them with salt and vinegar, and stir-fry them in a wok on high heat with mandrake leaves and sabak tree seeds, then their earthy smell will completely disappear, bringing out their crispy texture and sweetness. He had turned a food that would send you to hell into a heavenly dish. As he presented the dish to them, both Dolores and the professor were smitten by his looks in the witch costume. Realizing what they were feeling, both of them quickly hid their faces to hide their feelings of seeing Vikier in costume. Bianca rushes into the kitchen, shouting at Vikier about why he was hiding in the kitchen. She scolds the poor fellow, telling our boy that he needed to get out and show his face to the world. But Tudor cuts in, informing Bianca that Vikier was needed more in the kitchen. Without him, the kitchen would be dead. The two started to argue. Tudor supported Vikier staying in the kitchen as so many people had been bewitched by his cooking, while Bianca argued that with his looks in the witch costume, going outside would help them double their profits. As the two argue once more, a familiar face is seen in costume. He smiles upon seeing something, and after realizing that he was right, he places the knife back onto the table, realizing a small amount of Baskerville aura, tracing it towards Vikier's direction, which he instantly felt. Looking past Tudor and Bianca, Vikier spotted where the red aura was leading to. It turns out to belong to Osiris Le Baskerville. Seeing him, Vikier questions why he was here. Taking a moment, the two Baskerville members met behind the pub. Osiris stated that it had been a while since he was here in the academy, dressed in the same costume that he had used when he was a student, but argued that he wasn't as pretty as Vikier. Noting that, Vikier was quick to answer why his brother was here in the academy. Hearing that Osiris corrects the young bloodhound, stating that it should be brother dearest. After all, it was the older brother's duty to save his younger brother in times of crisis. In addition to that, Osiris admits that he had missed his younger brother dearly, but the moment he did, something inside of his cape started to move rampantly, like a wild beast. From inside the cape came out a pinky bunny. Pomerian appears once again, hugging Vikier tightly while shouting uncle. She continues to hit Vikier, calling him auntie instead because of why he was dressed and questioning him on why he no come home after so long as she had missed him. Because she had missed her uncle so much, their father had given Osiris some time off to bring Pomerian to the academy. Vikier realized that the patriarch had actually used Osiris as an escort for Pomerian. That's when Osiris reveals the true power holder in their family actually belonged to Pomerian. She holds all authority within the house now. Last month, Pomeranian said she liked the blood bean chocolate, so father destroyed the monster region in the western front line and made a cacao farm there, just to suit her sweet cravings. And then, Pomeranian started protesting that she missed Vikir, whining and crying like a baby. At the end of her hunger strike, which lasted a long time of 2 meals, Hugo actually gave in to the young lady, allowing her to visit him while he was in the academy. Hearing that, Pomerian wore a smug look on her face as she faked everything according to plan. Osiris wanted Vikir to know that after he left, Pomerian had become depressed, and that it has been such a long time since they last saw a smile on their princess's face. What shocked Vikir was the fact that Osiris could smile the way he was smiling right now. He couldn't believe the face he had on. One stage of becoming a swordmaster is regaining one's emotions. Vikir thought to himself that Osiris may not know it himself, but these feelings were really good for him. Soon after talking, Pomerian was fast asleep on Osiris' shoulder, completely knocked out. He tells Vikir to spend time with her while they are at the academy. He also informs him that the trade he had set up was progressing well with their alliance with Mesamadonero's merchants. Vikir had already heard about it. The commissions of the past affairs investigation were created before he had entered the academy. Osiris Le Baskerville was exclusively taking charge of it, and has revealed the wrongdoings between the Baskerville and Mesamadonero families. Because of that, the Baskerville family officially apologized to the Mesamadonero family. Vikir had also heard that in the process, the old Baskerville members who participated in the wicked scheme were beheaded. Due to this event, Cindy also vented some of her anger and joined forces with the Baskerville family. Although only she herself will know if she has truly forgiven the Baskerville family or not. As they headed out, Osiris recalled something, taking out an item from within his cape, telling Vikir that their visit wasn't just for Pomerian. He hands over an envelope sealed with the Baskerville logo and a ring. Taking it, he questions his brother over what it was. Osiris reveals that the ring was found near the place where Set, the demon who stole Set's body, died. He believes that the ring possesses a unique skill, and that their father had told him to give it to Vikir since he contributed the most during the execution of the demon. Looking at the ring in his hand, Vikir wondered if it would allow him to use the barrier that Andromales had used before. The ring was called the Divine Immortal's Ring. It has an ability to call forth a barrier, which was currently turned off, and an inscription written with the words, "God's domain ends here." To add on, Osiris reveals that the letter in Vikir's hand was a letter written by their father with words he wanted to tell his son. Shivers immediately went down Vikir's spine as he felt cold all of a sudden. He couldn't believe that the letter was actually from their father. Osiris assures him that feeling surprised was all right and that he had received a letter as well. Since their chat has come to an end, Osiris bids Vikir farewell, reminding him to take his time while reading the letter. Vikir stood alone, waving his brother goodbye, while passers-by were immediately attracted to his looks as they couldn't stop staring at the witch. Opening the letter, Vikir wondered what it was that Hugo wanted to tell him. Standing in the midst of the festival, Vikir began to read the letter, to Hugo Le Baskerville's son. "Son, by the time you are reading this letter, you must be thinking about becoming a swordmaster like Osiris, my first." Those few sentences were enough to shock Vikir, but he continued to read on. Shocked that Hugo had actually realized that Vikir's level was that of a top-ranking graduator. Hugo letter continues on. "You must be stuck at the 7th Fang right now since you are still a top-ranking graduator. In order to execute the 7th technique perfectly, you need to reach the level of swordmaster, so I have written down the process I went through in my journey to reach that level." Vikir was shocked to learn that Hugo was actually telling him the secrets to becoming a swordmaster. As soon as he finished reading about the process needed to become a swordmaster, Vikir crushes the letter in his hand. His face filled with disgust and anger over the process that Hugo had revealed to him. Back at the pub, Bianca was chilling and wondering if she needed to market herself in order to get more customers, but as she sat there, a familiar red-haired individual walked past, catching her attention instantly. She watches the duo with red hair, noting that even with the mask on their faces, she knew that they were a pair of beautiful girls. The Corpse Queen and Rose have joined the festival. Thanks to the Halloween celebration, the Corpse Queen and Rose were able to blend into the crowd easily. They even had time to stop by a stall, buying so much food that Rose's hands were filled with them, her eyes showing some signs of life as she drools over what they bought. Seeing her this way, happily chewing away at the food, the Corpse Queen rubs Rose's head, asking if the food was yummy. Looking around the place, she slowly realizes that this was the Halloween festival of the school. Thinking back, she wonders what would have happened if that incident didn't happen. She continues to wonder about what would have happened, what would her life have been, if she didn't sign a contract with the demon known as Sire. Then maybe she would have entered the academy alongside her friends, especially a particular guy we all know. Focusing back into reality, the Corpse Queen had a single purpose on why she had risked her life by entering the festival. She needed to confirm something with the Night Hound. Even though he appeared recently as the most evil villain, bringing terror to the knights in the imperial capital, he still knew about the 10 elite corpses. She doesn't know why, but he has become obsessed with the demon she contracted with, Sire, who was currently inside of her. Knowing that, it was certain that he would show himself in a place like this, filled with so many humans. Not only that, it was his swordsmanship that caught her eye the most during their fight. The swordsmanship that she saw at that decisive moment had a bright red aura, similar to the one she saw on the night of the incident. Combining all these facts and her instincts, the Corpse Queen wanted to know if they were right by taking off the mask belonging to the Night Hound. Her chest started to tighten as she thought about it more, causing her knees to buckle as she grasped at her chest, comforting herself. What should she do if he really was the Night Hound? What would he say if he saw the way she was right now? All these questions plagued her mind as she could only think about how much he had changed since they had been apart. She wanted to see him so badly. "Stop thinking," said another voice in her head. A lady appears by the Corpse Queen's side, whispering into her to stop thinking about the things that will give her a headache, and to leave it to her, as she was willing to do the things that needed to be done in her stead. The mysterious lady appears in full view, a woman clad in robe, her face hidden as angel wings sprouted on her back. Seeing this form, the Corpse Queen calls her Sire. As the two of them began their talk, time froze all around them as every human and thing stopped in their tracks, except the both of them. The Corpse Queen was quick to lash out, telling Sire that what she was doing was a violation of their contract. The contract that binds them states that in exchange for her borrowing Sire's power, she would hand over her body to Sire once she dies and to lend her body for an hour of her choosing. Not wanting to continue their conversation, the Corpse Queen turns to leave, telling Sire to stop what she was doing in the area and to get lost. And to stop thinking that she could manipulate her however she wants. Hearing those words left the angel speechless. But a close zoom into her face reveals a completely new demonic look, cracks appearing all over her angelic face with a sinister smile, looking like Valak from The Conjuring. Sire had finally shown her true form, discarding the angelic form, showing off her new demonic look with horns on her forehead and sharp claws. She taunts the Corpse Queen, asking her about what she could do by herself, reminding her that all the people she loves were disappearing, and that there was nothing she could do about it. The demon reminds her of the incident where she stabbed her beloved uncle in the heart with her dagger. And so far, the only thing she has done by herself was destroy those who are around her. On the other hand, thanks to the demon, she was able to find her sister. It was all because of her skill, which lets you see the person she wanted to meet. But all those things didn't matter to the Corpse Queen, because in the end, she couldn't even find the person who means the most to her. The Corpse Queen reveals that the biggest reason she agreed to the contract with Sire was to find his corpse. But in the end, the demon couldn't even find him. even though they had looked everywhere in the forest of the Le Rouge at Le Noir Mountain. With a new sense of rage, the Corpse Queen threatens the demon not to get in her way now, as she finally found a clue that might let her see him again. With those final words, the ability that froze time around them started to break down. Sire looks at her with curiosity, intrigued over the fact that the Corpse Queen's mind was still strong and that it hasn't been completely destroyed yet. But as she was thinking about it, something drew her attention even more. She quickly scans the area, smelling the scent of a demon's blood nearby, locating it to a stall near them. She warns the Corpse Queen to leave the area immediately, as the place reeks of a disgusting aura which was unique to a demon hunter. Hearing those words, the Corpse Queen makes her decision. Instead of running away, she runs towards the area where the smell was coming from, hoping that the person she wants to find was there. Her decision angers Sire as she screams at her about where she was running off to. But she chose to ignore those words, hoping to find the Night Hound. As fireworks exploded in the air, she finally reached Lucion's stall and sees Dolores in the Night Hound costume, making her think that he was actually a woman. Dolores continues to remind a customer that if they couldn't follow the rules, then they will be kicked out, unaware that the Corpse Queen was looking at her. After realizing that the person in front of her was just somebody wearing a costume that resembles the Night Hound, she became annoyed and started casting her black flame magic once again. With a slam of her hand onto the ground, magic circles started to appear everywhere, surrounding the entire festive area. Skeletons started to emerge around everyone as they spotted what was going on. Innocent civilians started to scream in panic, rushing to escape the endless horde of undead emerging from the ground. Tudor and Bianca were together, thinking that she was a villain for summoning undead soldiers, especially since black magic was heavily controlled by the Empire and is considered a taboo. As the undead started to surround everyone, a bright holy light bathed them. Dolores casted her own holy magic against them, informing all members of Lucian to assist her in keeping their customers safe. She tells Anna, who was hiding behind the signboard beside her, to go and get a professor from the academy. Worried about her, she asks Dolores about what she was going to do. Without any hesitation, Dolores clasps her hands together in a prayer stance, reminding the vice president that her specialty was fighting against the undead. Seeing the divine power radiating from the false Night Hound, the Corpse Queen tells Dolores to get lost as she needed to meet the real Night Hound. Hearing that, Dolores wanted to know why she wanted to meet him, Sir Night Hound. Noticing the way she talks about him, the Corpse Queen wanted to know about her relationship with the Night Hound. Dolores happily tells her that they were soulmates. The image of the man she wanted with another woman made her snap inside instantly. In a fit of rage, she commands her undead soldiers to attack Dolores right away, vowing to rip her soul into shreds and to turn her into an undead soldier. Even with the incoming wave of undead, Dolores wasn't going to lose to them. As she casted her divine power against them, another magic was casted alongside hers, easily wrecking the undead. Dolores covers her face but spots a familiar friend. It was Sinclair, who came to back her up with her staff. She warns the first year that the situation was too dangerous, urging her to leave immediately. But Sinclair wasn't going to back down against the fight with the Corpse Queen, because for some unknown reason, her gut was telling her to fight. The one-on-one had turned into a 2-against-1. "What a scene," said the Corpse Queen as she fires off her fire magic at them. Using her divine power, Dolores created a barrier in time, protecting them from the harsh black flames. The Corpse Queen continues to pour out as much firepower as she could, telling the pair that she just wanted to see the Night Hound, warning them that they were going to die if they didn't call him out to come here. Summoning the undead on top of fire magic of this caliber, the two girls wondered how much mana the villain had in her body. But as they held their own against the magic, Dolores' magical barrier started to crack. As soon as it does, someone else arrives, running fast to where they were. The figure appears in an instant, cutting through the Corpse Queen's flames and reaching her. It turns out to be the Night Hound, who grabs the villain, pushing her further away from the others. Seeing the Night Hound in front of her eyes, the Corpse Queen was instantly happy to see him. But before she could say anything to him, he grabs and smashes her right through an array of buildings, bringing their fight somewhere else. After arriving to fight the Corpse Queen, the Night Hound leaves behind a messy scene as everyone nearby gathers to where they were. The townspeople were shocked to see how fast the Night Hound was, as Rose appears amongst them, casually eating the snacks she had bought. Dolores was standing in front of the crowd, analyzing what was going on. She started to think that the Night Hound had moved the fight with the Corpse Queen somewhere else so that the people here wouldn't get hurt. Seeing that there was nothing else she could do, Dolores places her hands together in order to pray that the Night Hound doesn't get hurt. When we finally return to the duo, the Corpse Queen was happy to meet the Night Hound once again. But he cuts her greeting short, saying their goodbyes now. But the Corpse Queen urges him to allow them to talk first. But those words mean nothing to the Night Hound as he summons Beelzebub, warning the demon that she wouldn't see an opening like last time. But before they could start the fight, voices were heard shouting in the distance, slowly approaching the duo. It turns out to be the city guards. Massive groups were coming towards them now. Seeing that, the Corpse Queen tells him that they should go somewhere else before the others arrive. But the Night Hound declines that, placing the ring on his finger instead. He tells her that he has the gift that her former comrade had left behind. As he shows the Divine Immortal's ring, it starts to glow, activating its barrier ability. Not long after, a bright purple light emerges from the Night Hound. The scene then changes to a whole new place. Statues made of Osiris and Hugo were seen towering high above the eerie place as swords decorated the area. Looking around, the Night Hound looks at the statues, made up of young Hugo and Osiris. This space reflects the state of Set Le Baskerville, who was possessed by Andromalius. Even the Corpse Queen knew who the statue was, recognizing him as the Baskervilles' clan patriarch. With all these clues together, she finally confirms what she had been suspecting all along. So before their fight, she tells the Night Hound to remove his mask as she needed to check something. In her mind, she was begging for him to do as she says. It turns out that because of the contract she made with Sire, she couldn't take off her own mask or reveal her true identity. She couldn't even tell the Night Hound her actual name. Instead of doing as she asked, the Night Hound launches the first attack, a sharp blade to the eye. At the last moment, she dodges the attack, casted a shield spell to block all incoming strikes from the Night Hound, telling him to stop. Being only able to block the attack so far, the Corpse Queen slowly realizes that she couldn't keep up with him, shocked over how strong he had become from their time apart. As she bleeds from the wounds on her arms, she decides to turn things up by asking Sire to borrow her power. In order to have half her power, Sire bargains for half a day in exchange for her powers, which the Corpse Queen easily agrees to. Thanks to the upgrade in power, she was able to cast a magic spell right underneath the Night Hound. Hands from the undead held onto him, stopping the Night Hound from attacking any further. While that was going on, more undead minions were summoned as she told him that since he wouldn't take off the mask, then she had no choice but to take it off with force. Following her orders, the large undead creatures started to chase after the Night Hound, but it was futile. A wave of Baskerville sword energy slices right through the minions. From their heads, arms and legs, every piece of the undead's body was cut into pieces. Seeing her minions easily destroyed, the Corpse Queen had to rethink her decisions, surprised that this level of power wasn't enough to stop him. Lacking the power to stop the Night Hound, she calls onto Sire once again, ordering her to give more power in exchange for 16 hours. No longer caring about what she has to give up, the Corpse Queen accepts the new deal and gains more power from the demon, allowing her to summon an undead serpent. But even the might of an undead serpent was not enough to stop the Night Hound as he simply stops it by grabbing onto its fangs. Seeing that even this level of power wasn't enough, the Corpse Queen demands more power from the demon, exchanging it for 20 hours. It all seems pointless as the Night Hound easily cuts everything she summons into pieces. As he slays every undead, he starts to notice these careless attacks from her. It was as though she was trying to restrain him instead of attacking him directly. Which makes him wonder why. As the attacks kept coming, the Corpse Queen started to give up more of her body for possession in exchange for more power from the demon. Happy with the situation, Sire started to demand more time, pushing it up to 22 hours in exchange for her power. With that last exchange, she was able to summon a torrent of waves around the Night Hound, and with a tightened fist, she captured him. Out of breath, but she succeeds. The Corpse Queen had trapped the Night Hound in a spell, holding him high in the air, slowly asking him to take off the mask. In response, he simply destroys the spell that was trapping him. Seeing this, the Corpse Queen could only wonder why he was trying so hard to kill her even though he was covered in injuries. What the hell did he go through for him to despise demons so much? Where is this immense amount of hatred coming from? Summoning more undead, she continues to hope deep down that the Night Hound was the person she thinks he is, and that he would finally recognize the person she was behind the mask. With all her remaining strength, the Corpse Queen could only summon an undead wall to block the Night Hound, hoping this was enough for him to find the true her. Instead of cutting it through, the Night Hound wanted to ask her a question. The reason why she was trying to subdue him instead of attacking him directly, the reason why she wanted to take off her mask, and the reason why her eyes, hidden behind the mask, was so sad, is because she wanted to tell him something but couldn't. Sensing that he was right, the Night Hound punches through the wall, and with a single flick of his finger, the mask on the Corpse Queen's face shattered into tiny pieces. This encounter seemed similar to a memory from their childhood. Through the hole in the wall, Vikir's face was seen as he happily greets the person before him. The Corpse Queen was Camus Morgue. Reacting their childhood memory, Vikir and Camus had finally found one another. We begin this chapter off with the sounds of someone crying behind a massive door. Her cries could be heard echoing throughout the house. This was 3 years ago, at the Morgue family's grand estate. The servants outside her door were talking amongst themselves. Realizing that Camus has been crying and refusing to eat for the past several days, as though blaming herself for what had happened. It made sense that she was. While trying to save her from the barbarians, a lot of people were killed and injured. The servants knew the biggest reason behind her sadness and grief was because of Vikir Baskerville's death, which we all know that he actually survived and lived amongst the barbarians with Ayin. The servants themselves started to cry, calling Camus pitiful and sad for what she went through. The hurt she must be feeling must be so painful because the person she loved passed away. As they were talking, someone else approached the room. In an instant, all the servants who were talking about Camus had their heads covered in water. They immediately felt suffocated, their bodies slowly being lifted into the air as the man scolds them for daring to gossip about the person they serve in the open like this. That man was none other than Adolphe, Camus' uncle. He reprimands the servant, reminding them that a servant's virtue is to be tight-lipped, but instead, they were too absorbed in gossiping about their master while using their concern for her as an excuse. Sensing that they could lose their lives, the servants tried to beg for forgiveness as their voices were drowned out by the water. Seeing that they had learnt their lessons, Adolphe releases the spell from their heads, warning them that the next time he catches them behaving this way, he would cut off their tongues so they would no longer run their mouths. Seeing that no one else was nearby, Adolphe slowly approaches the doors, calling out to Camus that it was her uncle Adolphe coming in. The moment he entered, the room was mostly filled with darkness, with a single window letting light in while on the bed was a huge lump. Sounds of crying could be heard from. Adolphe sits gently by the bedside, telling Camus about how he heard that she wasn't eating, and that the matriarch of the family, her mother, was getting very worried. But Camus reasoned that she couldn't eat so that she could live on by herself. She hated herself for being stupid enough to be kidnapped by the barbarians, and if only she had stopped Vikir from fighting Madame Eight Legs alone, then he wouldn't have died. Tears streamed down her face even more as she told her uncle that the deaths of Rose and Vikir were all her fault. Seeing her current state, Adolphe simply provides a hug, reminding the young girl that she couldn't give up like this. He added that the value of their lives, Rose and Vikir, have now been added to hers, making her life even more valuable than before. He reminds her that the duty of the living is to live and carry on the lives of the dead. Hearing those words, Camus questions her uncle if she should live in their place. He immediately replies with a yes, saying that Rose and Vikir would be upset if they saw her in her current state. Something snapped within the young maiden as she immediately leaps off the bed, rushing to open a drawer after realizing she has an option to play. She started to craft a magic circle using a pen on a piece of paper, recounting the magical properties about how if the person's thermodynamic function is the same, then something was possible. She goes on to ramble about how magic is about calculating that value. Then if she changes the order and formulas a little and assumes that she can extract a different outcome. Looking at how she was scribbling all over the place, Adolf walks over, concerned about what Camus was doing right now. But she ignores his words, completely focused on magic, talking about how she can approach the negative energy dimension, then bring the entropy of that dimension closer, and replace the positive energy dimension's portion and the rest by equivalent exchange. But she soon gives up, scratching her head all over, frustrated over the fact that she didn't have enough energy to utilize her brain. So with that, she decided she needed food to help with the research. With the order for food, we turn to the massive dining hall, where Camus sat across from a lady with red hair, knowing that she had been worried about Camus after hearing she hadn't been eating all this time. It turns out that the red-haired lady is her mother, matriarch of the Morgue family, Respinae Morgue. Knowing that her own daughter, the vice-matriarch, hadn't held a spoon for several days was a cause for worry. Camus assures her that she would no longer need to worry if she listens to her personal request. Camus wanted her mother's permission to mobilize the Morgue family, military to search the forest. Her mother and uncle were surprised to hear about that, after knowing how dangerous the forest is. Taking a moment to think, Respinae agrees to Camus' request, much to the shock of Adolf. He tries to change her mind, but Respinae stands firm with her decision, knowing that Camus still has something that she can do, meaning that she isn't going to give up that easily. Leaving her own mother with no choice but to let Camus give up on her own accord. Happy with her mother's choice, Camus started to eat, chewing away as fast as possible. But then the urge of vomiting took over, her body was rejecting the food. Soon enough, she started puking all over the floor. Adolf immediately stood up, realizing what he thought was true. Camus couldn't eat the food because it's been too long since she ate something. So he orders the servants to take the plates away, and to instead, prepare food suitable for the sick. But as the servants came to take the food away, Camus urged them to back off. Her face filled with determination and a side of vomit, she stumbles back onto the dining table, vowing to everyone present that she was going to eat all of the food. With a new profound sense of purpose, Camus started to chow down, ignoring the spoons and forks, using her bare hands to eat everything. Her mind was only filled with Vikir, knowing that she wouldn't have lost him if she hadn't been kidnapped by the barbarians back then. She wouldn't have lost him if she had stopped him from fighting the huge ass spider by himself. All of those are karma stemming from her. Death is something that was unfairly given to him, when it should have been her. Wiping off her drool, Camus was determined to restore that unfairness. That day, news spread throughout the Morgue family that the vice-matriarch, who was engulfed in despair, had started to move again. However, people were not expecting her to move the way that she did. We now turn to the Morgue family's Hall of Darkness. A man with white hair sat on a throne, his gaze filled with intent. This man is the head sorcerer of the Morgue family, representing the Hall of Darkness, Snake Morgue. He questions the robed figure standing before him, asking what brought the vice-matriarch of the Hall of Light to his place of darkness. Camus removes her hood, telling Snake that she would like to defect from the Hall of Light and enter the Hall of Darkness. Snake was startled by her sudden request, reminding her that the Hall of Light was the visible symbol of the Morgue family, while the Hall of Darkness is its shadow, where research and experiments on black sorcery are conducted, far away from the people's eyes. Answering her request, Snakes questions the Lady of Light if she knew what it means to join the dark side. Camus replies that she had prepared to live her life hiding in the shadows and abandon her mother, her uncle and her rights to the vice-matriarch. Snake knew about her request to mobilize the military, which is currently searching through the forest, leading him to ask if her intentions were to resurrect Vikir with black magic. Camus proudly reveals that she was. She intends to use the spell of perfect revival. Shocked by her proclamation, Snake reminds her that what she was going to use belonged to ancient black magic where one can completely revive the dead. Camus was going to use foreign magic, which is strictly forbidden with the Morgue family and the Empire. With all these facts, Snake harshly declines her entrance into the Hall of Darkness, urging Camus to leave. After being rejected, Camus shows off her own black magic, telling Snake that she has no choice but to learn the ancient black magic by herself. Snake was instantly stunned by her magic, surprised to see that Camus was able to control the spirit in her hand. He couldn't believe that Camus was able to teach herself black magic, which was thought to be impossible. If that was the case, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she has reached a new level by herself. With all that he was seeing, Snake concluded that Camus might be a once-in-a-century genius like her mother, Respinae, the matriarch of the Morgue family. Seeing her abilities with black magic, Snake walks over to her, accepting her choice to join the dark side, while reminding her that his word is absolute in the Hall of Darkness, and whether it was something she could accept. Kneeling before the Master of Darkness, Camus tells him that she doesn't care if she loses everything she has, if it means being able to save the man she loves. Deep inside the Morgue family's Hall of Darkness, there is a place that isn't monitored by the Empire or visible to the Morgue family. A space that only the members of the Hall of Darkness know about. An underground space that spans over 600 floors. Damn, that's a lot of stairs. Just in time, we turn over to the dark support area, conveniently located at floor 666. On that floor, we see Camus practicing her dark magic by summoning a type of monster in front of Snake. She turns to him, asking the man about what he thought of her summon. He was incredibly surprised to see that the young lady was able to create undead soldiers now. Thinking about this, he could see that she was able to achieve this much when it hasn't been that long since she converted to black sorcery, remembering that Camus was originally a fire magic mage. Seeing all this happening in front of his eyes, Snake was having mixed feelings. A combination of pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and sadness. Something we all experience. Deep down inside, he thinks about what it was he was searching for in Camus' face, which resembles her mother's. Why did he allow this child to enter the Hall of Darkness? But before he could think even further, Snake snaps back into reality as Camus tells him that she still found her skills lacking. She looks at her hands, upset that she still couldn't completely revive a corpse with her current abilities. Knowing that she was planning to do a complete revival, Snake reminds her that it was not just difficult to learn, but the success rate was also extremely low. Let's say she does revive the love of her life by some miracle. When that happens, there was a possibility that he will either go berserk or become corrupt afterward. To Camus, she didn't need to worry about what happens after she's successful with the spell. She believes that the soul of the person she wants to revive is stronger than anyone else's. We return to the main house where Adolphe was screaming at his sister, shouting that they should have stopped Camus from leaving the Hall of Light and instead enter the Hall of Darkness. Looking at the window, Respinae tells him that she has yet to make her decision. She has told her own daughter to choose carefully and gave her the authority to freely enter both halls as she pleases. Adolphe was still full of concern, revealing that Camus has been spending more and more time with the leader called Snake. Hearing that, Respinae assures him that Snake was not the type to harm her, and in fact, was the best one to help. Even after hearing that, Adolphe still wanted to reject the idea of Camus joining the dark side, but Respinae, with a stern voice, tells him to stop talking and worrying about this matter. Back at the Hall of Darkness, Snake and Camus were moving somewhere else. As they walked together through the corridors, Snake asks if she knew about the origins of the Morgue family, which she didn't. Using the lantern in his hand, Snake brings it up, lighting the room they were in and revealing to Camus that this place was the very beginning of the Morgue family, which started at a morgue. He tells her that the title Morgue comes from a very old bloodline that existed before human clans and empires were established. The Morgue family mostly took in unidentified corpses and found their relatives. It may be because they spent a lot of time with the dead, but after a certain point in time, members of the Morgue family were able to converse with the dead. To this day, there are still members who can. Just like her, Camus Morgue. Hearing about the story, she concluded that the Morgue family had used black sorcery from the very beginning. Snake continues on, guiding Camus through the morgue. He tells her that black sorcerers who sort out knowledge know that the truth lies beyond death's door. With that, Camus decides that she should be familiar with death, but Snake corrects that thinking, telling her that doing so would be nothing more than imitating a black mage by doing that. He instructed that first, she needed to be wary of death. In a serious tone, he tells Camus to keep in mind that black mages are entities who keep death at an arm's length. Before she understands and familiarizes herself with death, Camus must first understand and familiarize herself with life. He reminds her that a true black mage loves living beings more than anyone else and pities those who are dying. They are the ones who have a deep understanding of death. Camus' view of black mages started to change. Unlike how the world views black mages, they were actually deemed as sages or elders. Hearing about all this, Camus started to question Snake on the reason why he had entered the Hall of Darkness. Thinking about the question, Snake started to imagine Respinae and Adolphe in a bright light. Thinking about them, he tells her that if there is light, there is shadow. If one of them disappears, then the balance is ruined. Several days later, at the same floor 666 called the Dark Support, Camus bursts into the room with excitement, calling out to Snake, who was standing in the middle of the floor, aura farming. She proudly shows off a magic circuit she had created on a piece of paper. Snake was alarmed to see such work and slowly reached out to it. Camus explains that it was a magic circle for a complete revival. This was the outcome of her research so far. Looking at her work closely, Snake could see the model has several steps more developed than the information he has. Even if he nitpicks several parts of it, it looks perfect. Black sorcery requires one to research the depths of the abyss. How deep did this child dig into the abyss for her to arrive at this conclusion, he wonders. Seeing how immersed he was in her work, Camus shyly asks Snake if he was willing to help her conduct the spell. Before he does, Snake questions her on whether she truly likes the boy called Vikier. She was different from him. She was completely different from him, actually, who's fascinated by black sorcery and whose heart is as dark as the abyss. The child before him hasn't been eroded by the abyss at all and wears her heart on her sleeve. To answer his question, Camus happily answers with a loud yes. Knowing that she was a lot better than him, Snake agrees to help with the spell. Looking at the materials before them, Camus had actually received support from the Baskerville clan and collected a bit of his blood and strands of hair. She had also gathered all the dead spirits she could from the forest. Snake was impressed by this, seeing that if there was a piece of his physical body, then a fragment of his soul would react. If that happens, she could just sort through them. As they wrote the magic circle on the ground, Snake questions Camus about whether she knew of the ship of Theseus paradox. He was concerned that if it was really him, with just his body, memories and personality were back. To Camus, those things didn't matter right now. What's important for her was to succeed first. After some time, the two of them had completely drawn Camus' magic circle in the middle of the room with the materials at the center. Not wasting any time, Camus decided to start the spell right away, saying to Snake that she had waited too long. And so, with the help of her new master Snake, the two of them started to cast the complete revival spell in hopes of getting Vikier back into the land of the living. As they focused their powers, dark spirals of magic began to erupt from the magic circle, surrounding the room. Snake could see that the magic circle itself was flawless, believing that the world of black magic was finally having its first breakthrough. As time went by, a swirl of red aura started to gather at the center of the magic circle, forming the shape of a familiar figure we all know. Seeing the figure of the boy she loves, Camus loses her concentration, rushing towards the center of the magic circle to where he was. She reaches out to what she believes was Vikier. But as she approaches Vikier, the magic circle starts to go haywire, destroying the room they were in. As a result, Camus suffered from mana counterflow, causing her to spill blood from her mouth. Snake could only shout at her to grab Camus' attention. But all she heard was nothing but a blur. Suffering from a rebound caused by mana counterflow, Camus slowly watches everything she wanted fall apart, thinking that she had failed. As she opens her eyes, she sees a white door in front of her, alone in the new space. Camus starts to think that she had died too. All kinds of questions started to pop in her head. Why did the magic fail? She thought it was perfect. Is it because the piece of Vikier's body was too old? Or was his soul not even in the forest? Maybe he's already attained enlightenment and turned his back on this spiteful world. Then what meaning does her struggles hold now? The young lady wonders as she stares into the bright light. Tears started to pool in her eyes, as she started to think that it was better for her to just die. A hand appeared on her face. It was Snake. He crossed over, revealing to Camus that he didn't want to enter the Hall of Darkness. It was because he couldn't be with his sister, because he couldn't stay in the same light, only being able to live in the shadows. However, something came to his mind when he saw how Camus wore her heart on her sleeve. If only he was honest, if only he had the courage to challenge the impossible. Maybe things would have been different for him. Pushing her away, Snake tells her to never lose hope and that he wishes for her to reunite with the one she loves. With that final push, Camus was swallowed into the waters, slowly watching Snake walk into the door of light instead of her. In a sad turn of events, we return to reality, where Snake laid in a bloodied mess while Camus was completely unharmed. She looked in horror, as the man known as Snake, her master, laid dead in a pool of blood, right in front of her own eyes. Quite some time has passed since Snake crossed over to the other side, his dead body laid on floor 666. Long enough for flies to wander around his corpse. Camus was lying right beside, not moving an inch, as the result of their failure was obvious due to the state of the room they were in. Eyes started to open with a hazy look in them as she wondered how much time had passed as her burnt body wouldn't move as she wanted. She wonders if this is the price one has to pay for using a forbidden spell to bring back the dead. No one will come here to where they were, to this hidden space deep within the Hall of Darkness. Camus felt that it might be better for her to die off like this. Her master, who died for her instead, will probably find her current state ridiculous. But she had already tried everything. Camus no longer has the will to live anymore. But if there is something that she finds unfortunate, it was that she couldn't meet him in the end. As she closed her eyes, believing that it was the last time, Camus thought to herself that she might see him once she dies. But a voice tells her that she looks like she wants to live, awakening the young lady. Camus started to wonder how she was hearing a voice here, thinking it was a hallucination. But the voice states clearly that it was real, that it had appeared because it had felt her intense feelings. Looking back at what she read in the books, Camus figures that the voice belongs to a demon. The voice admits that it was a demon. Seeing that she knew what it was, the voice decides to speed things up. In exchange for the demon saving her with its power, it suggests that they strike a deal together. But Camus responds that she doesn't want to live anymore, so instead, the demon asks her what she wants. Looking at the failed magic circle, the demon figured out that she wanted to resurrect someone. There was a dead person she wanted to see. Seeing the dead happens to be the demon's speciality. The voice reveals part of its form, a grotesque mouth with sharp fangs and blue aura surrounding it. The demon introduces herself as Sire, the demon of the dead and decay. She offers to help the young lady meet the person she wanted to resurrect, in exchange for a deal between them. Hearing the offer, and thinking about how Snake wanted her to reunite with the one she loves, Camus closes her eyes, thinking about her future decision. Since there was nothing else she could do, Camus agrees to the deal with Sire, since this was a method she has not yet tried, a deal with a demon. Her eyes regained their fire, as she knew she couldn't give up now. We turn to the Hall of Light, the main house of the Morgue family, where the servants were shouting about the return of Camus. Adolphe rushed to see her, breathing heavily as everyone was stunned to witness what was going on. Camus has returned to the main household. Adolphe wanted to let her know how worried he was about her, even concerned about what happened to her hair and to explain what she has been doing these past 10 days. Believing that it was Snake who did it, Camus silently walked past everyone, her eyes looking down, only telling him that she was tired and sorry. "How sad," said Sire as she appears beside Camus, mocking her for ignoring her uncle that way, especially since it has been a long time since she's seen him. "Be quiet," commanded Camus to the demon, reminding her to prove her competence, or else she was going to break off their contract. And that was how her contract with Sire began. This is the contract written between the two. First, the elite corps Sire will lend a portion of her power to Camus Morgue and assist her so she can meet Vicaire van Baskerville. As payment, Camus Morgue will hand over all control of her physical body for 1 day to Sire and fall into a complete slumber. Additionally, Camus Morgue is prohibited from divulging anything concerning Sire or demons to others. With the contract, Camus gained 2 powers from Sire: the ability to find anything she wants and the ability to bring back the dead. These abilities were first proven when she finally found Rose, her younger cousin, who was killed by the barbarians. Soon enough, Camus decided to look for what she really wanted. But Sire was having a bit of a problem. Using her magic, the demon was surprised as it was a first for her too. She couldn't feel the soul of the man Camus had been looking for, Vikier van Baskerville. Even with that, Camus still wasn't going to give up. During the day, she used isolation training as an excuse to avoid the Morgue family and looked after Rose, and when night came, she looked for Vikier. The more time had passed, the more she drifted apart from her mother, her uncle, and her family. But she didn't have much time to dwell on that. I'm going to see Vikier, that was the only thing she could think about. As she was engrossed in her black magic research, she heard a faint noise from the back of the room. A stranger had appeared, making her ask who it was. Dantalion had made his appearance, warning the young lady that he wasn't here to see her, but the demon she was with. And so, he orders her to bring Sire out. After that day, Rose disappeared. Sire reveals to Camus that Dantalion was her comrade, the Ninth Corpse, who said he needed a slave. So she gave Rose to him. Adding on that once he conceals his presence, it would be hard to locate the demon. Camus was furious over the demon's decision to hand over Rose to Dantalion. Hearing her complaints, Sire assures that she could always resurrect Rose if she dies again by fixing her body once more. The way she talked about Rose made Camus realize that Sire was truly a demon deep down her core. And so, the day Camus left to find Rose once again, a miracle happened. She met the Night Hound, who was the love of her life, Vikier van Baskerville. With that, we return to the present, with Camus on her knees, tears coming down after Vikier had finally found her. He takes a look at her through the hole he punched through the wall with, teasing the young lady that she looked a lot different from the last time he saw her. Camus was on the verge of blurting out all the things she wanted to ask him. Her mind was filled with all types of questions. Why are you saying things with such composure when it's been so long since they saw each other? Why didn't you come find her if he was alive? Did he know how hard it was for her? Does he know how much she struggled just so she could see her again? But all these questions were left unsaid, as Camus couldn't say them out loud. Walking closer to her, Vikier could see that she had made a deal with the demon. Even though she couldn't speak, Camus wanted him to see her as a cool woman in her final moments. Even without asking, she can feel that the depth of his eyes has never looked this deep before. Vikier had grown to become so handsome. Unlike her, who ruined everything and everyone she came across. Sensing that her time was coming to end soon, when that happened, she knew Vikier would have to fight Sire. So the last thing she could do for him was to not let him fight alone again. But since she was able to see him again, Camus calmly thanks Vikier for recognizing and finding her one last time. Just like when they were kids, she gives him a grade. 100 out of 100. With a sad smile on her face as spikes appear from the ground, pointed straight at her. As the spikes aim to end her life, Camus reminds Vikier to be happy for the both of them. In a stunning turn of events, our boy actually went ahead and gave the young lady a hug, using his own body as a shield to protect her from death. He calmly tells her that he could understand what she couldn't tell him because of the contract with the demon. He knew that she didn't land any critical hits when they fought, and that ending her life was her way of telling him that she couldn't talk about it. Sensing her presence fading away, Vikier leaves her with some final words. Don't worry about me and leave it to me. His eyes filled with a new sense of rage unlike never before. Assuring his childhood friend that he was never going to lose to a demon. And just like that, Camus disappears from the world while Sire took complete control over her body. We begin this chapter with the sky burning crimson as the towering statues of Hugo Le Baskerville and Seth Le Baskerville loomed imposingly at the base of the monuments. Vikier embraced Camus and, for a fleeting moment, silence enveloped them. But it was short-lived. Soon, the demon seized control of her body. Her appearance shifted. Her clothes, her face, even her hair, transformed. With eerie delight, she greeted him, pleased to make his acquaintance. Serre whispered to Vikier and revealed that she had heard much about him from her roommate, Camus. Vikier's eyes gleamed with irritation, his gaze sharp and unamused as it locked onto her. The spikes had impaled Vikier's body, leaving him gravely wounded. Yet, despite his injuries, his composure never wavered. Cold and deliberate, he demanded to know what she had done to Camus Morgue. Serre's focus sharpened on Vikier, her gaze flickering toward him with something akin to twisted fascination. A smile curled on her lips as she taunted him, asking if he was truly concerned for Camus. Without giving him a chance to respond, her third eye became disgustingly huge, its grotesque iris unveiling Camus, limp and unconscious, her limbs ensnared by Serre's pulsating muscle tissue. Serre's grin widened, exposing rows of needle-like teeth as her expression darkened. In a hushed, mocking tone, she explained that Camus was sleeping deep within her right now, that she had every right to claim the girl's body for the day. Then she sneered, questioning how long Vikier intended to hug her for. Before he could react, Serre summoned her power. In an instant, skeletal warriors materialized overhead, their spears poised to strike. The undead lunged forward, their weapons slicing through the air. But just before impact, Vikier released his hold on Camus, now seized by Serre, and leapt backward, putting several yards between them. As he landed, the gaping wounds in his chest began to knit themselves shut, flesh weaving back together with unnatural speed. Serre rose to her feet, studying him in eerie silence. The skeletal warriors remained motionless around her. Then, a flicker of amusement crossed her face. With a casual touch, she reduced the undead to ashes, her lips curling into a demonic smile. This was no ordinary battlefield. They stood within Andromalus's exclusive trap. The realization struck her. Vikier was the demon hunter who had killed her comrade. A dark irony settled in her mind. The man Camus had been searching for was none other than the infamous demon hunter himself. Serre's slender fingers drifted absently to her chin, her nails lightly grazing her skin as her mind churned with suspicion. Her gaze lifted slowly, drawn to the distant heavens. Her azure eyes, sharp as cut gemstones, flared with sudden confusion, the pupils dilating in disbelief. How could this man know so much about the 10 elite corpses? She extended her hands and began walking toward Vikier. She recalled how his soul had remained hidden even from her demonic eye, a mystery she had yet to unravel. Serre wasn't sure if Vikier truly belonged to this world. He sat with one hand resting on the ground, watching her silently, offering no response. His stillness spoke volumes. A faint smile appeared on Serre's lips. To her, he had always seemed cold and distant. Perhaps she thought he would react if she told him the sorrowful tales of Camus. In an instant, the wounds inflicted by the spikes on Vikier's body vanished as though they had never existed. He turned his gaze toward the demon, his eyes burning with fury. Serre then revealed a dark truth. Camus, in a desperate attempt to save a single man, had resorted to the forbidden magic of complete revival. The spell had failed, leaving Camus paralyzed and unable to move. "She's a pitiful, naive girl," Serre said with disdain. In the destroyed room, she laid on the floor for several days. She already tried everything and didn't have the will to live anymore. With a chilling smirk, Serre asked Vikier if he wanted to hear something amusing. Her azure eyes gleamed with malevolence as she pointed to herself. Just before death could claim Camus, she had called out to a demon. And in that final, hopeless moment, she became Camus' last and only hope. Vikier's eyes widened, a flicker of confusion breaking through his usually stoic expression. Serre's words struck deeper than he expected, the story unraveling in front of him like a cruel revelation. Camus, what had she done? With a mocking tone, Serre twisted the knife further, recounting how, even after forming their contract, it had been heartbreaking to hear Camus whisper his name, longing for him, mourning him. The image of her returned to Vikier's mind, unbidden but vivid. Camus, swallowed by darkness, her small frame trembling as she shut her eyes and pressed her hands over her ears, trying to silence the world. She kept apologizing over and over, blaming herself for being taken by the barbarians, blaming herself for leaving him behind. She had relived that tragic day endlessly in her mind. She truly believed she should have died in his place. That guilt had eaten away at her. The deeper she sank into the darkness, the more unbearable the thought of his death became. And yet, in some quiet corner of her shattered soul, a spark of hope lingered. What if he was still alive? As she lay helpless on the cold ground, her body barely clinging to life, a single thought haunted her: if Vikier is still alive, why hasn't he come for me? She hadn't wanted much, just not to be left behind, just not to be alone. With a mocking lilt, Serre mimicked Camus' voice, taunting Vikir with a faint, aching longing. "I miss you." Blazing with hatred, Vikir drew his sword and charged. His intent to strike and kill the demon was unmistakable. Serre raised her hands calmly, a smile curling on her lips. His eyes cold and unwavering, Vikir slashed at her with deadly force. Yet, just before the blade could land, he froze. Serre's gaze locked onto the sword, her azure eyes gleaming with smug delight. That arrogant smile deepened as she grasped the truth. Vikir understood the demon-forged contract that tied her life to Camus'. If Serre died, so would Camus. In a swift motion, she activated the magic circle etched beneath them. Black lightning erupted with a deafening crack, and from the ground, a skeletal head emerged, undead and monstrous. Between its gaping jaws stood Serre and Vikir, suspended in a deadly standoff. She was certain that Vikir could not bring himself to kill the girl who waited for him for so long. As the undead snapped its jaw shut, Vikir reacted swiftly, evading the attack with a well-timed leap. Landing with a fierce expression, he fixed his gaze on the ground, readying himself for a counterattack. He closed the distance to the undead, unleashing a series of powerful slashes. But, to his surprise, none of them had any effect. Confusion flickered across his face just as Serre's eyes lit up with excitement. With a confident smile, she watched him struggle. If Vikir had assumed she would rely solely on magic, something he could cut through like Camus', he had underestimated her. A simple graduator stood no chance against her true strength. Seizing the moment, the undead gained momentum and clamped down on Vikir with a crushing blow. The force of the strike left him immobilized. Without hesitation, the undead charged forward, using its full power to slam Vikir into the ground. Again and again, it battered his body before hurling him against the base of the sword statue. The impact was devastating. The statue cracked under the force, and blood began to spill once more from Vikir's wounds. Serre taunted him, jeering that, rather than saving anyone, he was the one on the verge of dying. Wounded and still, Vikir lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. Memory surfaced. His battle with the big-ass spider, the presence of Madame, a creature of overwhelming power. Despite the pain, he reached for his sword, steeling himself to fight once more. He struggled to comprehend the truth, that Camus had formed a pact with a demon to save him. Hiding deep within the forest had not protected her. It had twisted her fate. Once destined to be a hero, she had become a contractor of darkness. A grim image took shape in his mind, the necessity of killing a man to sever the bond between demon and human. To destroy the demon, the contractor must die first. It was a truth he had always known. Vikir's eyes began to burn with fury, his gaze locked onto Serre. He didn't fully understand why he had claimed he wouldn't lose to a demon while still under the sun, but the words had been spoken from a place of conviction. As he remained frozen in thought, Serre's tail coiled around his foot. Without resistance, she lifted it slightly, observing him with cold amusement. He was thinking too much in the middle of a battle. Her eyes burned with rage and, without hesitation, she snapped her tail with violent force. Vikir's body was hurled through the air, colliding with one of the statues. The impact was so intense that deep cracks split across the stone. Despite his injuries, Vikir gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his mind conjuring an image of a scale, Camus on one side, her family and the barbarians on the other. He understood the weight of his decision. If the 10 elite corpses were not destroyed, humanity would face a cataclysmic downfall. The choice was cruelly simple. Sacrifice Camus or allow the world to perish. For Vikir, the answer was clear. Yet, as sorrowful memories of Camus' life surged through his thoughts, a strange light returned to his eyes, one not of despair, but of hope. He began to breathe heavily, gripping that faint, fragile possibility. If even the slightest chance existed, he would not let it go. From a distance, Serre ascended using the outstretched palm of an undead and advanced toward him, still crumpled against the shattered statue. She stared in disbelief that a human, one not even considered particularly strong, had managed to defeat both the 9th and 10th elite corpses. It defied her expectations. Sayre's eyes gleamed with malevolence. Raising her sharp claw, she poised to strike, taunting Vikir with the revelation that he was the reason the gate to the demonic realm remained unopened. Vikir, drained of strength, couldn't move, helpless in the face of the coming blow. With a savage cry, Sayre drove her claw into his chest, shattering the statue behind him into fragments. Smoke rose from the impact, curling into the air as her claw sank deeper, twisting with brutal force. Vikir's mouth opened in a scream, his body convulsing from the sheer agony. Trembling, he struggled to lift his hand. Sayre's rage only grew. Even now, he was still thinking of Camus, still clinging to hope for her, despite being nothing more than an insignificant graduator, incapable of defeating her. Her eyes burned with cruel delight as an arrogant smile spread across her face. To her, Vikir was a pathetic human, desperately waiting for a miracle that would never come. But the moment the word miracle echoed in his mind, something shifted. Vikir's expression hardened. Slowly, he extended his trembling hands and seized the demon's horns. Startled, Sayre's eyes widened in shock and confusion. She hadn't anticipated this. Through clenched teeth, Vikir muttered that he liked the sound of that, a miracle. Sayre's attention locked onto him, stunned. Before she could even draw another breath, Vikir surged forward and slammed his forehead into hers with a brutal headbutt. The impact rattled her. Sayre's body trembled, her arrogant composure cracking. Fear flickered in her eyes, and her jaw fell slack. Vikir drove his head into the demon once more, delivering a second brutal headbutt. Gritting his teeth, he called out, asking if Camus could hear him. Though Sayre's claw remained lodged in his chest, Vikir clung tightly to her horns, his grip unrelenting. He admitted, with strain in his voice, that it was nearly impossible to defeat this demon and save everyone alone. His voice, raw with emotion, echoed into the depths of the demon's being, reaching Camus, who lay dormant within. Vikir pleaded with her to resist the contract. He reminded her that the demonic pact binding her soul was not absolute. He believed in her strength, in her mastery of magic. Camus' body remained motionless, trapped. Yet Vikir's words carried weight. He confessed that the cost for defying the contract would be her own soul, that it would burn as payment. And yet, he vowed to destroy Sayre at that precise moment, no matter the price. Eyes ablaze with determination, Vikir shouted with all the strength he could muster, declaring that together they would forge a miracle. Sayre's gaze snapped toward him, her eyes wide with fury. Enraged, she ripped her claw from his chest and delivered a vicious kick that sent him flying while calling him a crazy mutt. Vikir's body skidded violently across the ground before crashing against another statue with bone-jarring force. Sayre descended to the ground, her expression cold and resolute. She vowed to turn Vikir into an undead soldier, one who would take the place of the 9th and 10th corpses and serve in her crusade to destroy mankind. Stretching out her hands, she advanced toward him with deliberate steps. Vikir, bloodied and battered, placed a hand against the earth and pushed himself upright. As he wiped the blood from his chest, his gaze burned with defiance. He swore, in a low and unwavering voice, that he would kill her. His eyes dropped once more to the ground, and a memory surfaced. The letter he had once received. At the time, he had doubted its contents, unsure whether it held any real truth. Now, standing on the edge of death, it had become his final hope. With his body torn and bruised, he drew his sword and took a step toward the demon. As he walked, his gaze fell upon the statue of Hugo. Never in his life had he imagined that Hugo Le Baskerville would be the one to guide or support him. And yet, in this moment, it felt as if some part of that legacy stood with him. Sayre stood across from Vikir, her presence shifting as the air around her grew thick and oppressive. Her transformation began in a slow, deliberate surge. Her once humanoid form, a blend of human grace and demonic menace, now gave way to a fully realized nightmare. Gleaming white armor, impossibly radiant yet ominously cold, enveloped her body like living metal, sculpted with jagged edges and infernal markings that pulsed with dark energy. Her features twisted, becoming something wholly inhuman, eyes blazing with hatred, her mouth curled into a snarl. From every inch of her, a dense, suffocating aura radiated, thick with malice, ancient power, and the stench of death. She raised her hand and, with a bone-chilling hiss, summoned her scythe, an obsidian blade curved like a crescent moon, its edge dripping with shadows. With a voice that resonated like a curse upon the world, she announced that Vikier van Baskerville will die. Vikier stood unmoving, his body bloodied and battered. Yet his resolve remained unshaken. He had never imagined he would one day rise to the level of a swordmaster. But, in this moment, something inside him shifted. His breath came ragged, his fists clenched in defiance. He was no longer just a man, no longer a simple fighter. With unwavering clarity, he understood the weight of the battle before him and the choices that had brought him here. The fight between an elite corpse demon and Vikier as a new swordmaster was about to begin. Deep within the demon, Camus remained trapped. Hugo retrieved a pen and began to compose a letter addressed to Vikier. As he wrote, a quiet intensity settled in the room. He understood that Vikier, already a top-ranking graduator, had developed a formidable technique, Fang, a sloppy seventh form. But to refine it fully, to wield it without flaw, Vikier would need to transcend into the realm of the swordmasters. Seated at his desk, sunlight streaming through the window and casting warm lines across the parchment, Hugo continued to write. His pen moved with purpose as he began detailing the journey he had taken to reach the swordmaster realm himself. He recalled vividly the moment he first became a swordmaster not long after Vikier's birth. That memory brought with it the faces of Roxana and Penelope, their presence bittersweet. Their loss had plunged him into grief so deep that the sword became both refuge and obsession. Hugo spent entire days in the training wing, endlessly repeating the same motions. His journey began as a youth, and by the time he reached adulthood, his technique had grown sharper and more deliberate. Yet, even as a top-ranking graduator, the threshold to sword mastery had remained just beyond reach. To cross it, he had to commit everything. Every single day, he swung his sword without pause, each cut driven by emotion, memory, and an unrelenting pursuit of perfection. And then, on the day it finally happened, he gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white. When the breakthrough came, it wasn't with a shout or a clash, but with a quiet realization. He opened his hand, and the sword fell to the ground. He had arrived. Hugo stared at his hands, eyes wide with a growing sense of desperation. Sweat gathered on his brow. His palms were hardened with calluses, crisscrossed with scars, testament to endless hours spent wielding the sword. Yet, despite the relentless training, the ceiling above him remained unbroken. He could not reach the realm of swordmaster regardless of how many times he swung his sword. In search of answers, he turned to the library of 10,000 epistles. It was there, buried within the countless tomes, that he discovered the words of a previous swordmaster, wisdom passed down to distant descendants. The book he found contained not just words, but a faintly glowing magic circle etched into its pages. According to its teachings, to become a graduator, one must discard all emotion, but to become a swordmaster, one must reclaim them. That revelation fractured something within him, his carefully cultivated stoicism. His identity shattered like a mirror struck by steel. He resolved to follow the path described and began to relearn the essence of emotion: happiness, anger, sadness, pleasure. He chased them all with the fervor of a man starved for something intangible. He laughed when he should have been furious, frowned when joy should have touched his face. The effort to artificially induce feelings twisted the natural flow of his expression. He began to lose control. Bit by bit, his personality distorted. What once defined him dissolved into contradiction and confusion. The journey to become a swordmaster became a maze. And the sword could no longer satisfy the emptiness that had taken root within. In a desperate attempt to quench this growing void, he poured himself into the only legacy he could shape, his bloodline. Using his power and influence, he revived the strength of his clan, fathering many children in a bid to expand his reach and power, to create something enduring where fulfillment had eluded him. The image of his children crawling across a field scattered with swords surfaced in Hugo's mind, small, fragile bodies navigating the blade-littered ground as tradition demanded. Following the unyielding rules of the family, he had sent them to the Cradle of Swords, a trial meant to forge warriors from the moment they could walk. But something unexpected happened in the place he least expected. As Hugo observed from the shoreline alongside the butler and several others, one child suddenly broke away from the rest and hurled himself into the water. Alarm surged through the group. No one knew why a child so young, so unaware of the world, would struggle with such fierce determination, nor why he endured the pain of the icy water flooding his tiny frame. Hugo placed a hand over his chest, startled by the pounding in his heart. His eyes widened as a strange sensation surged through him. Mana began to stir, not from will, but instinct. He was feeling something he hadn't felt in years. A rush of emotions overwhelmed him: happiness of finding talent, anger because he sent such a young life into a cruel place, sadness from injuries on the child and himself, and pleasure from looking forward to this child's future. Those emotions swirled together, overwhelming the cold rationality that had long defined him. Without hesitation, Hugo leapt into the water. He moved through the waves with purpose, seized the child by the foot, and hauled him to safety. That single act, spontaneous, instinctive, and brimming with raw emotion, was his turning point. By the next day, he found out that he finally reached the realm of the Swordmaster. Now, in the present, sunlight filtered through the office window as Hugo continued writing the letter to Vikir. His expression was solemn, his pen steady. He included a final truth: becoming a swordmaster and even finding Pomeranian were things he owed to Vikir. The path to mastery, he wrote, was not paved by cold perfection, but by the capacity to feel deeply and live fully through the chaos of emotion. He trusted, without doubt, that Vikir too would find that path. Serre funneled mana into her scythe and swung it with violent force, unleashing a torrent of slashes through the air. Vikir crossed his arms in front of his chest, raising the Beelzebub sword just in time to block the barrage. Sparks flew from the clash, and his eyes widened with surprise. Her strength was formidable. As the battle intensified, Vikir's gaze darkened with rage. Hugo, in this life, had become someone utterly unrecognizable compared to the man he had once known. The bitter realization churned inside him. Across from him, the demon Serre grinned wickedly, her eyes gleaming with malevolence. With a clenched fist, she summoned a massive magic circle beneath her, warping the battlefield with its ominous glow. Vikir, now stripped of the power of the Saintess's power, knew he had to depend on himself now. To survive, to win, he would have to reach the level of Swordmaster on his own. Through his own awakening, the circle beneath Serre flared to life, and jagged spikes fashioned from skeletal remains erupted from the ground, striking Vikir's body with brutal precision. His chest tore open as he was flung into the air, blood splattering through his gritted teeth. Pain rippled through him, each breath a torment, just as Hugo had once said. Rage and sorrow burned deep within him. Vikir crashed to the ground, his body skidding and bouncing against the shattered terrain. Serre looked on with delight, her smile wide, her eyes dancing with cruel amusement. To her, he appeared broken, weak, a shadow of his former self. But then her smile faltered, her delight turned to fury. Vikir was still moving, still breathing. And worse, his eyes were not filled with despair. They were glowing with something far more dangerous. Despite his body being torn and bloodied, deep wounds streaking across his limbs and face, Vikir stood tall. His chest rose and fell with strained breaths, but his eyes, burning with unshakable confidence, never wavered. A faint, almost feral smile curled on his lips as he locked his gaze on Serre. Serre, catching that look in his eyes, snarled with fury. Her scythe pulsed with power as she unleashed a storm of slashes. All of her strength poured into the barrage. The air split apart as the blades of mana flew toward Vikir. He barely had a moment to react. Before he could even raise his sword, the slashes were already upon him. His eyes flared in shock as the attack collided with brutal precision, enveloping him in a deafening explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air. Serre planted her scythe into the ground and watched, her expression unreadable, as silence followed the storm. From within the haze, Vikir's body was hurled into the air, his form crumpling with the debris. Blood sprayed from his wounds. One of his legs had been severed, and agony flashed across his face as he gritted his teeth hard enough to crack bone. Pain lanced through him. But even as he bled, something darker, hotter, burned in his core. With what little strength he had left, Vikir pushed off a chunk of shattered rock and activated the seventh technique of Baskerville. His movements were jagged but driven by raw will, propelling himself forward. Rocks scattered beneath his feet as he closed the distance between them. Sarah turned, eyes narrowing in disbelief as she saw him charging, still standing, still fighting. Her body tensed, scythe raised, a murderous gleam flickering in her gaze. Vikir roared, fury igniting every fiber of his being, and brought the Beelzebub sword down with all his might. The blade cracked against Sarah's skull. But instead of cleaving through, it bounced off with a sharp metallic clang. Her head snapped back, but she remained standing. Confusion gripped him. Questions flooded his mind. Why hadn't it worked? What kind of power was protecting her? But before he could make sense of it, Sarah's lips twisted into a smug, arrogant smile. Her expression dripped with disdain. Pathetic. She sneered, her voice laced with venom. Still haven't learned a thing. With a swift, vicious motion, she seized Vikir by the face, her fingers digging into his flesh as she leaned in, her eyes glowing with malice. She taunted him, declaring that it was impossible for someone like him to break through her armor, an invincible shield forged from darkness. Vikir instinctively grabbed her arm, but his grip was weak, trembling. His eyes shimmered with a mix of shock and desperation, while Sarah's gleamed with wicked delight. She hurled him to the ground with monstrous force, the impact shattering the terrain and sending shockwaves through the battlefield. "You call that an attack?" she mocked, her voice cold. "You're barely scratching the surface." Without a moment's pause, she dropped to one knee and slammed her hand against Vikir's throat, pinning him to the ground with crushing force. Her body radiated a thick, ominous aura, shadows curling around her like serpents in the dark. Eyes closed and lips tugged into a pleased, sinister smile, she relished the moment. To her, Vikir was already defeated. Sarah's grip only tightened, holding him immobile against the cold earth. A magic circle ignited beneath her, pulsing with purple runes that shimmered with dark energy. "So tell me," she whispered, mocking. "Did you really believe Camus could break free from the demon's contract? That she'd ever wake up and resist me?" Her laughter echoed across the ruins, bitter and triumphant. From the glowing magic circle beneath them, several hands erupted, one of them seizing Vikir by the head. Smoke curled from his nose as a searing rage built within him, but he could do nothing. More hands followed, wrapping tightly around his limbs and torso, locking him in place. In a heartbeat, he was completely immobilized. Sarah's eyes gleamed with cruel delight. She rose to her full height, raising one hand toward the sky as though summoning divine judgment. Her lips curled into a grin as she taunted Vikir, daring him to resist what came next. Above them, a second magic circle formed in the sky, pulsing ominously. From its depths, a storm of spectral hands rained down, dozens, then hundreds, striking Vikir's trapped body with devastating force. The sheer power of the impact blasted a crater into the earth, smoke and dust engulfing the battlefield in a thick veil. When the haze cleared, Vikir lay at the center of the crater. One of his arms was gone, and blood spread beneath him in a growing pool. His body was mangled and broken, his flesh torn and soaked in crimson. But even then, he moved. Sarah's gaze locked onto him, her expression shifting from triumph to confusion. He was still alive. With a trembling hand, Vikir pushed against the ground. The act of moving, of simply lifting himself, was excruciating. Every breath was a battle. Every motion dragged through pain. Even the healing powers of the salamander could no longer knit his wounds together. His regeneration had reached its limit. And yet he rose. Sarah began to approach, her footsteps slow, wary. She stared at him as if trying to determine whether what she was seeing was real. Was this man truly human? Vikir didn't look at her. His gaze was cast downward toward the bloodied ground beneath him. It was hard to even stand up. Vikir couldn't regenerate his body with the swamp marsh salamander's skill. But still, the memory of his embrace with Camus filled his mind. Remembering that moment, Vikir, despite the agony coursing through him, began to move. He rose unsteadily to his feet, the smoke around them slowly thinning. With only one arm remaining, he drew the Beelzebub sword and started walking forward, every step toward the demon a defiance of death itself. Then, through the lingering haze, Camus' voice rang out. She called Vikir an idiot, her words biting with affection, saying she hadn't fought her way back just to see that expression on his face. Vikir froze. His bruised, bloodied face turned slowly toward her, his one eye wide with disbelief. For a moment, the battlefield seemed to fall into silence. Serre, too, was stunned. Her eyes flared with confusion and rage, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. Camus reached up, her hands trembling, not with fear, but resolve, and began peeling away the demon's skin from her face. Her eyes glimmered with clarity and courage. With a soft, determined smile, she told Vikir she had done exactly what he asked. Panic overtook Serre. She shouted, reminding Camus of the cost. If she resisted the demonic contract, her soul would be shattered beyond repair. But Camus didn't flinch. Using both hands, she tore away more of the demon's corrupted guise from her face and neck. Her voice rang with steel as she told Serre the truth. She wouldn't last long, not like this. Then, with fire in her eyes, she turned to Vikir and told him to cut Serre into pieces. She added, almost playfully, that if he failed, her neck would just have to become the sheath for his sword. Vikir's gaze dropped to the ground. A breath escaped his lips, a low, tired sigh, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Even now, at the edge of death, she still joked like that. She wasn't just surviving. She was fighting with everything she had. At that moment, Vikir understood. She was truly born to be a heroine. And for that, he decided she deserved a perfect score, 100 out of 100. Camus tore the last of the demon's skin from her neck and stood tall, smiling, the fire of resistance blazing behind her eyes. Vikir's breath was ragged, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth when Camus, her voice soft but steady, asked if he finally understood. Her hand reached out to him, trembling but determined, her gaze filled with quiet fire. "Show me the man I fell in love with." A flicker of terror crossed Serre's face. The demon sensed it. This moment wasn't going her way. Panic twisted her features, and, in a desperate move, she forcefully reclaimed control of Camus' body. Behind her, a massive magic circle unfurled like an ominous halo, casting an eerie red glow across the battlefield. "They're insane," Serre hissed through gritted teeth, her voice dripping with fury and disbelief. She extended both hands, snarling. "Did you really think this would be enough to break my armor?" Without waiting for an answer, skeletal tentacles erupted from the magic circle, writhing through the air like cursed serpents, each one aiming straight for Vikir. But Vikir didn't flinch. He unsheathed his blade, its steel glinting with an intense, pulsing mana. The sword began to hum with energy, resonating with his heartbeat. He stepped forward, unwavering, and, in a single breath, he moved. His swings were fluid, deadly, precise. The tentacles were cleaved midair, shredded into harmless fragments before they could reach him. Serre's eyes widened in disbelief. Her confident smirk crumbled into a stunned silence as she watched Vikir walk through the chaos like a storm given form. Then it happened. Vikir's chest began to glow faintly, a warm, radiant light emanating from his heart. Mana surged outward, not wild or violent, but alive. It was no longer just power. It was emotion, raw and untamed. Rage, sorrow, joy, love. It all pulsed through him at once. He understood now what Hugo had meant. The heart wasn't just muscle. It was memory, meaning, and every feeling they had tried to bury. Inside the demon's third eye, Camus hung in suspension, her arms bound, her vision dark, but she felt him. She knew he hadn't forgotten her. With tears glimmering in her lashes, she lifted her head. A faint stream of light began to pierce through the shadows. Her lips parted in awe as she whispered his name. The demon's third eye was sliced open in a single stroke, and Vikir, bloodied and smiling, knelt before her. His sword rested across his lap as he looked up at Camus with the gaze of someone who had found something long lost. Camus' breath caught. Her jaw dropped as the moment washed over her. Vikir wasn't just angry because she'd been hurt. He wasn't only sad because she had to fight alone. He was alive in that moment, because she was there, because this reunion, impossibly, had come to pass. All of those emotions surged into his body like a flood, and his hand gripped his sword tighter as the mana intensified. His eyes burned with elation and, with a cry of determination, he moved. In the blink of an eye, Vikir blurred past Sayer, his blade flashing like a falling star. He landed behind her, the battlefield still. Sayer gasped. She didn't understand. She couldn't understand. She turned her head, confusion etched across her face as the pain began to ripple through her. Vikir didn't say a word. He simply walked away, his back to her, as his mana erupted inside her like wildfire. And, for the first time, the demon screamed, a raw, guttural sound that echoed across the battlefield as mana burst violently from her body, erupting in chaotic streams in every direction like cracks splitting through a dam. That was the perfected form of the Baskervilles clan 7th technique, performed by a swordmaster. Hugo's statue towered over the chaos, its imposing presence a silent witness to the unfolding battle. The humans who wore colored glasses, ill-suited to their true nature, navigated their lives in ignorance. Vikir clenched his fist, the aura emanating from the Beelzebub sword solidifying into a palpable force. Those who had removed their glasses could perceive realities invisible to ordinary humans, realities they could sever with ease. These individuals, who had ascended to supremacy, were known as swordmasters. Vikir's eyes burned with hatred as he moved with lethal precision. Before Sayer could react, his blade carved a deep gash across her, its edge unerring. Gradually, the demonic aura surrounding Camus' body dissipated, freeing her from its grip and allowing her to reclaim control. The remnants of the demon's essence crumbled into ash, Sayer's eyes widening in disbelief. She had failed. Her gaze locked onto Vikir, rage igniting in her expression. She had been tasked with opening the gate, and now that mission lay in ruins. Within moments, her form disintegrated, her existence reduced to nothing more than drifting embers. Vikir, his body battered and bloodied from the battle, his arm lost in the clash, turned his gaze upward to the crimson sky. Smoke curled from the stump of his shoulder as he slowly recovered. He felt out of place, as though he was wearing outdated clothes. His strength, sight, and decision-making had far transcended mortal limits, surpassing even the boundaries of transcendence itself. The weight of his evolution settled upon him, undeniable and absolute. Which were the traits he couldn't feel with the mana that the Saintess brought out of him before? A flicker of worry lit up Vikir's eyes as he turned around, worried about Camus' condition. Behind him, Camus lay motionless on the fractured earth. He took slow, deliberate steps toward her, hoping, aching, to feel the warmth of their reunion, to share in that long-awaited emotion. But as he neared her, something happened. Vikir collapsed beside Camus, their bodies lying still at the heart of the ruined battlefield. In the center of the crater, the Divine Immortal's ring began to glow, a quiet, pulsing purple light that intensified with each breathless moment. It stirred as though awakened by their silence, its magic finally unleashed now that the enemy had fallen. The glow surged upward in a beam of radiant light, tearing through the crimson sky above. As it struck the heavens, the barrier born of the ring's power slowly began to dissolve, fragmenting like shattered glass, fading into stardust. Unconscious, Vikir and Camus remained unaware as the ground beneath them shimmered, unraveling into light. The spell activated, teleporting them away from the tower's final floor and back into the realm of the living. Hours passed. Still, Vikir did not move, but from the folds of his tattered clothes, the baby madam emerged. With careful, delicate steps, it climbed onto his arm, pausing to study his face. Baby madam bounced gently on Vikir's chest, trying with all her might to stir him awake. But Vikir didn't move. As she began to tire, she settled down beside him with a quiet sigh. Then the faint sound of footsteps brushing against the grass caught her attention. Someone was approaching, graceful, deliberate steps. A figure in a skirt emerged under the pale light of the moon, drawing closer. It was Rose. She stood silently a few paces away, her expression unreadable, her eyes reflecting the moonlight as they locked onto Vikir. Her gaze bore into him, deep and unblinking. She seemed lost in thought, caught in an internal conflict as she watched him lie motionless. Sensing something was wrong, baby madam shot to her feet and released a tiny but defiant hiss. Her stance fierce and protective, she planted herself in front of Vikier, refusing to let harm come to him. But Rose didn't raise a hand in violence. Instead, after a long pause, she stepped forward and gently reached down, not to Vikier, but to Camus. Carefully, she slid Camus' limp arm over her shoulder and, with effort, lifted the unconscious girl into her arms. The spider blinked in confusion over Rose's kind act. Then, just as she turned to leave while carrying Camus away, a faint rustle broke the silence. Behind her, Vikier finally moved. With a trembling hand, he pushed against the ground. His body shook from exhaustion, blood still seeping from his wounds, but he forced himself up. Pressing a hand to his injured arm. "Wait," he said. Hearing his voice, Rose's eyes widened in surprise and she came to a halt. Seeing that she was able to move freely, Vikier felt a quiet sense of relief. It meant that Camus was safe. That alone was enough for him. Rose's expression shifted subtly, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she turned to face him. In the distance, smoke began to rise from the shattered remains of the city. Vikier pressed a hand against the wound on his shoulder, his gaze lowering to the ground. It was a shame, he thought, that their reunion had to end like this. But for now, the most important thing was for them to leave this place as quickly as possible. Sliding a hand into his pocket, Vikier drew out a small object and, with quiet resolve, tossed it toward her. He asked only that she give it to Camus. Rose caught it effortlessly, her eyes widened in surprise. Vikier, still bleeding and battered, lifted his hand in parting. With a faint smile, he revealed the final message. If Camus wished to see him again, she would have to follow where it led. Rose's attention lingered on the item in her hand, her expression shifting into quiet intrigue. Without a word, she turned her back on him. With Camus still resting against her shoulder, she began walking away from the battlefield, leaving Vikier behind in the settling dust and moonlight. Baby Madame quietly climbed onto Vikier's shoulder, curling up against his neck as both of them watched in silence, eyes fixed on the distant figures of Rose and Camus as they disappeared into the night. Back at the festival grounds, a sudden commotion rippled through the crowd. Someone was shouting, breathless and urgent, drawing attention from all directions. It was a man dressed in a flamboyant woman's costume, running at full speed through the gathering of students. His voice rang out over the noise as he delivered the news. The one who had attacked the academy was none other than the infamous Nighthound. The crowd froze. Murmurs turned into gasps, and students exchanged alarmed glances. One asked how severe the damage had been. The man, still panting, responded that, unexpectedly, there had been no casualties or destruction at all. Bianca, wearing a stitched-up Frankenstein costume, lowered her gaze to the ground, her expression shadowed with concern. Her thoughts drifted to the girl in the skull mask. She now suspected it had been the Black Mage. Her classmate, Tudor, in his gleaming Death Knight costume, rubbed his chin in thought, agreeing with the possibility. If the Black Mage had indeed fought the Nighthound, it explained her mysterious strength and presence on the battlefield. He admitted, albeit a bit sheepishly, that he hadn't dared to get involved in their fight. The situation had been too overwhelming. Piggy, wrapped in glittering fairy wings, looked visibly shaken. He was so scared that he thought that he was going to faint. Meanwhile, Sancho, clad in his warrior robe, turned aside with a hardened expression. His voice was calm but firm as he said that the Nighthound was, without a doubt, the most terrifying and violent person he had ever laid eyes on. While the group remained deep in conversation, Vikier, still dressed in his witch costume, quietly approached from behind. With a half-hearted chuckle, he admitted that he'd been so terrified during the attack he could barely breathe. The moment his voice broke through the air, every head turned. Eyes widened with surprise and immediate concern. Questions rushed in all at once. Where had he gone? Why hadn't he come back? And did he even realize how worried they had been? Vikier scratched the back of his head, clearly unsure how to explain himself. Dolores crossed her arms, her brows furrowed in a mix of frustration and relief. She spoke with quiet sternness, pointing out that no one had seen him at all while they were investigating the streets. She demanded to know where he had been. She knew him too well. Vikier wasn't the kind of person to abandon his friends or hide when things got dangerous. Sinclair, dressed in an elegant vampire costume, observed him quietly from behind. Vicky's eyes briefly flickered with unease, struggling to form a response until a sharp, teasing voice cut in from behind. A figure in a skirt stepped into view, calling Vicky a reckless fool for diving into danger alone. The triplets had arrived, all three dressed identically in maid uniforms, and all three were acting annoyed with Vicky's actions. One of them placed his hands on his hips, frustration etched into every movement. With an exaggerated sigh, he scolded Vicky, asking what they were supposed to do if he kept charging off by himself. Midbro, gripping his broom like a commander's sword, added his own warning, voice sharp as he ordered Vicky not to pull something like that again. Low Bro's eyes gleamed with an intense glare, his stare cutting through the air as he echoed the same warning. The three of them moved in unison, surrounding Vicky with synchronized scolding and clenched jaws. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, Sinclair closed her eyes with a soft, amused smile. She couldn't help but think that Vicky was unintentionally building his own gang. Meanwhile, Dolores gasped slightly, her eyes going wide in realization. Once again, it seemed she had completely misread the situation. Enough time passed before the first rays of sunlight stretched across the sky, bathing the world in a soft golden hue. With a quiet, uneasy gaze, Vicky looked upward, his eyes full of silent questions. He didn't know if she was safe, if she was truly okay. The sun continued its slow rise over the horizon, casting warmth across the city. Around him, everyone paused, taking in the beauty of the morning, but Vicky's thoughts remained distant. He would wait eagerly, quietly, until the day he could see Camus again. Elsewhere, hidden in the ruins of an old, forgotten church at the edge of the city, a soft glow began to pulse from within. At the center of the decrepit sanctuary stood a faintly glowing sphere, ethereal and still. Beside it, silent and watchful, stood Rose. Moments later, ripples stirred the surface of the sphere, and from within emerged a figure dripping with residual energy. Camus stepped forward, her body trembling, hair clinging to her damp skin. She placed a hand against the door of the sphere, pausing with a dazed, unreadable expression. Then, slowly, she stepped out into the light. Rose turned to face her, saying nothing. She simply watched as Camus examined her hands with an almost mechanical motion. Camus could sense that her body was erect because of Serre having gone berserk, and that they had forcibly broken the demon contract. Because of that final confrontation, she hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye or thank Vicky. She recalled how stupid it was for her to think that Vicky had actually died in the past. Still, Rose remained silent beside her, giving her space. But then her thoughts wandered to the way Vicky had looked at her, the way he had shielded her with everything he had, no matter how bloodied or broken he became. Her hands rose to her cheeks, heat blooming there as a blush crept across her face, believing that Vicky's actions meant that he treasures her a lot now. She remembered the exact moment she'd peeled away the demon's skin from her neck, the image of Vicky's smile clear as day. That memory alone made her heart stir with something fierce and soft all at once, because, in that moment, she'd realized just how much she meant to him. This time, she hadn't run away. She had fought beside him. Camus closed her eyes, and a quiet smile curved her lips as the weight of that truth settled over her. They had made it through, not because they were invincible, but because neither of them had given up. Exhaustion clung to her like a second skin, dark circles beneath her eyes betraying how far she'd pushed herself. Tilting her head to the side, she let out a tired breath and murmured to the empty air, as if asking the world itself, wasn't Vicky the kind of man worth risking everything for? Floating beside her was the fractured remnant of the demon Serre, her form smaller now, weakened, ghost-like. Camus turned her gaze toward her with a smug, almost mocking smile curling across her lips. Serre's ears twitched, her eyes brimming with tears. Her voice trembled as she questioned how Camus could have defied their pact. To her, this was nothing short of betrayal, an impossible contradiction, a scam. Camus' expression remained composed, her tone cool and distant, as she replied that she now had full control over her body. Whether Vicky had severed the contract or something deeper had unraveled it, she wasn't entirely sure. What mattered was that Serre no longer held the reins, and yet she still didn't die. Fury bloomed in Serre's tiny form as she clenched her fists, her trembling eyes glowing with venom. She revealed that breaking the 12-hour contract had come at a cost, a penalty that allowed her to live for a short while. Camus locked her gaze on the demon, and a violet flame flickered to life in her palm. With a quiet whisper of magic, she summoned two small but potent barriers of force, compressing them around Serre's fragile body. A cruel satisfaction glinted in Camus' eyes as she watched the magical barriers begin to crush Serre slowly. Her voice was calm, almost amused, as she stated that now, if she wished, she could squash and kill the demon using magic alone. Camus was the alpha now. Serre writhed, her hands clawing at the invisible walls closing in around her. Her body shook with effort, her screams rising in pitch as pain overtook her, eyes overflowing with tears. She finally broke, sobbing and trembling as she begged Camus to stop, to spare her. She swore she'd do anything, anything at all. Upon hearing the demon's plea, Camus' eyes gleamed with wicked delight, and a slow, knowing smile curled across her lips. If Serre wanted mercy, there would be a price. In exchange for sparing her life, Camus demanded everything: the demon's power, her authorities, all remnants of their former bond. Their contract was broken, and now their roles were reversed. They were no longer equals. They were master and slave. Seeing Camus this way, Serre immediately thought of her as the actual devil. The little demon turned her back with a defeated sigh, her posture heavy with resignation. A flicker of sadness crossed her expression as she accepted her new reality. Camus rested one hand on her hip, her tone suddenly lighter. She knew that without Serre, she never would have met Vikier in the first place. Strange how even the darkest paths could lead to something bright. Serre glanced over her shoulder and asked quietly what Camus intended to do now. Camus looked up at the sky, thoughtful, then answered, "It's time to open the gate." At those words, Serre's eyes widened with a mix of awe and confusion, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. With a hint of hesitation, she asked if Camus truly meant it. Camus laughed softly, brushing hair from her face as she smiled. Of course not. Was Serre insane enough to believe that? She was joking. With everything that had happened, she had no intention of repeating past mistakes. Rose stepped forward to help Camus into her robe. Camus explained that her first priority now was to return to the morgue estate. Her mind wandered, thoughts of Uncle Adolphe, of her mother, of a future now possible because Vikier was still alive. There were broken pieces to mend, things she had destroyed that she now needed to set right. She lifted the robe's hood over her head, her eyes growing distant with sorrow. In her memory, Uncle Snake's face emerged, his tired smile before he had fallen. Her heart tightened. There was a duty she had to fulfill, to announce and mourn the passing of her master. Camus clenched her fist. Her gaze softened with gratitude. From the depths of her heart, she thanked Snake. Because of him, she had been given a second chance, a chance to see Vikier again. Opening her hand, she revealed a golden coin resting in her palm. Her smile returned, gentler this time. If she joined the academy, she could become Vikier's junior. Rose and Serre watched her silently, eyes filled with confusion, unsure of what was going through her mind. A breeze stirred the fallen leaves around them, carrying them into the sky like fragments of a new story beginning. Camus' cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her eyes warm and brimming with affection. She made a quiet, fierce vow. When they met again, Vikier would be hers, and so, the eventful festival had finally come to an end. Yet, even after it was over, its aftermath lingered in the air like dying embers. It was daytime, and the students made their way back toward the academy. Among the crowd, 3 boys walked together. One of them leaned closer to his friends and asked if it was true that the Night Hound had appeared during the festival. The boy wearing glasses turned his head with a serious gaze, revealing that he had heard the Night Hound had come to launch another attack. The brown-haired boy glanced at his friend and, wearing a sincere expression, added that according to rumors the teachers had intervened to stop the Night Hound. At this, the black-haired boy's eyes widened. To him, the Night Hound was an evil figure who should already be locked away in Lubelbach prison. He closed his eyes dramatically, extended his hands as if delivering a prophecy, and mentioned that a new villain had supposedly appeared this time as well, an unregistered black magician. The boy in glasses nodded slightly and explained that he had heard the two villains had fought one another, allowing the teachers to chase them away more easily. The blonde-haired boy simply watched his friends, silent but attentive. The three boys continued their lively conversation, smiles tugging at their faces as they passed by the wall, still bearing the scars of the Night Hound's attack. Around them, students chattered away with carefree voices, unaware of how close they had come to disaster. The Night Hound incident, which might have ended in tragedy had it not been contained, was already fading away, becoming just another rumor to be shared and forgotten. The students filed into the academy, splitting off and heading toward their respective classrooms. Somewhere down one of the busy hallways was the journalism club. Inside, the club members gathered around a large table cluttered with newspapers and half-finished drafts. Dolores suddenly rose to her feet, slamming her hand onto the table. With an angry glare, she demanded to know who had written a particular article. Piggy and the others fell silent, turning their attention to the papers scattered before them. Among the mess was a headline featuring a striking image of the Night Hound, his eyes gleaming with menace, his photo stained with blood. The article beneath it detailed the so-called atrocities committed by the Night Hound, claiming that his rampage had crossed every imaginable line by daring to attack the Imperial Academy itself. According to the author, the Night Hound's actions were not acts of desperation but premeditated crimes, branding him both anti-humanitarian and anti-state, a villain who had to be punished without exception. The article also listed several key landmarks that had been destroyed during the Imperial Capital War, including the Imperial Bank, the Capitol Clock Tower, the Indulgentia Orphanage, and the Royal Memorial. Dolores snatched the article from the table, her eyes burning with anger as she swept her gaze across the room, making it perfectly clear that while the Night Hound had indeed appeared at the festival but he had not caused any chaos. The true disturbance, she insisted, had been the work of the mysterious black magician. The club members stared at her in stunned silence, confusion flickering across their faces. Meanwhile, Vikier remained composed, his expression unreadable as he quietly skimmed through the article once more. Dolores, still fuming, began reading aloud selected portions of the article, her voice laced with frustration. According to the piece, the Night Hound had come to the festival and massacred students, labeling him a criminal by imperial decree. Yet, in reality, he had done nothing of the sort that day. Dolores emphasized that journalism should stick to facts, not emotional. After venting her frustration, she let out a sigh and once again demanded to know who was responsible for writing the piece. Piggy, overwhelmed by nervousness, frantically shook his head in denial. Tudor's wide eyes darted toward Piggy, his face pale with fear, unsure of what to say. In contrast, Vikier calmly continued examining the articles, unaffected by the growing tension in the room. Dolores's sharp gaze eventually locked onto Vikier, her expression turning even more serious. When she realized the truth, Vikier simply admitted without hesitation that he was the one who had written the article, explaining that he had done so under the instructions of Professor Snape, their club advisor. Dolores planted her hands firmly on the table, furious that chaos always seemed to erupt whenever she was absent. Before she could say more, Vikier cut in respectfully, addressing her as Director Dolores, and pointed out that she had been busy handling student council duties. Dolores slipped her hands into the pockets of her pants, pulled something out with a sigh, and calmly reminded them that her absence was no excuse to publish an article without verifying the facts. She retrieved 3 folded documents and placed them neatly on the table, resting her hand over them as she spoke. These, she revealed, were official statements issued earlier that morning by the capital's garrison, confirming that the destruction of the capital's main facilities had not been caused by the Night Hound. She then laid out 3 photographs, each depicting scenes from the attacked sites. Though the devastation was evident under the night sky, the ground bore strange marks. Dolores explained that while the Night Hound's primary weapon was a sword, the destruction shown here lacked any evidence of sword wounds. Instead, the traces looked as though a giant snake had slithered through the area. She pointed to the evidence, describing a figure, a woman wielding a whip entwined by a white snake with striking purple eyes in a circle. This new villain, officially designated as Ms. Ouroboros, was presumed to be female. Her motive for the attack remained unknown, but it was estimated that she possessed the power of a graduator. The nature of her weapon had yet to be clearly identified. Dolores concluded grimly by revealing that no witnesses had survived the encounter with her. Upon hearing this, Tudor's and Sancho's eyes widened with shock and fear, putting them instantly on alert. Dolores, still resting one hand firmly on the table, raised 3 fingers with the other. Her gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Vikier, asking him firmly not to pin all the crimes on the Night Hound. There were 3 villains involved, she said, and it was crucial to distinguish the acts committed by each one. Vikier, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. In truth, it did not matter much to him. He had criticized the Night Hound primarily to distance himself and to craft an antagonistic image should anyone grow suspicious of him later. Tudor crossed his arms, resting his head on them, and, with a mixture of curiosity and unease shining in his eyes, wondered aloud where this new villain, Ms. Ouroboros, had come from. Sancho also crossed his arms and, with a calm expression, noted that the only information they had was that she left traces resembling the path of a giant snake. With a surprised expression, Sinclair raised her hand and asked how they were certain the villain was a woman. Dolores placed her hands firmly on the table and, her face turning thoughtful, imagined a stone with a purple lipstick mark on it. She explained that at every crime scene, a lipstick mark had been found, a clear signature meant to announce who had committed the attack. Piggy stretched his arms out to the sides, his eyes gleaming with confusion, while Tudor raised a finger, sparking a flurry of chatter among the group. Vikier, seated quietly among them, lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. His focus shifted to the new villain, and a flicker of rage sparked in his eyes. Whether the new villain admired or despised the Night Hound was irrelevant to him. Whatever her intentions were, it didn't matter. If she crossed his path during his demon hunt, he would simply eliminate her. Just then, Anna burst into the room, kicking the door open with a loud bang, a stack of papers clutched in her arms. She strode to the table and dropped the papers in front of Dolores, who stared at them in confusion, unsure of what they were. With a straightforward look, Anna explained that they had received an overwhelming number of reports after the festival ended. She pulled out a separate envelope, walked over to Vikier, and revealed that one letter was addressed to him. Vikier kept his calm, his gaze still low as he quietly extended a hand to take the letter and thanked her. He unfolded it carefully, blinking in confusion at the unexpected delivery. As he read the contents, his eyes widened in alarm, his composure breaking for a moment. While he remained engrossed, Sinclair quietly leaned closer, her attention drawn to the letter by curiosity. It turned out to be a letter about the guidance on the payment of the tuition fees for the first term. The next day, Vikier went to visit his brother. Pomeranian sat quietly on his lap, her small hands resting on her lap, a peaceful smile spreading across her face as she closed her eyes, feeling perfectly happy. Osiris, sitting across from Vikier on the sofa, picked up a cup of tea. Sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room with a soft golden light. Casually, Osiris offered to pay Vikier's tuition if it would help. He took a slow sip of his tea, then asked what was truly holding him back. Vikier looks at him after a long, quiet reflection. He gently patted the little girl's head, his movements soft and thoughtful. After missing her uncle for so long, Pomeranian placed her tiny hands over his, her happiness only growing stronger at the comforting touch. After a pause, Vikier spoke with quiet honesty, explaining that he wanted to keep his identity as a Baskerville hidden. He didn't want to rely on the family's wealth or cause complications in his daily life by drawing unwanted attention. Vikier found himself recalling Sinclair and Bianca teasingly suggesting he wear stockings and a maid uniform to raise money for his tuition while Dolores sat nearby pretending to read but clearly watching. He knew he had only 1 week left to come up with the scholarship amount. But no matter how desperate he was, he refused to accept any of the ridiculous jobs the girls had proposed. Closing his eyes, Vikier felt the weight of worry settle heavily on his chest. He wasn't able to get a full scholarship because of the deductions in his behavior points. Across from him, Osiris lifted his teacup, pausing mid-sip as his eyes lingered on Vikier. Curiosity flickered across his face. Why was Vikier trying so hard to downplay his abilities? But then a sudden thought struck Osiris, filling him with a quiet, almost stunned realization. He couldn't help but wonder. Did Vikier dream of becoming the classic underdog? the hidden prodigy who lives humbly among the ordinary, only revealing his strength at a decisive moment? The so-called loser who hides his power cliché. A small, amused smile tugged at the corner of Osiris's lips as he remembered his own childhood dreams. Back when the other children played without a care, Osiris would cross his arms and stand solemnly before a tree, blushing as he imagined himself cutting down hordes of monsters, hiding his power until the perfect heroic moment. Meanwhile, Pomeranian, warm and content, had curled up in Vikir's lap and drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, her tiny face serene, as if nothing in the world could disturb her. Osiris leaned forward slightly and suggested that Vikir consider taking up monster hunting part-time. Vikir's attention snapped to his brother, his eyes widening in surprise. Calmly, Osiris proposed that he visit the guide guild and hire an explorer to accompany him on hunts, offering Vikir a chance to build experience and maybe even bring him a little closer to realizing whatever dream he was chasing. Vikir, still puzzled, touched his chin thoughtfully. He wasn't sure if monster hunting would truly help him achieve his goals. With a more serious gaze, he sank into deep thought, considering the idea of working with the guide guild. It didn't seem exactly aligned with his dream, but something about it pulled at him. He remembered a figure from before his regression during the time of the fall, a swordsman with a ponytail, someone who had left a deep impression on him. That warrior had been one of the heroes who helped forge the human alliance during the brutal era of destruction. Most of the field guides on demonic creatures that Vikir had studied had been created thanks to his research. In fact, the entire foundation of the monster ecogeography research subject had been built on the knowledge he left behind. Vikir couldn't shake the memory of the warrior's tragic death. The man who had fallen in battle against the demons had been nothing more than a country bumpkin, isolated and without any allies. He had faced the onslaught alone, and it had cost him everything, leading to his early death. Vikir knew the story well. The details were etched clearly in his mind. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he realized that recruiting the man was the right thing to do. In a way, he owed it to him, not just for the sake of the future, but to honor the legacy of someone who had been cut down too soon. Vikir turned to his brother, Osiris, gratitude filling his chest. Osiris, sensing his brother's silent thanks, smiled warmly, glad to have helped him. Elsewhere in the city, the guide guild known as Sherpa was beginning to settle into evening. The sun was dipping below the horizon when a voice rang out, announcing the return of the guildmaster. One of the men in the guild asked how the day's hunt had gone. With a forceful stomp of his boots, the guildmaster made his presence known, causing the group to gasp in surprise. The blonde-haired man, known as Miniature Pincher, or simply Mini Pin, stood tall, carrying the massive body of a giant boar on his back. With a cocky grin, Mini Pin pointed at the boar with his thumb, his eyes gleaming with pride. He confidently declared that the hunt had been a complete success. The guild members gathered around, admiring the beast. It was clear to everyone that graduators like Mini Pin were operating on a whole different level. After leaving the boar's carcass on the ground, Mini Pin walked toward the guild's door, a determined look on his face. Deciding it was time for a break, he entered his office, sat down, and pulled out a book. Mini Pin rested his head on the table, letting out a deep sigh. He scratched his head, feeling the weight of the situation bearing down on him. Once again, they were in trouble this month. He didn't have enough money to cover both the food expenses and the salaries of the guild members. His eyes clouded with worry and frustration. The large mercenary guilds were suffocating him, preventing him from achieving his dreams. He was overwhelmed, and it was no surprise he had no support to lean on, the weight of his own failures pressing on him. He blamed himself for the current mess. If he hadn't been scammed in his youth while chasing his dream, he wouldn't be struggling now. He opened a drawer and grabbed a towel. Closing his eyes, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling like an idiot. But there was still a flicker of hope. His dream was still alive. He clasped his hands together and began to imagine the emblem of the Baskerville clan, the iron-blooded family. That was his goal, his dream, to join the Baskerville family. Just then, someone approached, their brown boots tapping steadily across the floor. The figure wore a hood, concealing most of their features. The stranger walked up to the giant boar's body and asked if anyone knew where Mini Pin was. The men standing around fixed their serious gazes on him. One of them approached the hooded man and asked how someone so young dared to speak the guildmaster's name so casually. The hooded man simply stated that he was a client here to make a commission. The guild member scoffed, demanding to know if he thought clients could just waltz in and act like they were superior. Without a word, the hooded man easily walks past the guild member, dismissing the man as nothing more than an annoyance. Seeing this, the guild member's eyes widened with rage. He lunged toward the hooded man, attempting to grab him. In an instant, the hooded figure moved forward with lightning speed, leaving the man frozen in shock. The guild member and his companions tried to catch him as well, but they were no match for the hooded figure's speed. In one fluid motion, the man leapt and landed right in front of the window to Minnie-Pin's office. Minnie-Pin's heart skipped a beat as his hands tightened into fists. He stared, surprised and confused, as the man stood before the window and asked if this was indeed the guildmaster's room. Minnie-Pin stood up quickly, his confusion growing, and demanded to know who this man was. The hooded man casually sat on the window ledge and again stated that he was a client here to make a commission. Minnie-Pin's jaw dropped as sweat began to bead on his forehead. The man slid down from the window and approached Minnie-Pin, pulling out a sheet of paper. As Minnie-Pin's attention focused on the paper, he realized just how fast this person had been. He hadn't even had a chance to react. Alarm bells rang in Minnie-Pin's head. This man was skilled, far more skilled than anyone he had encountered. He took the commission request and began to read, making it clear that the proper official process had to be followed. But as his eyes scanned the document, his expression shifted. Shock rippled through him, and he looked up in disbelief. The hooded man then removed his hood, revealing his identity. The name that followed was enough to leave Minnie-Pin frozen in place. The giant man could only stutter in his words as he slowly realized who it was. To Vikier, there was no way he could forget the famous person who endlessly visited the Baskerville family because he wanted to become a vassal. The person who had come here to hire Minnie-Pin was none other than Vikier van Baskerville. Our boy, the legend. The night sky stretched clear and cloudless as Vikier and Minnie-Pin walked through the hushed village streets. The houses were dark, their windows closed tightly. Minnie-Pin reviewed the request report in his hands with care, noting Vikier's affiliation with Colosio Academy and the clearly stated intention of hiring one guide for monster subjugation. As they made their way down the path, Minnie-Pin stole frequent glances at his companion, his cheeks blushing heavily, as though he was looking at his favorite celebrity or K-pop idol. It was difficult for him to process that he was walking beside a true member of the legendary Baskerville family, Sir Vikier van Baskerville himself. Overwhelmed by emotion, Minnie-Pin came to an abrupt stop and bowed deeply before Vikier, the weight of the moment pressing on him. To work alongside someone of such renowned lineage was a privilege he had never imagined. Vikier paused, clearly puzzled by the sudden gesture. Minnie-Pin, flustered, admitted that meeting Sir Vikier had always been one of his dreams. Without a word, Vikier raised his index finger to his lips, his expression stern, silently instructing him to stay quiet. Reminding him that his name was not Vikier at the moment. Apologizing for his enthusiasm, Minnie-Pin confessed his lifelong dream to join the Baskerville family. Vikier's eyes flickered with surprise as he realized Minnie-Pin's admiration ran deeper than mere curiosity. This man had clearly dreamed of joining the Iron Blood family for quite a long time, perhaps even before Vikier's own return through time. Minnie-Pin's fists clenched with enthusiasm as he spoke, his face alight with fervor. The Baskervilles, known across the continent as the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, were legendary for their ability in monster hunting along the Western Front. To him, joining their ranks meant the chance to learn their famed combat style, the invincible sword techniques that had become the stuff of myth known as the Baskervilles techniques. The very thought made his heart race with anticipation, but as quickly as the excitement rose, it faded. Minnie-Pin lowered his gaze, scratching the back of his head with a disappointed expression. His broad shoulders slumped slightly as he confessed that part of his motivation was more personal. Those who joined the Baskerville clan were promised land and a home, something he believed was the only way he could give his wife the life she deserved. Yet, in his desperation, he trusted the wrong people. Swindled by smooth-talking brokers, the dream had slipped out of reach, leaving only regret behind. Vikir observed him in silence, eyes narrowing with quiet discernment. Despite Minipin's casual demeanor and rough-edged charm, Vikir saw through to the truth. This man was a graduator, someone whose level was high enough to join any high-ranking mercenary guild. After a moment of reflection, Vikir lowered his gaze, a faint smile tugging at his lips, his hood casting a shadow over his expression. He stated plainly that Minipin's dream can be granted by Vikir, but its fulfillment would depend entirely on his actions during the job. Minipin blinked in surprise, struggling to process the words. Then realization dawned. His eyes lit up and a broad, hopeful grin spread across his face. Emotion swelled in his chest as he nodded eagerly, bursting out with a pledge to give everything he had. But before he could say more, Vikir raised a hand in warning, his voice sharp and quiet as he reminded Minipin once again to keep silent. A few hours later, Minipin was on the road in the middle of the night, driving a carriage loaded with goods. Vikir, meanwhile, was on a secret mission, attending the academy under a false identity. His enrollment was so confidential that not even his own family was aware, and he received no assistance from the influential Baskerville household. As a result, he had turned to Minipin, the most reliable guide in the region, to help finance his school fees. When Minipin learned of this, he covered his mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears filled his eyes as he struggled to comprehend that Sir Vikir, the person he respected most in the Baskerville clan, had personally acknowledged and praised him. Vikir sat in stillness among the wooden barrels, his hands clasped and his demeanor composed. In a measured tone, he instructed Minipin to address him simply as Sir going forward, avoiding the use of his name altogether. Minipin nodded earnestly, his eyes alight with resolve, fist clenched in silent affirmation. Yet inwardly, Vikir couldn't help but question whether the man before him was truly as capable as he appeared. With a hint of curiosity in his gaze, Vikir studied Minipin more closely before revealing his status as a student of Colosio Academy. He then posed a thoughtful question, asking which monsters he could hunt frequently without drawing unwanted attention. Minipin turned with an easy smile and explained that one of the more manageable yet profitable monsters to hunt were gnolls. They are bizarre beasts that have the head of a hyena and the body of a dwarf, and they go in packs. They inhabit the highlands on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Although their individual risk level is C+, when they gather in groups, they become A-rank monsters. As the cart rolled forward, Minipin continued detailing their advantages. Due to their relatively low individual strength, even a first-year academy student could engage with them repeatedly without raising suspicions. Moreover, the imperial family had labeled the monster as an ecological disturbance, offering bounties for every confirmed kill. Their leather, meat, and bones could also be sold for additional income. Listening in silence, Vikir began to realize that Minipin was more competent than he looks, proving that he was the best guide available. After a few hours of travel, they arrived at the gnolls' habitat, and the merchandise carriage came to a halt. The area was teeming with gnolls, some armed with swords, others prowling the surroundings with sharp, watchful eyes. Hidden behind thick bushes, Vikir and Minipin studied the monsters with focused, serious expressions. Minipin pointed toward the creatures and explained that gnolls had a tendency to hoard shiny objects. For this reason, the most common hunting tactic involved throwing glass beads to lure them into the open before launching an attack. Vikir, seated beside him, remained silent. His gaze was calm but sharp as he carefully observed the gnolls. He quickly deduced that the glass bead method was effective only when dealing with a small number of the creatures. Upon hearing this, Minipin's eyes widened in surprise, and he nodded in agreement, impressed by Vikir's insight. As they conversed, a serpent concealed among the branches above coiled silently, its cold eyes locked on them with deadly intent as Vikir reveals that he wasn't going to use the glass beads plan. Minipin caught a faint hiss and turned slightly, just in time to notice the snake slithering into striking position. Yet, Vikir remained perfectly still, his focus fixed ahead on the distant gnolls. In the next instant, a flash of movement cut through the air with razor precision, decapitating the snake before it could lunge. Its head dropped to the ground with a dull thud between the two men. Minipin's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He had seen no blade, no motion, only the aftermath. Still seated, Vikir hadn't shifted an inch. He calmly pointed over his shoulder with his thumb, unfazed by the lifeless serpent at his feet, and asked if the rum barrels on the cart contained oil. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple, not from exertion, but from focus. Minnie-Pin, still stunned, gave a silent nod. Blood trickled steadily from the serpent's severed neck, dripping between the barrels as Vikir calmly observed the distant hills. Without looking away, he said that he could likely wipe out the entire pack with minimal fighting. Minnie-Pin's eyes widened in disbelief as the serpent's blood continued to patter the earth. The idea that Vikir planned to eliminate an entire Null pack, one so formidable that even the Empire's subjugation gave up on doing so, was insane to the man. As he wonders what Vikir was thinking, a faint, sinister smile formed at the corner of his lips, and an unmistakable spark of thrill flashed in his eyes. Watching him closely, Minnie-Pin felt a ripple of unease. He couldn't begin to guess what Vikir had in mind. Following his orders, Minnie-Pin retrieved several barrels of oil, and together they cautiously approached the entrance of the cave where the Nulls resided. The small monsters were unaware of Vikir's presence and continued to slip inside the cavern undisturbed. Vikir moved in silence, his footsteps soundless against the earth as he reached the mouth of the cave. From his concealed vantage, he peered inside, studying the movements of the Nulls. Vikir caught sight of the entire pack, dozens of Nulls, their crimson eyes glowing like coals in the darkness, alert and restless. Minnie-Pin stood frozen a few steps behind, a knot of tension in his chest. The sheer number of monsters inside that cave was insane. A misstep here wouldn't just endanger them, it could trigger an outbreak that might overrun nearby villages. But Vikir remained utterly still, his expression unreadable as he analyzed the scene before him. Minnie-Pin watched closely, aware that someone like Vikir wouldn't move without a clear plan. Then, beneath the pale gleam of moonlight, Vikir advanced towards the cave's entrance as if walking into the jaws of death itself. Minnie-Pin, breath caught in his throat, followed at a distance and quietly set the oil barrels down near the entrance. He said nothing, only watched. Together, they stared into the gaping dark, their eyes unwavering, waiting for the moment to strike. Vikir lowered his gaze to the earth, recalling that this mountain housed 3 known entrances to the Null's lair. The passage before them led to the lower-tier den where the weaker creatures resided. He crouched down, placing one palm against the ground. His eyes slipped shut as a quiet surge of mana pulsed from within him, spreading outward and sinking deep into the soil. The energy moved with deliberate purpose, as though searching for something beneath the surface. Since ascending to the rank of Swordmaster, he had gained an acute sensitivity to aura, and now he allowed that awareness to guide the flow of mana. It began to spread further, tendrils of energy crawling across the terrain like veins of light beneath the surface. Minnie-Pin stood back, his greatsword resting across his shoulders, observing without a word. Then, without warning, the mountain trembled violently. 2 of the 3 known entrances erupted with force, columns of dust and debris exploding outward in great plumes. Frozen in place, Minnie-Pin's eyes widened with fear and bewilderment. The earth continued to quake beneath his boots, and he realized whatever Vikir had unleashed, it was far beyond his understanding. Moments later, a torrent of Nulls surged from the cave, eyes blazing with primal fury as they charged into the open. But before they could fan out, Minnie-Pin rolled the oil barrels down the slope toward them. The containers struck with heavy thuds, bursting apart on impact and drenching the front lines in slick, glistening oil. Without hesitation, Minnie-Pin hurled the remaining barrels with all his strength, sending them crashing into the chaotic mass. Flames reflected in Vikir's eyes as he stood poised with a torch in hand, a smirk curling on his lips. He couldn't believe that he was using the same strategy he used long ago while living in the forest. Back then, it had failed against a far more terrifying opponent, Madame Eight Legs. But this time was different. These weren't unstoppable monsters like her. These were low-level Nulls. The Nulls, slick with oil and blinded by confusion, continued their frenzied charge. With a cold, deliberate smile, Vikir released the torch, telling the monsters to struggle as much as they can. The moment the torch struck the soaked earth, a searing inferno erupted. Flames surged outward in a violent wave, swallowing the creatures in an instant. Their howls of agony tore through the night as the fire consumed them. In enclosed spaces like the cave, fire became more than just a weapon, it became a death sentence. The heat was devastating, but it was the smoke, thick and toxic, that sealed their fate. Vikir had already sealed the upper exits, leaving no path for the suffocating fumes to escape. The cave became a furnace, a sealed tomb of fire and smoke. As the blaze roared within, Vikir and Minipin stood motionless at the threshold, shadows flickering across their faces in the firelight. Minipin watched in stunned silence, a storm of awe and dread churning within him. These were monsters, yes. But witnessing their annihilation delivered with such clinical precision shook him to the core. Vikir hadn't flinched, hadn't blinked. Not a flicker of doubt crossed his face. It was a brutal reminder that to be a Baskerville meant more than wielding a sword. It meant becoming something sharp and merciless. Sensing Minipin's unease, Vikir turned his head. His expression was unreadable, calm as ever. In his eyes was not cruelty, but quiet certainty. He said nothing. He didn't need to. Minipin, however, stared at him with admiration. In his eyes, Vikir was undeniably impressive, cool beyond words. Vikir, noticing the expression, tilted his head slightly in confusion and scratched at his hair, unsure of how to react. Hours passed, and smoke began to drift from the mountain's peak. With torches in hand, they re-entered the cave. Inside, the air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and charred flesh. The cavern was filled with the lifeless bodies of gnolls. Minipin examined the corpses carefully, then nodded with a serious expression. It was as he had expected. The gnolls had died to smoke inhalation. Having spent years in the hunting world, he recognized the signs immediately. Vikir, his face calm and composed, began walking deeper into the cave. He reminded Minipin to set aside the praise for now. There was still a chance some gnolls had survived, and they couldn't afford to lower their guard. Minipin placed a hand over his chest, quietly moved by the fact that Vikir was concerned for his safety. Vikir, on the other hand, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Something in Minipin's reaction stirred a faint, unwelcome memory in Vikir, an echo of Secretary Chihuahua's nervous mannerisms. Both of them were similar to one another in his mind. They moved deeper into the cave, stepping over the charred remains of the fallen gnolls. The air still carried the sting of smoke and scorched flesh. As they walked, Minipin suddenly slowed, his eyes locking onto a curious formation in the ground, a large rock that didn't seem natural. His expression sharpened with suspicion. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and struck. The sharp clang of steel on stone drew Vikir's attention. He turned with a measured glance, asking if something was amiss. Minipin continued to strike, his blade slicing with practiced precision. He pointed out subtle tool marks, evidence of man-made traces. One final blow shattered the formation, revealing a hidden passage. Both men stood frozen, staring at the opening in disbelief. Beyond it lay a chamber glittering with gold coins piled high in chaotic abundance. Vikir stepped forward cautiously, eyes scanning the room. It was more than a stash. It was a vault, meticulously concealed, intentionally placed. This wasn't random. This was on purpose. Behind him, Minipin remained near the entrance, clearly rattled. He ventured a guess. Perhaps the gnolls had simply hoarded the gold, since they liked shiny things. It wasn't unheard of. Vikir didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a coin, examining it in the firelight. Then, without a word, he tossed another toward Minipin. Catching it, Minipin inspected the piece, confused by its worn face. Vikir's voice was calm but resolute. The coins were unmarked, no serial numbers, no official minting. They weren't bank-issued. That meant they couldn't have entered circulation legally. And the idea that wild gnolls had independently acquired such treasure? Impossible. Minipin tried to process the implications. Who would hide such wealth here in a den full of monsters? And why? Vikir dropped the torch to the ground and straightened his posture. His tone left no room for doubt. Someone had turned this cave into a hidden vault, and that someone was dangerous enough to exterminate the entire colony if it meant recovering what was theirs. A sudden sound broke the silence, measured footsteps echoing from the mouth of the cave. A woman emerged, her high heels clicking against the stone. She stepped casually onto a corpse, smiling faintly as she licked her hand, the gesture disturbingly gross. Her eyes scanned the chamber with interest, then, with a voice edged in mockery, "So," she murmured, "some rats have found their way into my coin box." "The owner has arrived." Vikir, still holding the gold coin, rose to his feet with a grave expression. One thing was certain. Minipin's attention was locked onto the coin, his eyes wide with shock, surprise, and confusion. Near the cave entrance, the ground was littered with Nal corpses. The mysterious woman reached the entrance and silently observed the bodies, her gaze calculating. The secret treasure room's entrance was concealed deep within the cave. Vikir explained that whoever had used this place as a storage vault was powerful, confident enough to slaughter every monster and claim the gold coins. Minipin carefully examined the coins, unsure whether Vikir meant all this loot had been stolen from a bank. Vikir lowered his gaze to the ground, the memory of a recent news report surfacing in his mind. A bank had been looted. He remembered it vividly. He had written the article himself. It detailed the actions of an unknown criminal, someone imitating the Night Hound and replicating their crimes. This imposter was destroying facilities around the capital, and every one of those buildings had been stripped of their assets. Vikir knew one of those targets had been a bank. All the witnesses had been found dead, and the only clues left behind were marks from high heels and something that looks like it was left behind by a giant snake. In that moment, the mysterious woman struck. Her whip sliced through the air with lethal accuracy, aimed directly at Vikir. He tilted his head with calm precision, effortlessly dodging the blow. The whip cracked against the cave wall behind him, shattering stone and sending debris flying. Minipin, momentarily caught up in Vikir's story, spun around, his face draining of color as the whip recoiled from its missed strike. Vikir watched in silence, unmoving. Slow, heavy footsteps echoed through the cave. The woman retrieved her whip with fluid ease, advancing toward them with the silent menace of a predator. Her grip tightened around the handle, and her voice, cold and sharp, cut through the air as she muttered that it seemed rats had crawled into her safe. "Ms. Ouroboros has arrived." Vikir's eyes drifted to the jagged scar carved into the cave wall, the serpentine trail left by her whip. Now it all made sense. The so-called marks of a gigantic snake at the crime scenes hadn't been some mythical beast. They were nothing more than the aftermath of her weapon's strike. Even her voice, Vikir realized, was masked, twisted by magic, into a tone warped and unfamiliar to others. She hadn't expected anyone to stumble upon her treasure room. Whether Vikir and Minipin were lucky or catastrophically unfortunate, even she couldn't decide. Behind her visor, her blue eyes widened in sudden shock, the once malevolent smirk slipping from her lips as her gaze met Vikir's. Her fingers clenched tighter around the handle of her whip, as if willing herself to suppress the tremble creeping into her hand. She hadn't expected this. Not him. Not here. Vikir stared back, his expression contorted with confusion. Beside him, Minipin remained frozen, still gripped by the weight of the moment, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of the greatsword strapped to his back, though he hadn't yet drawn it. Vikir tensed, his thoughts spiraling. He couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown cautious. What had shifted? A question nagged at him. Did he know her? Across from him, Ouroboros dipped her head, fingers adjusting the visor on her face. A low, bitter laugh slipped from her lips. Whatever else was uncertain, one thing was clear to her. This was a stroke of pure luck. Then it came. A wave of raw, suffocating mana erupted from her body, distorting the air with its oppressive weight. The very atmosphere seemed to twist and darken around her. Her smirk returned, darker than before, as if savoring the irony. Vikir had walked into her lair of his own accord, and she couldn't have asked for a better gift. Ouroboros unleashed her suffocating mana, and it spilled into every corner of the cave like a living shadow, thick and heavy. She let go of her whip, and it slithered through the air, coiling around her like a serpent drawn to her power. The sheer weight of her aura was crushing. Minipin stepped forward, unsheathing his greatsword and planting it firmly in front of him, trying to steady himself. A few paces behind, Vikir watched in silence, his eyes narrowing. He could feel it clearly now. She wasn't just strong. She was at least a top-ranked graduator. Minnie Pin, who barely qualified as one, didn't stand a chance against her. Vikier started to think about the situation. He knew he was the only one here capable of going toe-to-toe with her. But that knowledge brought no comfort. If he revealed his true power now, and she somehow escaped, the consequences could spiral beyond control. The risk was too great. And yet, doing nothing wasn't an option either. As debris churned through the cave, caught in the turbulence of Ouroboros' mana, Minnie Pin glanced back. He saw Vikier standing motionless, lost in thought. To Minnie Pin, it made sense. Vikier was a genius, a hero in the eyes of many. Still, doubt crept into Minnie Pin's mind. Maybe Vikier wasn't strategizing. Maybe he was afraid to face Ms. Ouroboros head-on, especially when she stood as a top-ranked graduator, radiating power like a storm barely held in check. Then Minnie Pin stepped forward, silently placing himself between Vikier and Ouroboros, shielding his companion from her line of sight. The movement jolted Vikier from his thoughts, his focus snapping back as Minnie Pin positioned himself in front of him. Without turning around, Minnie Pin spoke, his voice low but firm. He informed Vikier that the Imperial garrison was currently patrolling the base of the mountain. Before Vikier could respond, Minnie Pin's greatsword ignited with a brilliant flare of golden mana, light rippling around him in radiant arcs. His jaw tightened, and a fierce resolve burned in his eyes. Taking a firm defensive stance, he made his intent clear. He would do everything in his power to hold Ouroboros back, to draw her away from the entrance. He urged Vikier to use the opening to break away and link up with the garrison while he bought him the time. He turned his head slightly, just enough for Vikier to catch the faint smile on his face. Even though their time together had been brief, he said it had been an honor to meet him. Before Vikier could respond, Minnie Pin lunged forward, cutting through the air with a roar. He gripped his greatsword with both hands, drawing it back as he charged straight at Ouroboros. With a powerful downward swing, he brought the blade crashing toward her. Ouroboros leapt back, her movements sharp and fluid. The sword struck the ground with brutal force, sending a burst of debris flying in every direction. Her feet barely touched the ground as she landed, whip coiled tightly in her grasp, ready to counter. But Minnie Pin wasn't done. Gritting his teeth, he forced more mana into his weapon, golden light intensifying around him as he launched a horizontal slash toward her midsection. Once again, Ouroboros danced out of range, her movements unnervingly precise. This time, she infused her own mana into the whip, the weapon glowing with raw energy as it coiled back like a serpent preparing to strike. A low chuckle escaped her lips. "It looks like you went crazy and lost your mind," she mused. Then she lashed out. The whip snapped through the air in a vicious upward arc and struck. It caught Minnie Pin square beneath the jaw, slicing a deep, jagged gash from his chin to his cheek. His vision blurred instantly as pain exploded through his skull. Blood poured freely, and his stance faltered, knees buckling under the force of the blow. Minnie Pin blacked out for a moment, just a single strike, and it had sliced through skin and shattered bone. He staggered, barely managing to stay upright as the world swayed around him. Blood pooled beneath his boots, and his greatsword lay discarded behind him. Ouroboros stood still, silent, her hand coiled tight around the whip, watching him without a word. Minnie Pin couldn't believe it. They were both graduators, yet the gap between them felt like a canyon. Pain burned along the gash on his face, but he pushed it aside, locking eyes with Ouroboros, his jaw set with grim resolve. He brought his arms together, dipping his head low as he focused every ounce of energy he had left. Golden mana flared up around him once again, brighter than before, fueled by desperation and will. He charges into the embrace of death itself. Ouroboros seized the opening. Her whip unraveled like a serpent uncoiling, and she struck again and again. Each lash tore into his body, carving deep wounds with terrifying precision. Blood sprayed from every impact, staining the stone beneath him. But Minnie Pin didn't fall. He endured. Every strike, every wave of pain, he took without flinching. Because he knew Vikier, who stood behind him, was destined to become a swordmaster. It would be a waste, no, a tragedy, for someone like that to die here. He smiled even through the agony. That, he thought, was reason enough to stand. Ouroboros' eyes widened, her whip falling still for the first time. A flicker of fear crossed her face, sharp, fleeting, but unmistakable. She didn't understand why Minipin was smiling through the blood and broken bones. Before she could react, he moved. With a roar that echoed through the cavern, Minipin lunged forward. His armor was shattered, barely clinging to his body, but his fist was clenched tight, glowing with golden mana. His eyes blazed, unwavering. At that moment, he believed it. Coming here, standing his ground, dying to protect Vikir, this was his purpose. He closed the distance, ready to strike, to give everything in one final blow. Then a voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding, telling him not to throw his life away. A silk thread shot through the air, glimmering in the dim light. It struck Ouroboros' mask with pinpoint accuracy, exploding across the visor like a web. Ouroboros screeched, staggering as her vision blurred under the sudden mesh of silk. Minipin froze mid-charge, shocked, breath-heaving. Ouroboros turned slightly, clawing frantically at the silken web clinging to her mask. She didn't know what this vile, clinging substance was, only that it was blinding her, and it had to come off. Then, in a blur, Vikir moved. He lunged forward, his eyes locked on her exposed back, twin embers burning crimson. In one fluid motion, he closed the distance and drove his foot into her with brutal force. The impact cracked through the silence. Ouroboros' body jolted forward as blood burst from her mouth, the air driven from her lungs. Minipin's eyes widened, stunned. He couldn't believe what he'd just seen. Vikir's kick had hit with such overwhelming power that Ouroboros shot across the cave like a cannonball, slamming into the far wall with a deafening crash. Stone split and dust erupted in all directions, swallowing her in a cloud of rubble. The tremor from the impact rippled through the cavern, echoing into the mountainside. Outside, birds took flight in a sudden, panicked flurry, startled by the force of the blow. Vikir reached out and gave Minipin's back a firm pat, his voice calm as he told him he was pretty strong. His eyes, however, never left the swirling dust where Ouroboros had crashed, her figure still obscured in the haze. Minipin, clutching his battered arm, turned his head slowly, confusion etched across his bloodied face. Within the cloud, Ouroboros stirred. Her body trembled from the blow as she gripped her side, rubbing at the spot where Vikir's kick had landed. Her teeth ground together in silent fury. That strike, it wasn't normal. It was brutal, precise, devastating. It was insane to her about how strong Vikir was. Behind him, Minipin's weight slumped against Vikir's back. His body was broken, breath rasping and wet, every movement dragging a fresh line of blood down his face. Vikir knew the truth. His kick wasn't enough to take her down, not someone like Ouroboros. But he couldn't let Minipin know. He couldn't reveal what he truly was. A swordmaster. So he whispered low, just enough for Minipin to hear. "This is our chance," he said. "We need to run." As the dust began to settle, Ouroboros came into view, sitting upright amidst the rubble. Her eyes locked onto Vikir, who was already running away, Minipin slung over his shoulder, fleeing without hesitation. Her voice cracked through the cave, sharp and venomous. "How dare you run away?" Vikir didn't look back. He didn't offer her the satisfaction of a response. The cave mouth loomed ahead, wide and dark, spilling indigo night across the threshold. He stepped into it, letting the night wrap around him. But then he stopped, turning slightly. His gaze cut back to the broken figure behind him. "You should escape, too," he said flatly. Ouroboros, one hand gripping her side, the other pressed to the ground for balance, glared at him with clenched teeth. Her body refused to move, every breath laced with pain. "We'll be back soon," Vikir continued, his voice low and steady, with the Imperial garrison. His eyes gleamed crimson, a cold fury flickering in their depths. "And if you plan on touching that treasure room again, prepare yourself. The consequences will be dire." Ouroboros' breath hitched. She couldn't stand, couldn't even speak. Vikir's lips curled slightly, his tone dipping into something taunting. See you soon, Miss Ouroboros. Ouroboros propped herself up with trembling arms, pain rippling through her body as she watched Vikir's figure grow smaller in the distance. Her vision blurred with rage, and through gritted teeth, she spat after him. You. But Vikir didn't look back. A moment later, he and Minipin vanished beyond the cave's mouth. Outside, the forest was deep and silent. Minipin hung limp, unconscious, his head resting gently against Vikir's shoulder. His breathing was shallow, his weight heavy, but Vikir carried him without pause, navigating the thick underbrush beneath the moonlight. For a while, there was only the sound of his footsteps. Then, unexpectedly, Vikir laughed. It came from deep in his chest, quiet at first, then fuller, genuine. He'd lived so long, so many years and lifetimes, that he thought he'd stopped growing. But tonight proved otherwise. A memory surfaced, sharp and unexpected. Chihuahua, cornered and bloodied, held hostage by a clown-faced man. Even then, in the face of death, he had stood his ground. Loyal. Fierce. That same fierce loyalty now echoed in Minipin. Vikir had never seen it in his previous life. Not like this. Something buried deep had stirred. As he stepped out from the shadow of the trees, the forest gave way to a clearing. Above him, the night sky stretched vast and clear, one star gleaming brighter than the rest. He stared at it for a moment, a rare softness in his gaze. Maybe, he thought, his past was finally beginning to heal. Holy barbecue heaven, said the knights of the Imperial Guard as they arrived at the cave's entrance, their formation halting as they took in the scene before them. Eyes widened in disbelief. The entrance into the cave was littered with gnolls' corpses, some burnt to a crisp while others looked like they were suffocated by something. Whoever had done this wasn't ordinary. Among the knights inspecting the scene of the crime, a hooded figure stood quietly at a distance, Vikir. His gaze was calm, unreadable, as he observed the knights without them knowing. The Gnoll subjugation ended with the arrival of the Imperial garrison. By then, Ms. Ouroboros had already vanished, leaving behind only destruction and wealth. A huge load of it. Carts were brought in. Bags filled with gold coins were loaded by the dozens. Beneath torchlight and the rising moon, the knights worked through the night, hauling the treasure from the depths of the cave. By dawn, every last coin had been claimed and packed into the imperial carriages, all of it confiscated in the name of the empire. In the next morning, we see Minipin, wrapped nearly head to toe in bandages. Despite the pain, his eyes sparkled with joy, a quiet smile playing on his face. Not long after, Vikir approached showing him bags of money that he had gotten from selling the loot and the reward he received from the Gnoll subjugation. Vikir explained that even though they lost the leather because of the fire and smoke, he still received quite a bit for the bones, teeth and toenails. Vikir pulled a chair close and sat beside him, his expression shifting to something more serious as he glanced at Minipin's bandaged form. Quietly, he asked how the wounds were healing. Minipin laced his fingers together, resting his hands on his lap, and gave a crooked smile. Honestly, my whole body hurts, he admitted. But the doctors were optimistic. Once the bruises and breaks healed, he'd make a full recovery. Vikir was happy to hear that, seeing that this meant that Minipin didn't reach the level of a graduator for nothing. Without a word, Vikir tossed a small, heavy bag into Minipin's lap. A gift. The weight of it made Minipin flinch slightly, and he quickly untied the cord. Inside, golden coins gleamed in the morning light. His eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw left wide open. He had never seen this much money in one place, let alone in his possession. Vikir had made sure the bag was full. The amount is more than enough to cover for his assistance in the subjugation and for the hospital fees. Since it would be difficult for the big man to work for a while due to his current condition. Minipin lowered his gaze to the floor, stunned into silence. Emotion swelled in his chest, hard to put into words. Sunlight filtered through the window, spilling warmth across the room. Minipin slowly clenched his fist around the bag. After a pause, he looked back at Vikir, his voice steady. "Are you heading back to the academy now?" Vikir gave a small nod. Minipin didn't lift his head. He simply tells Vikir that even though their journey together was short, He had enjoyed spending time with the Baskerville clan's hero. Vikier watched him for a moment, a flicker of curiosity and something gentler passing through his eyes. He then asked Minipin if he had a deep understanding of monster ecology. The words struck a chord. Minipin's head shot up, eyes wide in disbelief. His jaw slackened, then curved into a proud smile. With a spark of youthful energy, he stretched out his hands, his voice gaining strength as he explained that he'd once traveled across the entire continent during his youth. He spoke about how he studied monsters' habits and habitats, gaining the skill set to distinguish between subspecies, variants, weaker species and stronger species. Vikier rose from the chair and turned away, his coat brushing against the floor as he walked toward the door. Minipin blinked, confused, his attention snapping back to the present. But then Vikier paused. He told Minipin to wait here. The words hit harder than expected. Minipin's eyes welled with emotion. Vikier's voice was clear and steady. He was going to need Minipin's help again. Minipin sat frozen, unable to speak, the weight of Vikier's trust sinking in. He simply stared after him, silent but overwhelmed. At the same time, at the academy, Professor Snape was in his office, buried in a mountain of paperwork. Frustration simmered beneath his usually calm exterior, knowing full well that the burden of the academy's administrative work had fallen entirely on his shoulders. As he worked, a sudden knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. He blinked, lifted his head, and gestured for the visitor to enter. Dolores stepped inside, holding several documents in her hands. He knew that he was about to be nagged again. Professor Snape glanced at her, his eyes sharpening with curiosity as she explained her purpose. She had come to discuss the classmates in need of scholarship assistance. She approached his desk and placed the petitions before him. With a furrowed brow, he began to read them carefully. Dolores explained, these were petitions written by the students who cannot attend the academy's next semester due to their financial situation. Appeals were written by students who couldn't maintain their grades because they had to work part-time jobs and students who couldn't work but maintained their grades to receive scholarships. On the other hand, her gaze turned steely as she pointed out a troubling pattern. Among those who had received scholarships, several cases warranted re-evaluation. There were students from wealthy families who had submitted falsified documents to pose as financially disadvantaged, securing aid meant for others. The situation, she insisted, demanded correction. The scholarships needed to be reclaimed and redistributed to those genuinely in need. Professor Snape's expression shifted from interest to fury. His eyes flared and his patience frayed. Pointing a finger at Dolores, his voice low but charged with anger. The scholarships, he reminded her, had been granted strictly according to the Academy's regulations. As president of the Student Council, it was her duty to uphold and enforce the rules. Yet her gaze burned with fury as she leaned forward and placed a firm hand on the table. She urged the professor to re-examine the cases of disadvantaged students, those who, despite falling outside the strict parameters of the regulations, were still in desperate need of support. Professor Snape was annoyed at the suggestion, his eyes narrowing with frustration. To him, it meant handling even more work than he does right now. Which he didn't want. Dolores, her expression now hard with determination, reminded him that her position required her to speak out on behalf of struggling students, regardless of how uncomfortable those truths might be. His voice turned sharp as he demanded to know who would take responsibility for the extra burden. After all, she wasn't the one increasing his salary to compensate for double the labor. The alpha within Dolores started to appear on the surface. Her face filled with anger and disgust over Snape's pathetic excuse. A cold gleam of contempt flickered in her eyes as she stepped forward, placing both hands firmly on the desk. She shouted out loud that this was about the future of real people, students who had been overlooked and left behind. Just as it seemed the standoff might boil over, the office door creaked open. Both Professor Snape and Dolores turned their attention toward the unexpected arrival, their eyes widening in surprise. It was Vikier. He stood calmly in the doorway, a heavy bag of gold coins in hand. Without knocking, without hesitation, he entered the professor's office, his expression serene and unreadable. Professor Snape sneered, his voice laced with mockery as he asked whether Vikier's parents had forgotten to teach him basic manners such as knocking before entering the room. At the remark, Vikir's expression shifted subtly. An annoyed look appeared on his face as he recalled his father, Hugo, and the stern but proud way he had instilled their family motto: respect the strong, weakness is a sin. He simply told the professor that his parents didn't teach him any manners. Vikir's gaze dropped to the floor, and a brief silence followed, leaving Dolores watching him with a puzzled expression. Professor Snape rubbed his temple, sighed, and asked why Vikir had come, expecting it to be about appealing for the scholarship he couldn't get. Without answering immediately, Vikir walked calmly toward the desk. Dolores's eyes followed him, her curiosity growing with each step. He placed the bag he was carrying on top of Professor Snape's cluttered table. The heavy thud of the gold-filled sack drew the professor's full attention. He stared at it, brows knitting in suspicion. When Vikir opened the bag, the glint of polished coins caught the light. The room seemed to pause as the gold shone brilliantly between them. With a calm, straightforward gaze, Vikir looked the professor in the eye and stated that he had come to pay his tuition. Snape's eyes widened, disbelief flickering across his face. He demanded to know where a student could have acquired such a fortune. Adjusting his glasses, Vikir explained that he had taken part in the recent expedition against the Gnolls. By chance, while taking a break, the fire he had lit using firewood had spread into the Gnolls' lair, thereby killing them all. At that, Professor Snape stood up instantly, placing his hands on the desk. To Professor Snape, none of it made sense. His mind reeled with questions, but Vikir remained calm, his gaze steady, as he explained that the professor could confirm everything with Minipin, the guide who had accompanied him on the expedition. He then asked whether the amount he had brought would be enough to cover next semester's tuition. Professor Snape's eyes narrowed as he examined the pile of coins more closely. He picked up a few, feeling their weight, and placed them back on the table with a glint of surprise in his eyes. It was more than enough. Vikir could pay for all 4 years of tuition in a single transaction. Vikir's gaze dropped to the floor again as he quietly added that the rest of the money was meant to cover someone else's tuition as well. Dolores froze, her eyes locked on Vikir, sweat forming on her brow as she processed what he was saying. Professor Snape glanced at the remaining coins and raised an eyebrow. The remaining money was far beyond what was needed for tuition alone. He muttered something about not knowing whether Vikir was planning to pay fees or buying a whole lecture hall. To him, this didn't look like the move of a student. It looked like the ambition of a future professor. But Vikir, still calm, stated his request: the leftover funds were to be used for students who had been unable to pay their tuition. Dolores's eyes widened, disbelief washing over her. She hadn't expected such a gesture. Professor Snape looked at Vikir with suspicion, asking if he truly meant to donate all that money for scholarships. Vikir nodded, then added a condition. Recipients of the scholarship would need to complete a set number of volunteer hours at a local orphanage. A silence followed his words. Then, with a bemused expression, Professor Snape pointed a finger at him and asked if he wanted to give the scholarship a name, perhaps something like the Vikir Award. Vikir wished to remain anonymous. So he chose to name the scholarship Perry's Scholarship. When Dolores heard this, her eyes widened in astonishment. She brought her hands to her mouth, her cheeks flushing as her gaze lit with determination. Vikir formally requested that Professor Snape register the scholarship under that name. By then, the sun had begun to set, casting golden light over the academy. Elsewhere on campus, the student council room buzzed with quiet excitement. Word had already spread among Dolores and the other council members. An important scholarship sponsor had appeared, one who offered a new opportunity. For many, it felt unbelievable. Now students could earn scholarships by volunteering at an orphanage. Even more shocking was the rumor that noble and powerful families would be excluded from eligibility. Dolores clasped her hands together, falling into thoughtful silence. No one knew who the anonymous benefactor was, the one who had stepped forward and offered hope to the academy's underprivileged students. Her mind swirled with questions, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She couldn't stop wondering about Vikir's true identity. Her thoughts wandered to all the things she knew about him. Vikir had placed first in the theory midterm exam and ranked among the top in the practical evaluations. On top of that, he was also a diligent and flawless student who had no issues with his peers. Her memory returned to the scene in Professor Snape's office, the moment when Vikier had quietly, without pride or boastfulness, offered something that would change the lives of others. She knew that the eyes behind Vikier's glasses may look cruel, but she could never truly know what he was thinking. The image of Vikier sitting quietly beside Perry flashed through her mind. Perry was the girl who had been sacrificed during the battle against Dantalion, a loss Vikier still carried deeply and a memory he cherishes deeply. Dolores rose and began to walk toward his room, convinced now more than ever that beneath his chilly demeanor, Vikier's heart was warm and tender. Her eyes sparkled with affection, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. When she reached the door to Vikier's room, she hesitated, swallowing the nervous lump in her throat. She longed to see him, to speak with him. With trembling fingers, she reached out to knock, her heart heavy with a mixture of responsibility and a sense of debt. As someone who witnessed Perry's last moments during her and the Night Hound's fight against Dantalion. But before she could knock on the door, Piggy opens it first, scratching his neck. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Senior Dolores. They both stood there silently, confusion flickering in their gazes. She asked softly where Vikier was. Piggy glanced toward the empty room and, with a sincere but uncertain expression, admitted he didn't know. Vikier had been wandering at night lately, always disappearing without a trace. Something in that statement caught Dolores's attention, and her eyes grew wide with surprise. Piggy nervously rubbed the back of his head, closed his eyes briefly, then confessed that while the room belonged to Vikier, there was barely any luggage there. It was as if he were prepared to leave at any moment. Curiosity shone brightly in Dolores's eyes after Piggy said that the words, "leave at any moment," remained stuck in her mind. Piggy turned away abruptly, confusion still clouding his expression. Telling her that Vikier might also have a story, but as his roommate, he couldn't help but be worried that one day, he might just disappear completely from their lives. As he turns to face Senior Dolores. She had already silently left the room, waving him goodbye, her back turned as she walked down the hallway, bathed in sunlight. Piggy watched her go, wondering quietly if Dolores's concern for Vikier ran deeper than mere friendship. We begin this chapter off at Hogwarts train station. Just kidding. We were at the Imperial Central Station. Sunlight streamed down brilliantly, casting a golden glow that brought out the majesty of the grand architecture. Crowds gathered by the platforms, each person waiting for their train with quiet anticipation. At platform 999, Bianca stood poised with a delicate carry-on in one hand and her purse resting on her shoulder. A faint blush warmed her cheeks as a smile tugged at her lips. It had been far too long since she had last gone on a trip. Behind her stood Sancho, Tudor, Sinclair, and Piggy, all dressed in the standard Colosso Academy uniform. Tudor, wearing a slightly confused expression, commented that anyone seeing them might think they were headed for a vacation rather than a battlefield. With a sharp gaze, he reminded Bianca that they were going to fight. Unfazed by his warning, Bianca glanced at him, unimpressed. Her tone cool, she questioned whether he truly expected her to remain on high alert in a public train station. Dismissing his concerns, she lifted her index finger and gestured to the side. Everyone turned their attention in the direction she pointed. Not far off, a group of students were laughing and chatting among themselves. With a confident smile and a gleam in her eyes, Bianca pointed toward them and declared her intentions clearly. No matter what, Colosseo Academy would take first place in the Olympiad survival competition. Until then, she intended to enjoy a small taste of freedom beyond the academy walls to mark the beginning of the Olympic survival competition. To signal the start of the Olympiad survival competition, the four institutions representing the Empire gather in one place, starting with Colosseo Academy, the prestigious elite school renowned for offering the finest education in all disciplines. From the north came Boot Camp Varangian, a rigorous northern warrior training school specializing in cold climate combat where students honed their skills with blades, spears, axes, and bows with arrows. Joining them was the Mischira Women's University, an all-female institution that mirrored Colosso's academic excellence while cultivating a distinct and formidable presence of its own. Then there is this year's hosting institution, the Eastern Magic Training School, the Magic Tower. Tudor, eyes on Bianca, asked with mild curiosity if the Magic Tower was indeed hosting this year. Bianca turned toward him, her expression composed, and confirmed it. She explained that the continent's southeastern city, Dort Smile, is famous for being a tourist destination, which is where the magic tower resides. As they moved through the bustling station, a voice echoed from the loudspeakers, announcing the arrival of the Continental train at platform 999. The next stop would be the Imperial Capital's Central Station. At the sound of this, the eyes of Tudor, Bianca, and Sinclair lit up with anticipation and joy. In contrast, Piggy stood stunned, jaw slack with disbelief as the massive train roared into view. It barreled toward the platform at high speed, trailing glowing blue smoke. A large, intricate magic circle hovered at its front, pulsating with arcane energy. With a powerful screech, the train slowed to a halt at the platform. Piggy clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with pure excitement. It was his first time seeing a magic-powered train. Sancho, hands confidently on his hips, wore a proud grin as he remarked that he had already experienced this train once before, back when he traveled to enroll at Colosio Academy. While Piggy remained entranced by the magical marvel before him, Bianca raised her finger and scolded them not to wear such foolish expressions. Her commanding voice drew everyone's attention. With calm composure and a sharp glint in her eyes, she pointed toward the train and revealed that students from both Varangian Academy and the Mischira Women's University had already boarded at the previous station. According to Bianca, they couldn't afford to look weak in front of their competitors. They had to carry themselves with pride. Like a true alpha, not a beta. Just then, the train doors opened and students began to disembark. Among them emerged a towering man with a cross-shaped scar etched across his face and a woman in striking red shoes. Piggy, Sancho, and the others immediately turned their attention toward the imposing pair. Their curiosity piqued, and trailing behind the burly man, more students from Varangian Academy stepped off the train, their expressions stern and disciplined. Their robust builds bore a striking resemblance to Sancho, as if cut from the same martial mold. If I didn't tell you that they were students, we would all assume that they were some random thugs for our boy to beat up. Not long after, the students from the Mischira Women's University began to disembark, clad in their distinctive red and pink uniforms, their poise elegant yet fierce. Mean Girls vibes. The final two to step off were a curious pair. One was a tall figure from Varangian Academy, arms crossed and wearing a self-assured smile. At his side stood a girl dressed in the Mischira uniform, her eyes concealed beneath a curtain of bangs, her presence quiet yet unreadable. Piggy blinked, confused, his eyes wide as he tried to process the sudden entrance of the other students. Tudor, arms crossed and brows furrowed, observed the movement with suspicion. The air felt heavier, tenser. After a moment, he extended his hand to the side with a confident smirk and remarked that the other students would lose their composure the moment they laid eyes on Sancho. Piggy tilted his head, puzzled. "Why?" he asked, arms outstretched. Standing beside him, Sancho broke into a wide grin. Tudor chuckled, then closed his eyes and replied matter-of-factly. Sancho had ranked first in the entrance exam for Varangian Academy. But instead of staying there, he'd made the bold decision to enroll in Colosio Academy instead. Sancho's grin widened as he nodded in agreement. With his usual swagger, he added that he was always ready for a good fight. Their conversation was cut short as Bianca approached, her expression thoughtful. She remarked that Sinclair might have an even harder time than the rest. Sinclair turned to her, surprised, eyes slightly wide at the comment. Bianca's voice remained calm as she recalled a detail others had nearly forgotten. Sinclair had placed first not only in the entrance exam for the Magic Tower, but also for the Mischira Women's University. Sinclair let out an awkward giggle, eyes briefly closing as if to shrug off the pressure. As they boarded the train, she spoke more openly about her feelings. She admitted that being first had actually made her hesitant. It wasn't about fear of failure. It was the weight of expectation. If she placed first again, great. But if she didn't, the disappointment would be hers alone to bear. She didn't want to carry the burden of others' hopes, just her own. Ahead of them, Piggy was already moving down the aisle, studying the train ticket in his hands. Tudor followed behind, extending a hand toward Sinclair with a reassuring grin. He told her not to worry too much. After all, the true aces were the third-year students. According to the information they'd gathered, there would be 53rd years, 32nd years, and only 21st years. Sancho and the others listened quietly, the calm glint in their eyes reflecting their focus. As Tutor continued, his thoughts wandered toward the rewards of the competition. Legendary magical artifacts rumored to be stored in a shared vault between the 4 academies. He imagined them vividly. A book pulsing with arcane energy, a gleaming sword, a rune-inscribed dagger, and an ancient necklace. If they placed in the top 10, they'd be allowed to choose one. With that goal burning in his chest, proclaimed that at least one of them should place in the top 10. They arrived at their seats, and Bianca was the first to settle in, quietly turning her gaze toward the window. Tutor remained standing for a moment, placing his suitcase on the overhead shelf, then remarked wistfully that it would have been nice if Vikier had joined them. Sancho dropped into his seat and crossed his arms, watching as Tutor finally sat beside him with a tired sigh. He muttered that once again, Vikier had chosen to join a different team, abandoning them like before. Sancho looked at him calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He reminded Tutor that Vicar didn't have a choice. He made a promise to that team. When a man gives his word, he should keep it. That was just the kind of person Vicar was. Across from them, Bianca rested her head against her hand, her eyes drifting outside the window. As her thoughts wandered, she recalled that Vicar's assigned seat was in a different train altogether. A flicker of concern passed through her, hoping that Vikier wouldn't get into fights with the other schools. Sinclair, overhearing, turned to her with widened eyes, now equally uneasy, commenting that nothing bad will likely happen to him. Meanwhile, Piggy spun around in his seat, face pale and drenched with nervous sweat. But unlike the others, his concern wasn't about students from rival academies. What truly worried him was the group of people Vicar had been placed with. At that same moment, in a different train, a boy with tousled purple hair sat quietly, his gaze distant and unfocused as he stared at the floor. It was Grenouille de Leviathan. He is the 3rd son of the deadly poison Leviathan family, one of the Empire's 7 great families. After having been complimented as the most prodigal genius within the family, he never once permitted anyone to be above him. Or so the story goes until he entered Colosio Academy. He still remembered it clearly. Beneath a cherry blossom tree, he had seen her for the first time, Sinclair. That day, he watched her from afar, stunned. She was the one who had crushed his pride by ranking first in the entrance exam, while he had landed second. A noble genius defeated by a commoner girl with no name, no title, no bloodline. He had placed a trembling hand over his chest, face flushed from a mix of disbelief and humiliation. It had been his first true defeat. But as time passed, something unfamiliar and unsettling began to bloom within him. He recalled how she had lifted her hand beneath the cherry tree, watching a single petal fall into her palm, unaware of his gaze, her eye-catching platinum hair, her smooth skin, her big doe eyes, and her delicate nose and mouth. Her very presence disturbed him in ways he could not explain. Grenouille silently admitted the truth to himself. He had fallen for her. Even if his pride screamed to deny it, his heart betrayed him. He wasn't just watching Sinclair anymore. He was quietly, helplessly cheering for her. This was the honest truth. He approached her, finger raised as he called her a commoner, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked if she had found a team yet. Sinclair turned around, surprised by his sudden attention. Grenouille tried little by little to get closer to her while beating himself up because he can only call her commoner, a derogatory word to address her. But, as he tells her that she could join his team. Sinclair's eyes sparkled with joy. She waved eagerly and called out a name, Vikier. Without hesitation, she dashed past Grenouille as if he didn't exist. His eyes widened in shock and confusion, teeth clenched tightly as anger simmered beneath the surface. Behind him, Vicar stood silently, lost in thought. Sinclair reached out, smiling warmly as she spoke with Vicar. And at that moment, Grenouille's world began to crumble. The man had been defeated with a single move. Comment F to pay your respects. Back on the train, Grenouille sat with his back to the window. Nearby, Vicar and the Baskerville triplets were gathered in a heavy silence, the air thick with unspoken tension. Grenouille stretched out his legs, resting his feet squarely on Vicar's knees. Vickers' gaze locked onto him, a flicker of irritation flashing across his face as he stared down at the unexpected intrusion. He fell silent, unsure of what to say. Grenouille returned the look with eyes filled with disdain. He couldn't understand why Sinclair was drawn to Vicker. He assumed it was because they both came from lower-class backgrounds. Determined, Grenouille knew he had to completely crush Vicker this time. That was why he had joined the team. From beneath his cloak, Grenouille pulled out a bottle, his glare sharp and unyielding. He declared, with no room for argument, that he intended to be the leader of the team, asking if Vicker had any objections. Vicker met his challenge with calm eyes, stating he only cared that Grenouille did his role well, and then raised an eyebrow, questioning why Grenouille had chosen to rest his feet on his knees. The Baskerville triplets, sitting nearby, clenched their teeth and glared with barely contained fury. They couldn't believe anyone dared disrespect Vicker so openly. Grenouille shrugged, explaining he just needed a place to stretch his legs, and called Vicker commoner, taunting him by asking if he minded being the footrest of a noble. The triplets' eyes widened with rage, fists tightening as they struggled to keep their fury in check. Grenouille sneered and asked Vicker if he was ready to fight and if he knew what it truly meant to suffer the agony of poison. With a sharp glare, he raised the bottle to his lips, preparing to take a sip. Then, pointing a finger at Vicker with furious intensity, he warned him not to act arrogantly around him anymore. If Vicker slipped up, Grenouille threatened, he would implant a poisonous insect inside his body. Dark green poison began to ooze and shimmer from Grenouille as outstretched hand like a living shadow. He spat the word commoner again, demanding if Vicker understood the warning as the toxic energy pulsed from his palm. Vicker's eyes dropped to the ground, silent, lost in his own thoughts. Without a word, he stood up, calmly pushed Grenouille's feet off his knees, and announced he was going to the bathroom, agreeing with what he said with a quick okay. Turning his back, Vicker left the area while behind him, Grenouille's eyes flared with barely contained fury. He demanded to know what Vicker was doing. With crimson eyes, Vicker closed the door quietly, placed a finger to his lips, and shot Grenouille a sharp, commanding look, an unspoken order to be silent. His eyes burned with restrained fury. The Baskerville triplets tensed, ready to teach Grenouille a harsh lesson. Clenching his teeth, Grenouille seethed, thinking Vicker was insane, unaware of the triple danger right behind him. But before he could react, the triplets seized him by the head, forcing his eyes wide with fear and confusion as a scream tore from his throat. Meanwhile, Vicker stepped out of the cabin and began to walk away, ignoring the sounds of someone being beaten up. He muttered an apology, but knew he couldn't let Grenouille cause any trouble. Gazing thoughtfully out the window, Vicker reminded himself that in this Olympiad survival competition, he needed to get good scores. To gain the right to take one artifact from the treasure room, Vicker needed to get into the top 10. His goal was to destroy one of the artifacts that's being kept inside there, the demon in an object form, the 7th elite corpse, Decaravia. Whose appearance kind of looks like a demonic starfish, or that monster from Suicide Squad.
Thanks for watching the latest part from the voice of Manhwa. Subscribe for more content and don't forget to comment below what you want to see in the future. Like and share for more.